Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. With that said, I hope everyone is doing well. It's a little chilly here in South Georgia. It feels great. Um, we've been very lucky to have a Hey, Teresa. Hi, Ed. We've been very lucky to have had a kind of sort of a normal spring in that we've had rain showers when we've needed them. And, it's been pleasant. I remember these days back in the old days when the spring was this nice. 2 years ago, it was so dry by this time of the year. We were in a drought situation. But anyway, so tonight for a subject is about the Red Road and various things. Hey, Barry, how are you? Hello out there, everybody. My hair looks a mess, don't it? I did not brush it here after I got back in from outside. But anyway, Ed, I don't know about the book, The Shining One, and I don't think I've read it. So my answer would be no. Jeff Allen, hello to all of you. Fine. Yeah, I like oxygen too. Um, Interesting. I spent a little time today. The other night when I was on until like 6 o'clock in the morning or something crazy like that, that was just insane. But I had a lot of good. I had a good time anyway, and it seemed like those folks who were hanging out with me were having a good time. So, but anyway, hey Michelle, how are you? So, um, I am always humbled that you folks show up and that you are subscribers of mine. And I think I have 510 subscribers now. Another new person subscribed, I think, again today. So welcome, everyone. We do welcome everyone with open arms and cosmic hugs, and we mean it. But anyway, I'm looking out the window earlier today, and this one window is kind of low. I mean, if I stand up, it hits me about here, so I can look out the other window. And I'm seeing something flutter by. Now, this window right here is opaque, so you can see stuff, but not really clearly. And I could see something. I thought it was going nuts, going back and forth. And then went into there's two windows that are clear, and then another opaque one. And so I'm like, what's going on? And it was a hummingbird looking in the window, just, humming this way and right there and then over there and come back this way and looking in. And I was like, hey, Julianne, how are you? Uh, hey, Doug. Why should you leave, Doug? We don't care if you just listen in. It's great, however you want to do it. We're good here. So you ought to know that by now. Hey, Crafty, how are you? Chloe, Delaney, Miss Pearly Jones. So the night before ish, early morning, I pulled a card. I can't remember who now, but I pulled a card and it was the hummingbird. And so I saw the hummingbirds outside my window today, and I was like, the synchronicity, I guess, of that. Um, Love you too, Chloe. My heart's out to everybody, and I hope you're doing the best you can under your yeah, live hummingbird. Wasn't one of the big ones, but I mean, looking right in the window. And I'm like, they've done that over the years, but I've had some things in the window that sort of look reddish. And, Maxine was her name. Thank you, Elderberry. But anyway, when I pulled that card, but so today, when the hummingbird showed up, I have Eagle and the Hummingbird for you last time. So Hummingbird's been like right there. But here's the thing. I would expect the hummingbirds, to fly around the windows, but up higher. But they were like really down low, like looking for me kind of thing. It was really strange, looking in the window. And I was like, I'm over here. Hi. So anyway, between those two windows tonight, I found something in the shed that I've had for years. Hey, Amanda. So I put up I put up two hummingbird feeders tonight. I've had them, and the one was leaking. Actually, I have to hang it back up. I put some silicone around it so it wouldn't drip out. Hey, Susie Q. But so anyway, um, Teresa Bryan filmed exactly. Yeah, 11:11. It's 12:11 here, Eastern Daylight Time. Um, and we'll be around for a 20. So y'all get yourselves ready for that. But I wondered, it seemed like the spirits have been asking me to go back to some basic things. Now, you know, you've heard me talk about it before, and I want to, encourage all those folks who are listening now. I have covered some of these topics before, but I'm hoping just because it's been a year or even 6 months later that maybe I've got a slightly different twist on the same thing. But anyway, it's so the subject for tonight is basically the red road. And what does the red road mean? Well, in many of the places where the red road is discussed, the ground is red. Okay, it's also Native Americans. Most have a lot have of them have a reddish skin, and not all tribes have reddish skin. Some have darker. But to the point, though, the red road is the human road. Okay, it's how we tread on Mother Earth. And so some people just don't care. They walk on Mother Earth and they're just walking around. And so, yeah, I got something here about hummingbird. I'm going to read it in a moment. And I picked this book off the shelf just a few minutes ago. That's why I was a few minutes late. And the first book that I picked up, I opened it to 2 pages. And the second page is The Hummingbird and it's the story legend is from the Zuni tribe. So it's like synchronicities. Here we go. So I wanted to, just have a just sort of a basic discussion without maybe trying to get too heavy into anything. But the red road is a spiritual road. And for those people who are having issues, and I talked with my daughter a few minutes ago, and it was her birthday yesterday. It's now, Friday. Of course, it's still her birthday. She's in the central zone. But anyway, um, but and listen and hearing about that my granddaughter is finally out of prison kind of thing. She's in a halfway house kind of thing, and she's and she's on probation now, and so all good things in that respect. But anyway, so in my prayers that my granddaughter would do well and try to stay on the right track, having been in jail twice, more than that actually, spent time in prison and that kind of thing, and having gone not quite through the same kind of parole that my daughter did. I'm sorry, my granddaughter did. But in that, now I'm proud for this, don't get me wrong, that to get really involved into the Bible to help save you. And I didn't say anything. I didn't interject that, you know, why are you wanting to push the Bible on my granddaughter? On your daughter? Well, my daughter found solace and salvation, if you will, through the Bible. And so it's her way of saying, try this. And I've had these discussions with my daughter for years. And Jackie, if you watch this, I love you. But, it's the depending upon a book, and they're not even sure. Whether or not some of this stuff was true or not. And we know a lot of this stuff was made up, and it sounds like a good story. And, so we want to put our faith in the Bible. Well, what about all the other religions? What about all the other peoples? And what about all the other things and religious type things through all these Native American folks that go back 3,000 and 4,000 years? Because they didn't put it in a book, then it's not popular. But the basic line of all of it is, thank you, Julianne, Chloe, Crafty. Did I miss anybody? No, good. It says 18 folks here, blessings to every single one of you. But with that, and I still read the Bible, don't get me wrong, but it's that my faith isn't tied directly to the Bible. There are certain things in the Bible, but my soul is not tied to that Bible over there. My soul is tied to the universe, right? And but if people need something to find their way, and if the Bible is one of them to help people like get a grip, then I'm not going to argue. But in trying to reach my own daughter, who was very much into the Native American thing for quite a while, has seemed to have lost it, that she has went back to the Bible to find solace, when I was like, but don't you understand the great spirits? Anyway, not trying to pick on my daughter or my granddaughter, because they're both seeking a spiritual way. So depending on what you mean by the red road means spirituality. So I'm not kicking anybody, and if my daughter ever listens to this, I love you. I don't mean anything by it. But just understand, honey, there's more to this than just the Bible. And so with that said, the synchronicities in life, the what nature speaks to us and what it does. Yep, Doug. And a lot of us are coming to that. Hey, guys, crazy people, I'm home. I love it. So, but anyway, so whether or not any of these things mean a darn, one of the things that does mean something is the time that I've pulled a card for someone, all of us, individuals. It always seems to have meant something. So, am I pulling cards out of my hat? Well, not really. They're, I pull them out of my hand. But the idea, though, that there seems to be a synchronicity with what happens, and I'm very humbled and proud to be here to be able to do that. So, in seeing the card the other day, and the hummingbird has come up a few times, but then the hummingbird show up at the in my window earlier today. And then I opened up this book that I decided I would pull out to just kind of talk about certain, relative things to spirituality and nature. I open up the book, and here's the story of Hummingbird by the Zuni. And so, if I had not planned this on this, now let me show you the book. It's called Voices of the Wind. It looks backwards to me when I see it on the screen. You see it regular? You can read it. Voices of the Wind, Margot Edmonds and Ella E. Clark. And I've had this book for a long time, and I've read many of the stories in it, and then it got pushed over on the side, and I've read through other books. And I've got a couple of stories in here that are bookmark, because I bought these books because I was trying to adapt the stories into puppet shows when I went to powwows. And so I bought all these, and and then I adapted a few of them. But so this is about Hummingbird, and I find this just interesting because of our discussion of Hummingbird and the synchronicities that it seemed to be tied to that here recently. And long ago, the Zuni tribe of North American Indians lived in an area of the present states of New Mexico and Arizona. A large, thriving Zuni pueblo was discovered in 1500 by Franciscans from Mexico who returned with glowing reports of the Zuni kingdom of, of the Chiobla on the Zuni River. Concerns about attacks, Zuni leaders moved their women, children, and property to their stronghold Mesa, to which they escaped when Coronado tried to subjugate the tribes in 1629. About 10,000 Zunis were accounted for when the first mission was established in Hawkeye by the Franciscans. Today, they remain a strong tribe active on the Zuni reservation in New Mexico. Not far from Rainbow Cave on the Sacred Mountain in what is now New Mexico, Hummingbird Hoya lived with his beloved grandmother long ago. I think I will go to Kiakina to see what their clansmen are doing, Hoya said one day to his beloved grandmother. Because he was so small and wanted to be sure that people could see him, Hoya dressed himself in his colorful hummingbird coat and flew far away. Below him, he saw a lovely spring and decided to stop, taking off his beautifully feathered coat. Before long, Kia, the daughter of Chief Kayakimasi, arrived to fill her jar with cool spring water. Many young men of the Zuni Indian tribe longed to marry Kia, but were afraid to ask her father, the chief. Kia began to fill her water jar without speaking to the attractive young man nearby. May I have some of your water to drink? Hoya asked. Kia handed him a cupful. Then he returned the cup to her. A small amount of water remained. Playfully, she tossed it to him and giggled. Some young Zunis watching from the brush wondered why she laughed. They also wondered about the stranger. Then they heard the princess say, "Let's go to my home." Hoya followed Kia to her house, and they talked for some time at the bottom of her ladder, which led to the lodge roof. Then Hoya said, "I think it's time for me to start home." I did not check to see how long the story was. It's several pages. Not bad. "I hope to see you at the spring tomorrow," Kia said. She then climbed to the roof of her lodge. Hoya put on his magic feathered coat, flying away invisibly. The young men of the village did not see Hoya vanish, which aroused their curiosity. When Hoya arrived back at his beloved grandmother's house, she met him with a bowl of honey combined with sunflower pollen. The next day, he carried some of the delicacy to the spring as a gift for the princess. Again, he walked Kia home, and they conversed at the bottom of her ladder. He gave her the honey and pollen to share with her family. Good, we like this kind of food," her parents said. "You should marry this young man." Next day, when Hoya walked Kia home from the spring, she invited him to come into her lodge to meet her family. "No, thank you, Kia. I cannot marry you yet," said Hoya. "I do not have deerskin, blankets, or beads for you." "But I do not need those things," she replied. "I like the good food you brought to me. That is enough." "Then, if I may, I will come to your lodge tomorrow evening," said Hoya. He then put on his magic coat and flew away instantly as Kia ascended the ladder to her roof. Hoya reported this to his beloved grandmother, all that had taken place. He told her that the chief's daughter wanted him for her husband. "No, not now," she replied. "You do not have enough things to give her. You cannot marry her yet." "But grandmother, the daughter of the chief wants nothing except our delicious honey food." "If you are sure of her parents' approval, then I give you my permission to marry Kia," said the grandmother. At dawn the next day, Hoya and his beloved grandmother, dressed in their hummingbird coats, zoomed away southward to the land of the sunflowers. All that day they gathered pollen and honey. Later, when they returned, they placed a deerskin on the floor. On this, they shook the pollen from their feathers. Into a large shell, they deposited the honey. Hoya's beloved grandmother mixed the pollen and honey together much the same way as kneading bread dough. She then wrapped a large ball of the mixture in a deerskin, which Hoya took to Kia that very evening. Village youths gathered and watched from a distance as Hoya climbed Kia's ladder to her lodge roof. There, Hoya secretly hid his magic coat under a rock before lowering himself into the lodge. In many of those lodges and so forth, some of the Canadians and folks up there, you still climb a ladder to get into the lodge. You come through a hole in the top, and that's the same hole that the smoke goes out. And I can't remember the tribe, but I met some wonderful people that live like that. When it snows up there, the hole's a lot closer. But anyway, village. How sad for us that Kia will marry a stranger, the youth repeated among themselves. The young men of the Zuni tribe gathered in a kiva, a ceremonial lodge, saying to the bow chief, "Please announce that in 4 days we will go on a parrot hunt. Say also that anyone who does not join us will lose his wife." Later, Kia's brother returned home and reported, "In the village, they are saying that on the hunt for young parrots, the young hunters will throw my new brother-in-law from the mesa and kill him. They will then claim his wife." "Oh, they're just loud-mouthing," said the chief. But Hoya believed when he had heard from his younger brother, he quickly put on his hummingbird coat and flew away to Parrot Woman's cave. "What have you to say?" she asked. "I wish to warn you to protect your young parrots from harm. I also ask your help for myself," Hoya said, telling her of the plot to kill him. In a few minutes, he returned to Kia's home. Next day, the parrot hunt began, with Hoya bringing up in the rear. He secretly wore his magic coat beneath his buckskin shirt. At the high mesa, a yucca rope was let down toward the parrot's cave. Hoya was instructed by the group to go down the rope to the nest of the young parrots. When he was halfway down, the village hunters let go of the rope. Parrot Woman was waiting for him, spreading her large fan-like tail outside of her cave entrance. She caught Hoya just in time. Upon returning to the village, the young men reported that the rope had broke, letting Hoya fall to his death. In Kia's lodge, there was much sadness at the loss of Kia's new husband. "Please keep my 2 children with you," she said, "but bring them back to me in 4 days." Hoya took the 2 young parrots to his new home, and from the roof, he heard Kia crying inside. "I hear someone on our roof," her father said. "Perhaps it is your new husband." "Impossible," said his son. "Hoya is dead." But Kia ran up the ladder, and to her great joy, she discovered her husband with the 2 parrots. At dawn, Hoya placed the 2 young parrots on the tips of the ladder poles. A village youth came out of the kiva and saw the birds. He ran back inside, calling, "Wake up, everyone! Hoya is not dead. He has come back to his home with 2 young parrots." When the Zuni villagers saw the 2 parrots, they decided to make another plan to rid themselves of Hoya. "Please, Bo Chief, give us permission to hunt the bear's children. If anyone does not come along with us, he will lose his wife." Not life, but wife. Hoya heard the terrible news, so he went to the cave of the bear mother. "What do you wish of me?" she asked Hoya. "The young hunters of Zuni village are going on a hunt for your children. I have come to warn you and ask you for your help in protecting me," replied Hoya. Then he told her of the plot to kill him. 4 days later, the young hunters charged toward Bear Mother's cave. Hoya again secretly wore his magic hummingbird coat beneath his buckskin shirt. He was forced by the young men to lead the attack at the cave entrance. Then the others pushed him inside the bear cave. Mother Bear grabbed him, but she shoved him behind her. She chased the young Zuni hunters, killing a few of the young tribesmen. Later, Hoya flew home with 2 bear cubs, and at dawn, he placed them on the roof. When the villagers discovered the bear on Kia's roof, they knew that Hoya was still alive. Hoya decided to fly to his beloved grandmother's home near Rainbow Cave to seek her wisdom about a new plan of his. She helped him paint a bird cage with many colors and then filled it with birds of matching colors. Back to Zuni village he flew, carrying the cage, which he placed in the center of the plaza. Around it he planted magic corn, beans, squash, and sunflower seeds. That very evening, welcome rains came down gently. Next morning, the sun shone brightly and warmly. When the Zuni villagers came out of their hogans, they were amazed at the sight before them. In the plaza center, growing plants surrounded the beautiful cage of colorful singing birds. From that moment all of the happy dancing Zuni tribe accepted Hoya and his gift. They learned to love him as one of their own. His wife they called mother, and they called him father of the tribe for many contented years. So there are some times when we need to literally in our lives go through, somebody's trying to kill us, and then they understand or something that we have value or something. But anyway, but I found that interesting in that I opened the book to the hummingbird and, having the hummingbird thing the last couple of days. Hey, FR33, healing energy goes out to all of you. Nail, how are you? I'm just looking up. And Crafty, I think I said hi to you. Did I miss anybody? Julianne, much love. And David Castle. So I think that the message that hummingbird in this story should tell us is that even under persecution by others to the point of they wanted to kill him, his of course bear killed a couple of the tribesmen, but that was their fault. But in that, he just wanted to show everybody he was just, he was kind of normal in that he didn't wish any harm on anybody and he really loved his wife. He showed respect. He showed honor to the chief. And that if it wasn't for that sly, sneaky brother, but even he came around after the third time. Love you too, Teresa. Yes. You did was wondering where you came when the natives in Canada. Shamanism, interesting. Yeah. Now, for those of you who, I'm not trying to be a shaman. I'm a shaman in training. And what that means to me is that I am a spiritual person. I am walking the red road. This idea that you hear me preaching a lot, but it's all about nature and connecting and being one with the universe. And, it isn't a religion. It's a belief. It's the honest truth. It's the simplest way to get there without taking all kinds of shortcuts of doing magic and sigils and all that kind of stuff. When you just understand that we simply are a part of this, but anyway, but the different tribes and different lessons from the many different tribes. So here's a story by the Seminole. I'm just opening it up. There are certain stories they want me to read. This is a short one. Men visit the sky, the Seminole. Near the beginning of time, 5 Seminole Indian men wanted to visit the sky to see the Great Spirit. They traveled to the east, walking for about a month. Finally, they arrived at Land's End. They tossed their baggage over the end, and they too disappeared beyond the earth's edge. Down, down, down the Indians dropped for a while before starting upward again towards the sky. For a long time, they traveled westward. At last, they came to a lodge where lived an old woman. Tell me for whom you are looking, she asked feebly. We are on the way to see the Great Spirit above, they replied. It is not possible to see him now, she said. You must stay here for a while first. That night, the five Seminole Indian men strolled a little distance from the old woman's lodge, where they encountered a group of angels, robed in white and wearing wings. Now, this is a Seminole Indian story, okay? They were playing a ball game the men recognized as one played by the Seminoles. Two of the men decided they would like to remain and become angels. The other three preferred to return to Earth. Then, to their surprise, the Great Spirit appeared and said, So be it. A large cooking pot was placed on the fire. When the water was boiling, the two Seminole who wished to stay were cooked. When they were only bones, when only their bones were left, the Great Spirit removed them from the pot, put their bones back together again. He then draped them with a white cloth and touched them with his magic wand. The Great Spirit brought the two Seminole men back to life. They wore wonderful white wings and were called men angels. What do you three men wish to do? Asked the Great Spirit. If we may, they said, we prefer to return to our Seminole camp on Earth, replied the three Seminoles. Gather your baggage together and go to sleep at once, directed Great Spirit. Later, when the three Seminole men opened their eyes, they found themselves safe at home and in their own Indian camp. We are happy to return and stay earthbound. We hope never to venture skyward again in search of other mysteries, they reported to the chief of the Seminoles. So some tribes believed in going up and having, contact with, spirits. But in this particular story, they actually were white, had wings, and were called and they called them angels. So my discussion about this in the Red Road is that native stories, whether they were true or not, refer to angels, refer to spirit beings. And in that, that's where the connection is. It isn't about any one particular religion, but it could very well be the combination of all of them. Because as I've, researched most religions, I think I've left the Muslim religion out because it just didn't interest me for whatever reason. But anyway, no offense to them or whatever. But and mainly I think it's because I was spending so much time learning about well, you drive home, guys, so be safe. So anyway, I just see that there are a lot of similarities, regardless of whether, the people were on one side of the planet versus the, the European side of the planet, and that there are similarities in spiritualness. And I find that to where it's like, most people do, "Ooh, I saw a hummingbird," and leave it at that. But regardless of the legends, regardless of the tales, when we see hummingbirds, what does it give us? It gives us a feeling of joy. When I saw the one outside the window, it really prompted me to get up off my ass and put the hummingbird feeder up, right? Which I did. Yeah, FR33. There are some people who have misconceptions of a shaman. And there are some folks, I've met some shamans who seem to be very powerful. Okay. Now, could they shapeshift? Could they do these other things? I don't know. And here's the thing. You have to be in a certain kind of mindset to say, like, take crow and learn to be a shapeshifter. I just don't want to go there, you know? I want to learn about all the animals. I want to understand not just one critter or one totem or one anything. I want to learn about all of it and its connection to our spirit, and the longer I continue on my journey on the red road, I mean, it's just like everything is connected, everything. And so one of the things that you hear me talk about is that it isn't about any religion or any particular words by anybody. Do you believe that you're connected to the universe? Quite simply, it's a simple answer. It's a yes or a no. If you're in the maybe stage, we will allow that. But there are people who go, nah, I don't really think I'm connected to anything, blah 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 blah. But then there are those of us who go, yeah, I understand I'm connected to the universe. Now, for folks who are just beginning or haven't been at this as long as I have, you will, for every day that you stay on the red road and try just to be a good person, that there's no other recommendations or any kind of, there is no sin involved, there is no penance, there is no, well, I'll reserve this. I was going to say there is no karma, but that's not true. If you go around and do some bad stuff, it may not end well for you uh, in that respect. So I don't believe so much in the karma that, and I used to do that. Everything I did was some kind of karmic based. But if you do something and you're cursing and you're hollering and you're screaming at the universe, and the universe will get you back. I'm just saying, when you least expect it, or maybe right away and teach you a lesson, like, trying to put up something and you're trying to nail a nail in or something, then you hit yourself with the hammer. That's a right then. They like, pay attention. But in this world of so many things, I noticed that so many people are like, well, I've got this app on my phone. I'm not going to go into the phone thing. And I've got this thing and I can watch this stuff here. And it's like, well, do you have a book? Well, yeah, but so why aren't you reading the book? Well, but I really like to watch this thing. Okay, but so you're watching this thing, which again, in many of these instances, is someone else's opinion on the same subject. Anyway, uh, if it's about God and it's trying to help people and save them for whatever, well, the devil or this, okay, I'm not going to get into semantics. But though a lot of those same people will say, though, well, if you don't believe the way we do you believe that Jesus saves us? Well, I believe Jesus and a lot of other people do, but what? Yeah. So for me, the Christ consciousness has been on this planet for thousands of years before the crucifixion and has never really left. It's a reincarnation of energies. There are different angels that have been here before. I know I've been here before, and for some reason, because of how Dante and some of them and how they reprinted my video years ago and put it on their channel, I do feel somehow connected. I'm not getting any inside information. I'm not having anybody call me on the phone like that, but I do have intuitions, and I find out later on that they were like right on the money. So all I can say is that I feel that I'm connected with the universe and maybe even to the Charistus, which is the continuing Christ consciousness. Now, we're all a part of it, okay, because it's in the universe. And I'm not Jesus Christ by any stretch of the imagination. Oh, hell no. I not even want to go there. But I am saying that as a person who is still learning how to be spiritual, I have found out that there might be actually a connection for me. But, I don't think it makes me any more special than anyone else. I think every one of us who's made a decision to walk on the red road to be spiritual at any point in our life and who's trying, then you're on my side. You, in my opinion, are also a shaman in training. You also are trying to learn what our connection is to the universe without going through a bunch of raggedy muffin stuff. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, with that said, avoid using the word to speak against yourself or to gossip about others. Use the power of your word in the direction of truth and love. I agree with that. Yeah, that's very, very true about that. If you don't honestly have um, a truthful, honest, relative story or something to say, now I'm thinking like if you're in around a group of elders, then you don't speak. You just don't. And as many of the traditions have said, to smoke the great pipe, that and in and of itself, for what they believe about the prayers going up with the smoke and how each of us partakes of it, if you were sitting around sharing a sacred pipe, that it's not just about smoking tobacco. It is very intense if you understand what they're after, or what the purpose is, not what they're after. Well, actually, what they're after is for their prayers to be heard by the Creator. That's what they're after. So, in that, though, it's in a simple task of smoking and being respectful and having a little bit of ceremony and burning some sage and with pure intent. And, so you say, smoking peace pipe. But for those folks who didn't really understand what that meant, they smoked the peace pipe and then turned right around and broke that trust with the natives. So, but anyway, no wonder they don't trust us. But also in the red road, it is up to us how hard we wish to make it. So there are some folks, well, I'm going to go over here and argue with people about Christ. Well, I don't know if he was real, and I don't know about them, them apostle dudes, and I just don't know about some of that stuff. Well, neither do I, to be quite honest. I've read the Bible many times. I used to read it in church as an altar boy and as a deacon. And so I went through that in a lot of detail in one of my previous videos. But with that said, though, I feel very spiritual about it. And it's about the meaning, not the Bible. So I'm hoping that people who use these tools to find their spiritualism, that they won't get so caught up in the words themselves that they miss the spiritual part of it. That's all. I don't care which one, whatever book they reading or whatever they're trying to find uh, inspiration or connection with, go for it. As long as it obeys the law of one, to do no harm. So forget about the 10 Commandments. There's one law in the universe, to do no harm. Now, what does this mean about the red road? Okay, so you stay out of the ditches. You hear me talk about all the time at the end of my videos. Stay out of the ditches. Well, there are people who think they're on the red road and they're following spiritual things, but they're goofing off over here doing stuff, and they get waylaid over here. And to be quite honest, some of these people, I don't mean any of you, but some other, hey Fox, how you doing? Or, well, I'm really tied into this and I really get it. But when was the last time you went outside? Well, we went for a walk with the dog, and you took your cell phone, you took your tablet, and while you're walking with the dog, you kept your face down. So, I went outside. Oh, I did this. Some folks visited me recently, and every single one of them had a phone in their face. And they were like visiting with me. Yeah, well, we got this over here. It's like, and I'm sitting there going, okay. And so that one's their face is buried, their face is buried. And so there was a commercial where we all went out, ate together, and everybody's got their own tablet. Oh, but they're spiritually connected. Then put them down, because that's a false. That, oh well, it's just new technology and you can't get your head out of it. Now, it's not about the phone itself, it's about your spirituality, in that for those people who refuse to do that, they don't understand that it's an addiction. They are addicted as an alcoholic, as someone on cocaine, because some of these things that they have to have their phone for is a flashy to the eyes kind of thing, and it gives stimulation. I know earlier, last night I had a bad night for me, and was just on the internet, and I was just looking for something, just to occupy my brain for 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and there was nothing there, and I was like, rah, 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 rah. And I was like, wait a minute, why do I have to get on this to do that with? I want something to entertain me or something for a few minutes while I'm sitting here being whatever. I think what I was looking for was something to change my attitude was just off. I didn't feel good the last 2 days, day and a half. I'm better now. But man, I just felt like crap. Sore. Well, I used the weed eater big time the other day, and I did it like damn near a 7 hour marathon on YouTube, and moving rocks and stuff. But anyway, but I didn't feel good. I just didn't feel well at all. Just almost like I had the flu. And I was like, I'm going to shake this, but I got to lay down first. And so I was a little cranky, edgy, something didn't feel good, whiny pod. And then I was like, no, this ain't happening. This just ain't happening. For whatever's wrong, I'm going to get up and I'm going to walk around. I'm going to get out of this. So here I am at the end of that today. In that, earlier on, I was just like, I'm no good. I'm no use. Anyway. But so in the spirit of things, it's that I kind of wanted to jump off the red road. Well, that was timing, wasn't it? Duggard, ain't nobody out there. The kitty cats are running out in the yard. The little ones are going out. Why, what did Niall say? Everybody has their own opinion. It's been an idea in my mind that the Proto 72 should be in contact with whatever that, along with Dolores Cannon, and maybe plan an actual connection with each other and collaborate. Actually, I think they do, Fox. And when they re-put my video on Dante's channel, I was like, that's something. And the times that I feel inclined to do a silent 72 plus video, I do feel like it's somehow my angel side that's going, hey. And there's not a whole lot that I'm disclosing, but from whatever side that it comes from, and I do believe it comes from the right side, if you will, the honest side of the universe, it's saying, hey, listen, regardless of what it is, if you're a good person and you follow that one golden rule to do no harm, and that's what you wish in life. And my discussion about the red road is that's the path. Okay, red road, path, journey, so it's just a name. But in the red road business is that if you can go off the road and it's not, and go on another road and it's not the red road, it's not the spirit road. And so it's however we get there. It's nature, it's the things we learn from other people, it's our own attitudes. We learn to honor ourselves. We learn to honor, we've lost honor in a lot of ways, in my humble opinion. And so it's like with the 72 thing, I think that's sort of a closed club. But in my discussion about the silent 72s, there are many of us that believe in angels. There are many of us that have had callings. I've had my calling since I was a little child. And so, what's to say that we aren't all connected in that? I always felt that I was connected with Christ, but not the Bible, and that's been my journey. And so, and it's not just the Christ, it's the other, spiritual folks, Um, and like I said before, my teacher at Tampa Catholic told me, that Jesus went to China and over there in India and learned about Buddhism and that kind of thing. That's where he left. So anyway, but let's take into the consideration that all of these teachings from whoever it is that you're trying to be Christ-like if you're a Christian, because if you do good and you do well, then you're trying to be Christ-like, right? You are a Christian then, right? Isn't that what it's supposed to be? You follow the rules of the Bible. Well, the rules of the Bible are overcomplicated. If you follow the rule of one, which is do no harm, you'll understand that the rest of us does horse hockey, and that it kind of pulls you off the trail into the ditch. In my humble opinion, having been the Bible person for years and years and years and years, there are places where it just, oh, the women's skirts and this and that and the other thing and blah, blah, blah. And then, oh, the Ephesians and then them folks over there. And there are a lot of Catholic priests that I remember who refuse to accept Saul, as an apostle. And there are so many people that quote Paul. And I never did really like the apostle, the Paul. So, but anyway, in that, but do I still believe in the Christ consciousness, in that, we're all together? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm 100% there, 100.1. In the videos I did a couple of years ago, I said, I am a warrior for Christ. Period. That's my answer. And I haven't changed my mind in that. And now, how that my being a warrior for Christ, how that has transpired has been in some of the videos that I've seen by Dante, where he talks about it isn't about a religion. It's about Christ going far east. Yeah. But also in that a lot of the things that he never discusses about being any one particular church. And there was one time I made some comments because the Orthodox Church, Russian Orthodox, is the closest to the true religion, because the Roman Catholic broke away from the Orthodox religion. What we termed as the Greek Orthodox, growing up in Tampa, Tarpon Springs, because a lot of Greeks there were the sponge fishermen, sponge divers. Well, they were fishing, but anyway. But the idea, though, that what are we coming up on time? Almost an hour, a little over. But the idea, though, that what Dante and the Christus and so forth, they're not selling religion. They're selling the truth of the matter. That the angels have been on this planet and have been coming here for a long time to help out folks like you and me. And that there are documents, there are signs on cave walls that go back for thousands of years. And that means that they've been here all this time. Okay. Where's the proof? And paintings and pictures on cave walls, on, in cathedrals and, ancient churches, And where did they get this idea then? Well, because it's been passed down through all these generations. So, And as Dante has pointed out in his videos, that there are places in Portugal and in Spain. There are places in Italy. There are islands where there are a lot of Charistas, you know, that are there through generations and generations and generations. I mean, you know, the real Knights Templars, the Order of the Black Rose, many of these things that a lot of people just really don't understand what it's about. And he's brought up in his many videos over the last 10, 12 years or more. I've been watching a long time. But in that of learning, it's like, this idea, though, that Jesus is coming back. What if we said he never left? In other words, the reincarnation has been here several times. Not saying that Azazel is Jesus. No, that ain't it. But that his essence has been reincarnated many times in our history, but we don't. He wasn't necessarily, nailed to a cross every time. And so we have to stop and ask that question, because I do believe in the reincarnation factor. I know that we've had this discussion before. Calm down, Duggar. It's okay. It's all right. So, but everyone has their own beliefs and so forth. But as all of my studies and all of my experiences, I know that I'm connected. I don't have to do anything. And what Dante has said over and over and over and over and over and over and over again: have faith, be trustful, be honorable to yourself and to other people, and to believe, 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 believe. People say, well, you follow him. Well, kind of, sort of. But when it boils down to some of those things, that's exactly what I've been talking about from what I've learned through all these other shamans, is to believe in the nature of things, believe that we are connected, believe that we have, if we choose to, we can make a difference in this world. Even if it's just a little bit, it doesn't matter. If we smile at someone, we're pleasant to someone, we open a door for someone, anything, any bit of kindness or whatever shown that's above and beyond, like, well, we don't have to open the door for anybody. We can just let them, no, but if you open it here, let me get that for you. And I do it so many times but I don't do it to gain points. I do it because I see it and I go, here, let me open the door for you. So in this idea of Christ and this and that, in my humble opinion, we have taken this one point in time, 2,000 years ago, the cross, the Bible, the thing, the Jesus, and that's the only focus. It's all about what happened then, but not about how many times he could have been here, or that essence has lived on, and that the essence of the Christ has, through Mary Magdalene, however you want to go there, but and there was already a lineage before he was crucified, but and some of these things date back 4,000 years in China. And it's like there are folks who are Charistas back in those way, way, way back before China was like, they don't even want to talk about it. But is it just the Christ? Or is it the Charistas? Or is it these other entities? Yes, they are tied to space, but they have lived here and worked here and died here on Earth. So they've got, relatives in outer space. We probably all do, but they made a choice to stay here and to help mankind. And I think there are some folks who would say that they're the fallen angels. And I just don't agree with that, in the fact that they were bad. I think in the battle for this planet, over the many times, thousands, millions, maybe even billions of angel type creatures working for humanity on this planet have died in battles over the thousands of years because of war that's been, here on this planet. So I think that one main event was important. Okay, 15 minutes. I think and for Brenda, yeah, I'm not keeping up with what's going on in the chat. I assume everything's going okay. Now I know that sometimes I'm going to say some stuff that's going to ruffle some feathers, but I know what I have seen, witnessed. These are facts that have happened. These aren't something that I just kind of pulled out of. Well, some of the things I have pulled out of the air, but then later on they came out to be true. But in that, though, this idea, though, I always send a prayer at the end of the video to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. If you believe and believe and believe that you can do that and that you can, and then and you have to let all these other things kind of float away from around you, and you understand that you're always connected. And it isn't, you have to say a prayer to get there. And I mean, but some people still use that. I mean, I still have rosary beads, okay? But that's my particular inclination to Mother Mary. But at the same time, I don't like to buy into the Catholic prayer and the rosary thing. So, but if I need to send my prayers to Mother Mary in my way, I can say a rosary in my head, okay? Or I can just raise my hands and say, thank you to the universe. Thank you, Mother Mary. Thank you to the angels. Thank you to the universe for helping me to continue on my red road, and to keep learning. FR, be safe. Ask before you go, David, I'm getting high with you. I'm here getting high with you. Hey, Tracy B. FR, before you go, hang on just a second. Let me ask you a question. Did you send me a message and say something about being on your channel or something? Because I got this, it's almost like it was a dream. Oh, and Apostle Paul just happens to be your favorite. See, I'm not against it, but I'm just saying that there are a lot of folks who are like, yeah, I think some of it sounds contrived. That's my point. And that's when I talk to priests and so forth and folks, they seem to think that some of the epistles and so forth were contrived. That's all I got to say about that. But having been reading them for the last 55 years or so. Michelle, you say yes, Hawkeye, she did. Was that for free? 24 people here. I think that's almost a record. Hi, everybody. Blessings, everybody. So, but this isn't to try to sway you away from religion, but having been a religious person for many years, I just realized that there was just more out there. The book was holding me back, And I said this the other night, but it bears repeating, in that where did Jesus preach? He taught outside in the open fields to the multitudes. He spoke to them as one person to another. He didn't use any kind of special gizmos or anything like that. So anyway, but for all those folks, if you find comfort in it, I'm not going to try to sway you off of it. I will say it's deeper than that. There's more to it. That's all, and I continue to hope and pray that everybody finds it, You're welcome, FR. Um, but with this understanding of the universe and how we're connected to it, with having several of us having hummingbird sightings, it's springtime and hummingbirds are out, but it's just interesting between us um, that we have seen hummingbird between us as well as having pulled the card. So, and the basic idea of hummingbird in the card book is joy. So, regardless of how our day is going or how the world seemed to us, if we look for the joy in that, and I did videos a long time back, a couple of years probably now, about the harmony of the chaos of the universe. And in that, there's a choir. And if if all the, the bass and the alto and the soprano, and if it's off, it sounds like crap. And if I used to be second. So our part was la 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 la. And if you just listen to our part alone in the song when there's 3 or 4 part harmony, it makes no sense. But then you get, and I'm thinking of the Hallelujah chorus. For the Lord God, the reigneth, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. But anyway, but there were some parts in that, if you listen to only that part, it sounded chaotic. So then you'd listen to the bass and theirs would be different, but when you put the chaos together, then you have the Hallelujah chorus if it's done correctly with all the different harmonies in it. So in the world, there's chaos in these individual levels, but there's also a harmony in it too. So when you go, oh my God, there's only chaos. Yeah, but in that there's this odd thing it's a harmonic kind of thing. It's strange. So instead of it turning into jello in a gooey mess, try to try to listen to the harmonic of the chaos. It doesn't mean you're giving into it. Doesn't mean you're not paying attention. That's not my point. But in other frequency where it gets a little crazy in our heads, if we let it get crazy, it will. But if we just take the high side of something, yeah, I'm getting ready here. I see that it's coming up here, and I'm getting myself ready. But anyway, so the red road, simply put, is the spiritual path. Fox, one night a little over a week ago, I think I either saw the biggest white snow owl or an honest to God real angel fly over me in the middle of the night. I almost didn't believe it, but I'm in Phoenix. I don't know about snow owls out there, Fox. So if they're there, but I got to say, there's been sightings of real angels. There's pictures being taken. And Fox, if you've been on Dante's channel at all or whatever, for those of you who might sneak over there, I know it takes a lot to understand and a lot of understanding and what the hell is he talking about and what's he trying to show me. I get it. But after all these years, it rings a lot more true than false. I'm just saying. The truths that I find out on my own just show up on his channel a couple of days or a week later. I went to ayahuasca retreats and alcohol, and the shamans dumped me after awakening me. It's been such a long and strange. Yeah, and that's just not fair, FR. In a mega desert, so I'm keeping faith. I love Dante. Yeah, everybody's got their own take on him, but here's the thing. There's been, and maybe this is for um I've uploaded 2 videos, have if you want. Okay, Doug, thanks. There's been so many things that have rung true, like Napoleon and things. And when I traced my family history, it goes back to the French. I think it goes back before the French, Napoleon, but to the fact that, like I've talked about before, I was in a premiere showing of a musical that was done with collaboration from Florida State University and our local theater group in Thomasville called the Vikings. And big premiere, all these folks, this and that, big production. And I was like a co-star. Had a lot of fun. What do you do with a drunken sailor? But anyway, um, what was I going to say about that? Anyway, it had a connection. 116. So get your bowls ready, everybody. No, Tracy B, my birthday's in September, on the cusp. My birthday is September 24th, 1952. That's why in my, uh, you know, email address, it's DWNull52. That's, anyway. Oh, about angels and stuff. Yeah. But there's too much proof over the many years that angels have existed. I've seen a few myself. I don't know. I think they kind of sort of halfway materialize, sort of like Mother Mary did to me. Uh, I got Yellow Submarine. It's like on like Donkey Kong. That's crazy. I'm a month and 4 days older than my mother. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I know I'll be 69 this year, and I never thought I'd make it, but here I am. The way I felt yesterday, I was like, damn, I don't know if I'm going to make it till tomorrow. But anyway, I find it just interesting though that I've got over 500 subscribers, and I sat down and prayed about it today, and I was like, I'm just so grateful for every one of you, and the fact that each one of you are seeking your own path, and that you're trying. And it's not how hard you try, it's not how much progress you make, but are you still keeping it between the ditches? Are you being able to keep those temptations away from you? Are you able to look at your life and go, I really don't want to be that over there. I don't want to be this over there. I don't want, you want to stay on the path. You want to stay, if you will, if you want to stay righteous with the Lord, it means the same thing to stay on the path. Yeah, Tracy, my son's in June 19th. Yep. Hey, Steve, I don't think I said hi. Your birthday's in 2 weeks away. Happy early birthday. Happy birthday to you, Charles. Yeah, let's all hold candles up. Hold the lighter up. Hey, let's do this, just for the heck of it. There you go. It's 1:19. It'll be 20 in a minute. I want to have Hawkeye on my channel for Native Story Time. Okay, get in touch with me. You sent me an email, and I think I replied back. So we got the connection right there. So let me know, and if it's convenient for both of us, we'll do it. I'm good. So ooh, that was a good one. Yum yum. Tangy. For those who want to know. I was thinking about guardian angels the other day, and thinking that back when I was a kid, I kind of feel like I saw spiritual angels. They may not have had their wings out, but they were there and they were standing in the light. The 3 days that I spent on the river, that I should have been dead, and probably did die. And as one of the Native American traditions is that you go and cover yourself up. Well, I was in this little divot on the bank of the Ochlockonee River, literally huddled down. And when I laid on my back, the sides were higher than I was. So in a lot of ways, it was like a grave, but it was away from the mosquitoes and I could protect myself with palmetto fronds, because it was hot. And so I wanted to be close to Mother Earth where it was cooler. So I found this little divot in the earth. And 3 days later, I come out off the river. But during that time, as I recall, that I remember my spirits getting up out of my body. At the same time, I sat a little bit upright and was looking down across the swamp with the river at my head, and could see myself, my spirit self, walking with a spirit on either side of me off across through the swamp. And I laid there as myself in this little, divot in the earth and watching and going, is that me? Is that me? It was on the second day. Is that me walking through? And they were obviously some kind of spirit guides or angels or something. I can't necessarily tell you that they had wings, but they were a different shade of white than I was. I was kind of sort of grayish. My spirit self that I saw. Um, I need seeds. Orbs, huh? Uh, yeah, it was amazing. Some of the pictures that I put up on Facebook, and for those of you who haven't been there, uh, I haven't been able to upload those same videos here, or the pictures. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't like this computer. It's acting weird. I don't have the right plugins. I got to do something else. But anyway, that's my issue on this end and YouTube. But on Facebook, my daughter even, remarked, it was good to see you and Duggar on the river and the videotape kind of thing. But in some of those pictures that I took of the tent, my little camp down here in the woods, was that, there weren't a lot of orbs, but there were orbs that showed up. And so this has just been farmland around here. But my point is that usually orbs, there's a meaning for the orbs being their spirits or something, right? And so, but I do know that there was an Indian battle or something nearby there, and many people lost their lives because there was a burial mound at the top of my property, where uh, like 20 feet from the property line to my property, he was scraping the top of the dirt to put his mother's trailer there and found 150 different. Some of these blades, I've talked about this before. Some of these blades were like this long, flint. There were, hatchet type things that he found 150 some odd pieces in this one spot. And the only reason they would do that is if someone of great honor had perished, passed, was buried nearby, because they never buried those items with the person. They buried them next to them. So somewhere right up here, that I've talked about this before, but somewhere right at the top of my hill, I've seen Indian spirits walking down the driveway and across the field and kind of freak me out. And other people have seen Native American beings here on this property. So the orbs and stuff that I've seen down in the woods, I don't, I'm between two graveyards, literally two churches, two graveyards. And so there seems to be spirits, not necessarily haunting, but in certain places around, I've been outside before and just took my camera and pointed here and there, won't see an orb. And so that night I was taking pictures down by the campfire. I was curious if there were any orbs in the neighborhood. But it wasn't like, that was the only reason I was taking the pictures. I wanted to be able to show what it looked like at night and how the tent was lit up and the fire, and how the hammock looked hung up there between the trees. And so, but anyway, um, the orb showed up in a couple of places, and I was like, well, then now that's just interesting because I wasn't there to take pictures of any spirits or orbs, but they showed up anyway down there. So I'm like, well, that's also the place that I'm doing it. I am cleaning out where I used to have my sweat lodge. So I would like to reconstruct my sweat lodge, and it's in the same area. So we brought good prayers to that place many years ago, and for me to be back down there with a campsite, and I haven't done a drum yet because it hasn't. I need to burn some more garbage that's there, remnants of the tarps and stuff that went over the lodge. And I don't want to dance around burning, plastic tarpaulin or a piece of carpet or something, And now, when I do my dance with the drum, um, I just had half of a watermelon gummy circle. Ah, that looks good. You can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm home from now. Beer time. Have one for me. But so anyway, um, for every time I take pictures or something like that, and the orbs show up, it reminds me daily that there are so many things that are around us. Yeah, I'm at 419. I was already ahead of you, but we can still have another one. This is number two at 427. We're going to rev up them 427 engines and we're all going to take one. Put your mouth on the exhaust pipe, my friends and neighbors. I know that. So, in all of these things and discussing, yeah, I got a lot of pictures that I've taken, and if you can go way back in my library, and it'll be a video about orbs in Ohio or something like that, and that's when I was at the petroglyphs in Ohio, and that's when the spirits told me how to take pictures. And all of these beings, when I turned around and took the picture, there's all these blue orbs. I mean, and the spirit that was talking in my head was like, they want to take a picture with you so you will remember that we exist. And it's a very spiritual place for the Native Americans in southern Ohio, south of Chillicothe. It's a petroglyph site there in Ohio. And I spent several hours there taking pictures of the petroglyphs and all, and I really need to find them pictures. But while I was there, I had this spiritual moment, and it was like, if you will turn around My connection is unstable. Is my connection unstable? Fire spirit pictures. Am I still transmitting? Because it said it gave me an error across my screen. Okay, but anyway, the thing about the orbs, though, and being in Ohio, the being gave me the settings. Yeah, it was a little longer here, Doug. Thank you. But the being told me what settings to use for the camera that I had, and I had to reduce the flash or do something, and all these blue orbs showed up. About the color blue that Steve Clark is using on his for his avatar thingy there, if it was translucent. But anyway, really pretty. So if you go back to one of my really early videos about 3 or 4 years ago, if it's still on my channel, I guess it's still there. But you know, I put the pictures up and I discussed, you know, what was being said at the time and the petroglyphs and the pictures and all that. But the experience still hasn't left me, if you know what I mean. The being that spoke to me there was like sort of an androgynous type, but was leaning a little bit towards the male side. And it wasn't a bad thing, good thing. It was just that was the nature of the being, period. And so it was like, you know, the message at the time there at the petroglyphs, while I'm taking pictures of the orbs, is that I will contact you again and I want you to know what my voice sounds like. And so, like, what do you want? Is there something you want me to do? And it was like, no. Well, I'm showing you all these beautiful blue orb beings around you. And for me, it was as I'm trying to understand, am I supposed to be a shaman or not? Am I, you know, what is this journey I'm on? So being in this very sacred and special place, going, it's a petroglyph, you know, that should tell you, like cave paintings, you know, prehistoric kind of thing, and interesting designs, let me tell you. But having the being speak to me, and then I took those pictures of the orbs, I was like, okay, so what do you want me to do in the future? And it's like, well, you know that you are connected with all of these beings. Now they've introduced themselves to me and said, here we are by the hundreds. I mean, in the picture, you can see way off back in the distance as the light fades away. There, and then I walked down this little path to this little waterfall and took some pictures. Those orbs were everywhere. Okay, until they told me that was enough picture taken. And I really did. I just wanted to take pictures because they were, you know, you could take two pictures in a row and one picture would have one or two and the next picture would have 20 in the same location, same spot, 10 seconds later, waiting for the camera to recharge the flash, right? So having been contacted in these ways and having in so many ways more of a feeling of being around those orbs. I mean, because they're all around you. You turn and you take a picture over here, and there's a bunch of them. And you turn and you take a picture, and there's a bunch of them here. So they're all around you, and all relatively of the same color. But some of them are dimmer, brighter. Some of them around the edges. Some of them are a little iridescent. Some are a little more solid. But they're all the basic same color. And having the experience of this being chatting in my head. And so I was like, so what's expected of me? Now, this has been several years back when I went to Ohio when I went up with my daughter and my friend Marcia, and we drove up because her mother was in the hospital with her heart and not doing well. She's doing much better now down in on the coast of Alabama, right there at Florida. Anyway, so that's good. Um, but the idea is I kind of sort of reminisce over that. It's like, it wasn't too long ago that I had this little visit in my head, and it sounded like the being that was there in Ohio. And it was like, I just wanted to stop by and remind you what I sound like, what my voice sounds like. And I was like, oh, okay. Now in my head, I have this sort of outline. It's really it just looks like somebody's wearing a robe and they got their hands down. So there's not really anything distinct about the person, right? The being. Nothing malevolent at all. It's that it's at some point we may need to get in touch with you. And I'm like, okie dokie. But as I was learning on my track of shamanism and understanding the spirits, because there were several times I've taken pictures of the orbs around me and have been terrified. Okay, I will be honest with you. So some of them things were red and orange and had fierce faces in them, and just faces appear in the smoke that you just know is like, that's not just smoke. There's a face there. And I put up some of those pictures too from down on the Ochlockonee River. And all of the spheres, the thousands of spheres that live down there on that lake edge along the river. Oh my God, they're all over the place. I went through some pictures on a disc that I had, and oh my God. So having been swimming in all of these spheres with beings and so forth, and where am I headed with that? I believe in the angels. I believe that there are benevolent beings that are, that whether they, I, I think that how I'm hearing and sort of seeing them, if you will, is a projection, but it's really strong. And the reason I know that it's strong is because in my trust in understanding the universe, here was this being that said, put the changes to your camera and turn around and take a picture. And it took me one adjustment, and all of a sudden there's all of these, 50, 60 blue orbs all around me. So it's kind of hard for me to deny that it didn't happen because they gave me my own proof. And so all of the things that I've ever asked the angels or the universe is that if there's any way that you can give me proof. So I've had pictures that I've been able to take. I've had, uh, just different things. And so it's like, that's my proof to me, but it's up to y'all to decide whether or not it's your proof. But it is the existence of these other things, other realms, and they're not always bad. And that in some of these, what we would consider realms, I'm learning to understand, as some of the native teachers have taught, is that it's in the great mystery. So the answers are always in the great mystery. And every question that's ever been asked, the answer is there already. So, but in that great mystery, the void, if you will, me being null and void, it's a zero space. It exists, but it doesn't, and there's no time involved. So if you go to that null space, if you will, because at the time I was talking with this entity, it didn't feel like time was really moving. And when I looked down at my watch, it'd been like 40 minutes or something that I'd been taking pictures and listening and going, wow, what do you want from me? Or why are you contacting me? Or because we're here at this sacred site, you're going to learn more. Go home and look at the pictures, which I did a video, said, here, you look at this stuff, here you go. Now, I know all of you have had different types of experiences. So why am I bringing this up? Because that's our proof. Other people are not going to believe, have not believed us. There are many people that, friends and family, and they go, well, there's orbs, you put up another picture of an orb again, Dave. Yeah. That's just in your camera lens. No, it ain't. That's why I take 2 or 3 pictures looking at my hammock. and one will have two or three or none in it, and then the next picture, literally time stamped a couple of a minute, less than a minute later, there are orbs around my hammock. So how can you actually say that those things don't exist, or that it's a sleight of hand with the camera lens and light and so forth? So I know they're there. Do I have any particular reason why, or do I necessarily want to communicate with them? The answer is no. But one thing that when I am aware that there are beings around me, a lot of times I just assume it. So what I try to do is, like, I was raking up leaves and burning the pile when I was first making that camp down over there, right? So I'm saying out loud, and I'm saying, great spirit, and all to all the critters here in the woods. I'm cleaning this area up so I can come down and share, so I can come down and do fires, and anybody that any spirits that are hanging around, you're everyone's welcome. If you, especially those with you with good intent, if there are those of you who are on the fence, you're still welcome. But if you have any kind of bad intent, then please stay out around the edges and honor our space. So I'm not commanding anything to get away. I'm just saying all y'all are welcome. And that's what I learned is the magic of it. Some powerful being that can keep negative energies away. You don't have to confront them, but the word confront is wrong. To be able to acknowledge that they exist and that they have a right to, but they just don't have the right to mess with you. I mean, so and every time any spirit that has any honor, now there are critters out there that have no honor. So we just have to go there. But like a Klingon warrior, there's no honor, right? So, but in this void spot with no time, there's another word for it. But anyway, we'll just stay with the null space for the moment. And where there's no time, no, space is irrelative, but that all things can exist there. So you can share that void space. And for me, in learning to be a shaman, is that you have these waking dreams to where, because I was awake at the time taking the pictures and I'm hearing this, but I'm also kind of seeing what this figure looks like. I said, I don't care what you look like. If you're a good being or a bad being, and I kind of went through that a little bit. But then when I saw the pictures, because I took the picture and then looked down and I went, oh, and the voice in my head says, we're here to, to greet you and to thank you and to like they were expecting me almost in a way. But I was really drawn to that spot too. When we went on that trip, I was like, I just got to go. And if I'm going to be up in Ohio again, I really want to twist somebody's arm to take me back there again with a camera and a bunch of memory for me to sit there and say thank you to the spirits after all these years of having been there and taking pictures and the orbs. And I don't expect anything, but I just want to go back and light some sage and sit there and say thank you, because those spirits all those years ago have given me extra faith, not just in the being that talked in my head, but extra faith in that there are these orbs represent good beings, and these good beings want to help us in this world, and that at some point we might transform into some of them. So they were like kinfolk, and I'm like, it was really great to be around them, these entities. I've never felt anything like it. And so it's like, it was really cool remembering back and being able to like transport my thoughts back to that space, because I know where it is. It's in my heart, the beings, if they're still there, then I can just think about that spot and still experience that, you know what I mean? So in being a shaman, and if there's special powers, It's the ability to be able to go somewhere and be there. And then when you come home, you keep it in your heart. So you don't ever leave. There are places that I've been in the mountains, both in the Smokies, Carolinas, Tennessee. I've been all up and down up there, but only as far north in the mountains in Virginia, the tip of Virginia. And I've been up through Kentucky all the way and across the Ohio into southern Ohio and through there. And I've been out to the Rockies, and I've been out to, Mount Rainier. Some of the craziest heights I've ever seen was on Mount Rainier. But the experience of the world and then having spiritual, I hate to use this word, spiritual sightings or meetings with orbs and things, and you go, the world is so huge, it's so vast. And there have been places where I've taken pictures and there was orbs all around, down on the river in places. It's like, what are y'all doing down here? I went through some pictures where I was out on a lake not too far from here. It's a new lake they put up about 25 miles. And in a couple of places, as we were coming back after sunset, I was taking pictures in certain areas. I was being drawn like, here, take pictures over here. Okay. And in some of the pictures that I took, there are a bunch of orbs on this island, in the middle of this lake. And I was like, well, now it used to be connected before they put a dam up, but that all those orbs would be out there at different colors, mostly in the blues, a little bit of yellow. But I was like, wow, that's just interesting. And other places, there wouldn't be anything. But over here in this one spot on this island where I kept being drawn to stop and take pictures, I even rode over there and took pictures. And there were orbs all in there, which means there are beings of some type. So, but here's my point to all of this. So anytime I'm around something, I always say to all the beings that are here, and I'm assuming they can hear me, okay? To all the beings that are here, I'm here to bring you honor and respect. That's all. I bring you honor and respect. So I'm pulling up into a place that's out in the swamp, and I take a couple of pictures, and I say, "Ooh, there's some stuff in here." And so I automatically you say out loud, to all you spirits that are here, I'm not here to, to harass or to be mean or whatever. I bring honor and respect and peace to all of you who dwell here, And I do it, I'm telling you, I do it every place. But I learned it because of the time in Ohio with all the blue spheres and everything. And in my consequent times of taking pictures of orbs in places that probably rare. Now, a lot of people go to that petroglyph site. So, but I mean, places back in the swamp that I've taken pictures where there are, these huge number of orbs, and go, this is way down in the swamp. Even if you look at it now, there's a good bit of, folks around and stuff and kind of sort of nearby. But what are all these orbs doing down here in the swamp, in these backcountry places where there ain't nobody for a mile? And go, it's just interesting, So they seem to collect in certain places. And for whatever reason, I seem to be drawn to those places. And when I have a camera, I've taken pictures of them. I've got hundreds and hundreds of pictures of orbs and places that are just like out here in the middle of the lake. There's this swarm of orbs. Now, so what's that got to do with the path of the shaman? For every time I take pictures, it reminds me of how much of the universe we don't see with our naked eye. And every single time it reminds me that if we are, because many years ago, if I can, I will play the drum. So if there's nobody around and it's okay, then I'll take my drum out and drum for a couple of minutes in honor of the spirits around me. And if it's in the middle of the night and I haven't done this with Duggar yet because we're still getting used to that, but like doing a nighttime cruise. I would be on the river now if it weren't for Duggar, but I've been a little afraid to put him in the kayak with me at night. Anyway, we're going to get there. But with all the other pictures and everything that I've taken and my experiences being there, it's that the more that you give respect, and the times over on the Flint River, when I first started taking pictures, they were running the batteries out, and they wouldn't let me take pictures. So over the many years that I've taken pictures at this one particular boat ramp there on the Flint River where we always camped, um, the fact that I said, I'm going to take my drum and I'm going to drum and I'm going to, for some reason, I just was drawn to it, right? And so I did a little drum, and my friend was like, "Well, okay, what you doing?" And I said, "I'm trying to bring honor to the spirits who dwell here." So what used to be, a good 15 or 20% of the orbs that I took pictures of in that same spot over the years, there were a lot of orange and reds, and I mean, scary looking stuff. None of the blues or the yellows were scary, but the reds and the oranges and some of the faces in them, it was like, holy crap. And I mean, they'd be like right beside my head kind of thing. So, and I kind of felt like that was an issue. But for every time since then, I took my drum or my flute or both, and every time I always said, "Greetings to all who dwell here. I come in peace, and I bring honor and humbleness and respect to all of you who dwell here." And accept me as I am. My batteries don't run out. I can take pictures ad nauseum. Now, using the flash will drain them, but I put brand new batteries in one of my cameras, and within 2 minutes they were dead. I had like two changes. There was a set of batteries in the camera, dead. I took a couple pictures, replaced them, all the batteries, had a tester, the whole 9 yards, put them back, put new batteries in the second time. Took a couple of pictures, dead. Third time, I took maybe 10 pictures, maybe battery dead. And that was all three sets of batteries. The last two times I've taken pictures of the spirits, because I always lead before I ever take a picture, I always say, "I come in peace to greet you in love and honor, and to all of those who dwell here." And I don't care if there's anybody around or not, you know. But then I take pictures, and my battery has yet to go down because of that. And I've taken pictures of fairies and other orbs, just amazing things. But I believe that the reason I've had the success that I've had, that it was the fact that I continue to give honor to the universe where other people just take a place for granted. So the many places I've been on this planet, you can't take any of them for granted. Not really. And so we should be given honor to those spirits around us or come through or whatever the deal is, whether they're good or bad, you can honor them and go, if you were bad this time around, hope you learn something. But there are some folks who are who have a nasty essence about them, and it ain't their fault. It's just their genealogy. But in the great scheme of things, regardless of what DNA lineage or essence or whatever we may have in us, we still have the opportunity of free will to do right or wrong, good or bad. It doesn't matter. So in this shaman path, the basic steps are: do you wish to be this person that stays on the road? You know, uh, you don't have to do anything extraordinary, but just be a good person along the way. Do the best you can. We're all human. We're going to lose our temper once in a while, but in learning to be a good shaman, you learn to control those emotions. So, what are the powers of a shaman that I have attained up to this point? I would say the power of patience. A big, oh my God, you go, what? Yes, it is a big one, you know. So you wait a minute, as a shaman, so you attained this power. Hey Maxine, how are you? Yes, I have. I've attained this power and it's called patience. Because when you put patience and whatever wisdom you have together, because if you're being patient, then that means you're going to listen to yourself and maybe to others, but you're going to use the wisdom. So, but if you just fly off the handle like I was so prone to do in early on in life, learning about patience and sticks and stones, a lot of people didn't like me for whatever reason, and when I actually looked at myself, I found out that they had a reason, because I was too outspoken in times when actually, and I got loud because I do that. My whole family does that. But so I had to learn how to speak more gently. And it wasn't what I was saying that bothered the people. It was my tone of voice. So in that, I learned the patience and, like, you know what? I've been this, guy all my life, like, a carny, come here. Anyway, to someone who had to just who had to stand still, stand up straight, and grow up. That's how I looked at it. I was like, man, I've been this angry young man all the way up to here. We have to stop being like that, you know. But I made the choice, you know. And so I was like, I'm not going to be like this anymore. I refuse to be in this angry young man or whatever it is. And I went through a lot of tears. I was still trying to figure out. And thank goodness some folks helped me. They gave me a book about adopted children, and that there is this sense of loss in 50% of the people who were adopted, say that because they were taken away from their birth mother, no matter how well nurtured or whatever, they missed them. And there was always this hole, this thing. Well, having had over 3 years, my mother kept trying to get me, keep me, whatever. And then it ended up adopting me to her brother, And so they had to make a pact all them years ago in 1956, when I was adopted, that they wouldn't speak about this. And then later on, it all came out. Things that over the years, it was so silly, but both mothers and my dad all went to their grave with a big secret, and that was the fact that we had another brother. They didn't even talk about him. And so when I go to Ohio, I'm going to meet him for the first time. I'm the oldest, my sister Lynn's the next, and Michael will be the third, So it's like, and we've never met. So how cool is that? So after all these years of all this other stuff, you go, well, I don't know if there could be any more surprises. Well, there goes one. Does that mean that we're all spiritually connected? If things are supposed to come out, if we're supposed to meet each other, if we're supposed to meet the siblings somehow in the universe, how do they know that we're out here? He was an only child by his parents. They never adopted anyone else. And the moon is in the second house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars. Anyway, but the fact that, over the years you would say, well, this would never happen, or that's an impossibility, or you know what I mean? So, and not only for me, but my brothers and sisters within the family. Now we've known about each other for quite a few years, but only within the last 4 years, I think, we've known about Michael. So, but to go up there and meet him this time around, and to also see my brother on the Lee side of the family, my brother Ron, and we want to go to. I'm twisting his arm. I want to go to the Air Museum. My brother Michael is a black powder rifle person. Well, probably pistols too, but he's a gunsmith. And it's like, man, my half brother Dan, actually, he's my true cousin. He was into guns, and as a machinist and everything, I just, when I got busted, and they took away my gun rights, I just had no more interest in guns, because it was immaterial. They won't let me have one. I can't be I can go touch one or something, but I can't have one, which is so stupid. If I was a mass murderer or something, don't give me another gun, but I ain't that. I smoke pot, for God's sakes. And just don't want to handle a gun if I'm stoned. But to the point though, I haven't missed it over the years. I've got bows and arrows and things. I got rid of the fox in the hen house with an arrow in the ass. And I still don't know where I learned how to do that. Okay, that's one of those karmic things. That I know how to shoot a bow and arrow, and I'm damned accurate beyond. This practice thing is like I just know how to do it. But I don't hit it every time. Don't get me wrong, but there are times when all I have to do is just look at my target and pull the thing up, and bam, it's there. I don't know where I learned that. I think it's from a previous life. So, but in this understanding of all these things, what makes sense to you and me, we're connected. When you say, I choose not to kill anybody, then that's the path that you take. And if you stay on that path, unless somebody tries to harm you or your family and you have to defend, that's a different story. But if you've already made the choice that you're not going to go around robbing people, okay, that's two down. I have no intent of, wanting to be the CEO of a corporation and do all that, well, okay. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that. But if your drive is differently, well, then you're tuned differently to the nature and to the everything. So I know there are some upstart businesses and people are the CEOs. I don't mean that, but or being a high-rise corporate lawyer or something. I mean, if you're into doing that, then you're in that frame of mind, and you're not in the same frame that many of us are in. Not that it's not cool, but so where is the spirit in that? Or are they on the right path? Well, it's their choice. Now, I know a couple of lawyers down here in the South. One of them helped me with my Social Security thing back in the day. He's a Southern boy. They got a farm out there and they go hunting and they have pigs and cattle and they grow a little something on the side. But he's not this high and mighty wig, but they got a modest little farm and a house, and he's got a good business there in Moultrie. A friend of mine that he was born on, we were both born on the same day, but I'm a year older than he is. And he's an attorney down in Thomasville. And he's a coveralls kind of, plays the bass fiddle and different instruments. Back in the day, he and his wife and other folks played around with some Appalachian and hillbilly music and uh, semi-country hillbilly kind of Appalachian anyway. But so he's more down to earth than all these other folks, and lives modestly, and can't say that one guy's better than the other. You know what I mean? They all seem to work for the same folks, people that they don't go gouging for money, but they will stand up for people. They've been upstanding people in the community. And I've known both one more, quite a few years through the theater group and other things. But anyway, so just because you're a lawyer or just because you're a this, or doesn't mean that you still aren't on some kind of spiritual path, and that you are kind to people and treat them with honor and respect. He always treated me with honor and respect, regardless of how much money I had. He treated me as a human being. So with that said, a lot of folks don't do that. And there's a lot in that. I will treat you like another human being. There's honor in there. So to stay on the red road, I think that people have their own way of living and what they're chosen to do. But if their heart's in the right place and if they haven't gouged people, and I knew some other attorneys that bought up a bunch of cheap property, and because they had 150 properties and I was the maintenance man. So I knew about this. I was in the offices every day getting work, sheets and stuff and reporting in and doing this and that. And who called in this time. That was before cell phones good. And and these were attorneys who helped other people, but they also, one of them, the FBI caught up with him and sent him to jail, and several other people, and absconded to some of his properties and liquidated them. And I happened to be there one day when they were auditing, and I walked in and there were these FBI agents going, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I'm the maintenance guy for their properties." And it was like, "You can't come in here." And I was like, "What?" So the lady opened up the window and she goes, you can go work on Smith Street and somebody needs something. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay, nothing new. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, and away from the property in the building I go. And one of the attorneys told me that the FBI wanted to know who I was because I worked for these 150 properties. And there was it was the back in the day of the SNL thing. He was one of the board of directors. One of the attorneys was the board of directors of a couple of these local banks. So he got loans through these banks to buy up these old pieces of property and really not even fix some of them up, but then claim the thing and the this and the other. And anyway, the FBI caught up with them in their scheme. And he had bought other pieces of property and this, that, and the other thing. And, he went from a big house and all this kind of good stuff down in Thomasville and a prestigious lawyer to being in jail with the FBI. And I was like, and I used to work for the guy, you know, at least through the rental company, right? I didn't do anything wrong, but could see where he did wrong. But anyway, they got him and a bunch of other folks in an SNL uh, banking scandal here in South Georgia. Riding backwards on horsebacks. Yeah, that would be interesting. I used to be around horses and worked for they a couple of weeks ago they had Rose Parade and stuff in Thomasville, and it's a big elaborate thing. Used to be involved with the parade and all, but also the people that I worked for at the stables, they had horse jumping and competitions and all that kind of thing. And I used to help out for those horse shows and get everything ready and tie ribbons and fixing fences and doing things and getting everything spiffy and bringing in hay and all that kind of good stuff. They paid me well, and so I have no complaints in the way I missed it, but because of my leg and because of my spinal injuries, riding on a horse hurts. Not so much my leg gets in a cramp, but my spine and the fact that it's still there are still gaps in my upper neck where I had surgery here that last time it didn't heal. And so I can't come down the driveway very fast. So if I'm riding on a horse, it ain't nothing but jingle. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. It ain't the horse. It ain't the riding. I can't stand the pain. I'm not going to be able to hold on to the reins. Do I think it's fun? Is it a lot? Absolutely. But that's why I don't ride trail bikes or anything because it's the jarring. I love it. I can still do it, but it hurts. It's 2:09, so we got 10, 11 minutes. So anyway, in my discussion about tonight, y'all are talking about something totally different, which is absolutely fine. But in the understanding of things, though, um, the red road is what you make it. You can step over the potholes, or when it rains, you can slide in the ditch. You can, there's all kinds of scenarios you can think of. But in my lifetime with the different people that I've met and places that I've been, You put yourself in situations you might not normally be in, or there are times when you have opportunities to do something and you don't. So it's, in some of these things at the fine line, you go, well, I don't know if I really want to do that. Are you just being grumpy, or should maybe you go? You might learn something, meet somebody, have a good time, or because you can always come home. But the idea, though, that someone gives you the opportunity to do something, and I've done this a bunch, right? I don't really feel like it. Okay, but then this last Thanksgiving, they invited me over for dinner, and I was like, "Yes, I'm coming. Let me put some drawers on, and put some clothes on, and comb my hair." And um, and it was absolutely lovely playing with I got another. Set of grandkids. uh Anyway, uh it was such a delight to see my dear adopted grandniece or granddaughter or whatever, Miss Emma. She's a delightful young lady. And also the 4-year-old, the 3-year-old that just turned 4 a couple of days ago, who refused to turn 4, who's now 4. But anyway, what a sweetheart, smart little thing. She misses her Duggar, and she knows who I am. And there are those experiences for those of us who don't get much of that. Some people are drowned in it. But for me, when I not having that closeness with grandchildren or whatever, because I'm in a way I'm stuck here. That when those little moments happen, they are very warming and spiritual and so forth. Where other folks, it's like, it's the damn kids again, and yeah, these kids, and they're driving me nuts, and blah 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 blah. I ain't working a horse no more. It'll kill me. Yep, that Barry, me too. I'll be around him, and trust me, I would love to, but that's one thing I just can't do. Um, I've been around horses, and some lovely horses. A lot of people I knew, did horseback riding. Uh, um, oh well, it's 2:13. Yeah, Doug, my spine. Yeah. But I'll take you down the river if any of you'll get over here. Oops, I'm early. Having conversation with my daughter. Well, they've been fishing, and they've been here and there, and it's like, okay, I'm only 4 hours maybe, and but they can't make it quite that far. I'm like, okay, I'd love to see you, Pop, and blah, blah. But anyway, it's like, and I kind of dug it into them a little bit. I was like, I've been trying to get some people to go with me, and I'm trying to get my canoe registered, which is all true. But I want to go on the Withlacoochee so bad. I'm ready to pay someone to go with me so we can have 2 vehicles to be able to do the drop off and pick up and all that. Lord have mercy, I will pay you. uh, a path I was meant to be on, it brought me here. Yeah. And yeah, 2:14 here almost. So, for whatever my message is to be natural, I used a lot of terms back in the day, and I still believe in this in a way, but there are a lot of, I think you'll get what I mean, and I mean no disrespect, but there's some spiritual hipsters out there that have always, now always, be love and light and be okay. Now, Brian always said, be the frequency you wish you want to receive. And there's nothing wrong with that. I got his shirt on underneath this one. And, uh, but the idea that spirituality has to be in little phrases, and well, Buddha said this and this one said that, and oh, namaste, everything. Oh my God, I'm so glad y'all don't do it. People, every time somebody would come in, namaste and this and that, and I mean, every time the same person's namaste, like, all right, once we understand, it's the repetition of it. It somehow it was just like, it was becoming overbearing, and I've noticed that a lot of people have stopped it. Now I still say namaste, and I mean it, and I understand it enough to be able to say it. Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. So that's a sort namaste is that's what it means to me in English. Anyway. So what does this mean in the real world? We got 4 more minutes. Fell on a bench, arms weren't long enough to reach the floor. Thank you, Maxine. We send out we try to send out the love. But in all my discussions about orbs and things, if we collect our energy and we have good energy, and like I was saying earlier, an hour ago ish, about the orbs, that I when you go step outside, or even in your house, you go to all the critters and to all the creatures, great and small, spiritual or otherwise, that may be here. I'm here to be peaceful and respectful and honorable. And thank you, to the universe. And a lot of people just think that's just stupid and foolishness and all that. But like I've said in my whole diatribe about the orbs, is I have learned that by being respectful and honorable, with or without a drum, it was better with a drum, because that was one of the messages. Some of the spirits that were down on the river were Native American. And so by taking my drum and just playing a soft drum, it was being in respect to all those spirits. And when I took pictures of them, there wasn't a red spirit in the neighborhood. They were all light spirits, blue spirits, a couple of light green ones, but some yellowish, but none of the nasty orange and red and ugly things. And there was even that one time there was even a fairy or two in the area. I mean, it was not a flying bug, because we would have seen it. It showed up as a fairy in several places. In one, you can actually see the two wings. So it's like, yep. But when you take honor where you go, and your honor is your aura, it is your confidence, but being respectful to all, right? If you're honorable, then you understand you're respectful. Now, if somebody gets in your face, you have the choice to punch them out, stab them, kill them, shoot them, or just go, well, that's nice. And, I'm sorry you feel that way. And in my lifetime, in this go around for my walk, we got 1 minute. For my walk on the red road, it was to learn to not stab first, It was to say, okay, I'll take a step back, and I will honor you in the space between us, kind of thing. But if you're hell bent on killing me, well, you might have an issue with that. But I will greet you with love and honor, and peace be upon you. It's up to you to have bad intentions upon me. So, but I'm going to tell you right up front that this is how I feel. This is how I believe. Now, if you're the mean, bad, nasty guy and says bullshit to all that, well, then we got an issue. But it doesn't mean that they're going to try to kill me. Okay. They might just not, I think what you believe is bullshit. Okay. But I'm not going to kill you. Oh, that's even better. I don't feel threatened by you because I'm a mean old son of a bitch over here, and I'll kill you if you. All right, I'll stay out of your way. That's That's the honor that I keep talking about, in that you don't have to like some of these spirits that are out there. But if you're fearful, you'll draw them in. If you're disrespectful, they'll come at you. And the other ones will be dispelled. It's sort of like hummingbird. And that's another thing. The upside down hummingbird was, or I mean, the hummingbird, that's an, I kind of sort of missed those earlier. The hummingbird doesn't like any kind of disagreement or disharmony around it, because it will literally drive it mad. So for today, for the hummingbird to literally fly between the windows, up and down, and looking in the house, I was like, yeah, that's got to be a little bit of a sign, because there's nothing that looks like a flower right there. There, he might have been looking at his reflection, but he was looking in the house. And so, or she, but to the point. So I hung up a hummingbird feeder right there between the two windows outside tonight, and I used PB Blaster to to free up the little hanger that I had. For those of you who remember my PB Blaster thing, it was, man, it was hosed up and rusted. I put a little squirt on each end and let it sit for about 2 minutes. Grabbed a pair of pliers to hold on to it, because it was just hard to hold on to without the pliers, and gave it a good little twist, and it broke right free. And I was like, there you go, PB Blaster. So proof again to myself. So how do you know this stuff works? How do you know that the spirit world's out there? Well, because I keep taking pictures of orbs, and other things keep showing up. There are other things that are obviously here in this world. So if we say thank you to it and give it honor and respect, and here we go. And to each of you that are here, you give honor and respect to each other. And that is that energy flow that's going side to side, if you will. That's an interesting way to put that. It's not necessarily a directed energy. It's more that the energy's there, kind of, I don't know, we're kind of waddling in a spiritual kind of way, in my humble opinion. And that because you share your good energy, because you share your love, there is this energy that we just kind of get washed in. And hey, guys, it's not the end of it. Fox, it's good to have you in. We hope that you continued whatever it is. Yeah, the hummingbirds again, Maverick. Yep. Hummingbird cake. What? As we only had. Pull the guy and beat him up. Thank you, Steve. And I'm glad. Every time I get off here, and before I get on, I have to go through this, my own little mental thing. It's like, okay, should I do this, or because one of the things in keeping myself in check is that, yeah, I'm talking about myself and my experiences all the time, because I don't, I can't talk about yours unless, but in that, it's difficult at times, from some of my past behavior 25 years ago, 20 years ago, more like 25, 30 years ago. There was a lot of ego that was attached, and that, there are times when I try to make my point, but you ain't got to believe me. There are people I've been talking about. I was so good, about drinking, out of plastic bottles and stuff, and changing. And when Max was here in the chat room that night, I was like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Somebody else that's actually done it and have seen seeing the changes and that their arthritis. Oh my God, somebody else, in the universe. It's so great. And so that, folks can drop in here and we can have little conversations about how our arthritis is better because we stopped drinking out of plastic bottles and things, and how our habits, we changed our habits and certain things, and some of us have gotten better. And Barry, if you're still out there, I was thinking earlier today and sending you a prayer, and I was like, Barry, I hope you hear this. Have you done your little exercises today? And I kind of looked up at the sky and gave a little giggle and went about to whatever I was doing. Oh, Julianne, I have found dried pineapple from the local dollar store. And other people are like, it's a little too sweet or whatever. But this dried pineapple, I have dried, because it's hard for me to get fresh fruit, right? But I've got dried apricots. I got dried cherries right here. So I got 3 or 4. I've got, when I can find them, they have dried mango. And so I can get different kinds of fruit, but as far as it being fresh, no, but it's been dried properly. And I can take it with me in the kayak, or I can throw some in the truck if I was going on a trip. Uh, oh man, I've been there on that. Even have a small weight set up and back on the deck. Well, it ain't about the weights. It's all about the isometrics. You know, um, let me tell you, after my couple of days with the weed eater out in the yard, OMG, I'm still sore today, but yesterday I was like, don't touch me, don't touch me. Not that there was anybody here to do that, but I was like, holy crap, so uh, I'm looking forward to another day with the weed eater though. But let me tell you, it hurt me bad yesterday. Let me tell you. But you know, like I say, not every day is a holiday. Not every day is the best in the world. There were times yesterday, upset stomach, and I just talked about it. I said, man, I haven't been sick to my stomach with anything in a while. And yesterday I was like, I had some kind of weird stomach kind of oddness going on. I was like, what the hell? I just got done saying that I haven't had any stomach troubles, and here now I got some kind of upset. What the? I'm going to shut up about this. I have my own dehydrator. That's good. I had one, and I don't. It's in pieces right now. Hey, Lady Court, best athletes are gymnastics, and they don't barely touch weights. Yep, I know. Watching one for 10 years. Yep. When I was a kid growing up, we did a lot of tumbling. I where we lived and the people that we knew in the carny business and the circus business. We knew some folks who were literally trapeze artists, and not too far from where the folks who owned the carnival lived, who knew the circus people, uh, because they were all part of the showmen's associations. That um, we literally would go over to somebody's house and we could jump and land on those nets like they do for trapeze artists, right? Having been able to do that at one time. I could hang by my hands. I was really strong on the shoulders. But what I wanted to do was to learn how to, I wanted to be a catcher. In other words, so I would hang upside down, and then the person who would come off, I would catch them. And I knew someone who did that. But I had my leg broke. And so that was out because I couldn't bend my knee around the bar. So, and because of my leg, and during that time when I was in Tampa and they were still doing it, I was working trap sets. So tumbling, um, it wasn't really jujitsu kind of stuff, but we were always tumbling and jumping and parallel barring and stuff. And as kids, we played army. And for those of us, down in the swamp, you go down in the swamp a good ways, and Hawkeye, do you remember me saying my brother is the rubber boy? I think so, but I still don't know what it means. There, I've had a lot of memories that have just been smacked. And you know, give me something. There are some things I've met some people go, well, I knew you back when, and I go, I'm sorry. There was a certain period of time when my brain was literally fried, and there are just things I do not remember. And other things, uh, I'm peeling Rosella's now and dehydrating them. That's cool. It's the rubber boy. He was in a carnival, the rubber boy. I remember there was this guy. He was like a Mr. Stretch. Maybe not the most flexible. No, I don't think I ever met. Our carnival wasn't that big. It was mostly rides and what they call hanky pank. There are flat stores and then there's hanky pank. Flat stores, you know, if you win one time, if you put this for another, put up $5 and you can win, you know, 10 times more kind of thing. It's a buildup, is what they call it in the carny business. And so that's a flat store. So then there was the other kind of carnies who were the hanky panks. And you had a 50-50 chance of winning, and it was made purely on your accuracy. So it was a game of chance, not a buildup. So you could play over and over again or whatever, but you didn't have to, if you won something, you didn't have to put it in as collateral if you didn't win the second time. That's what a buildup is. Well, now see, you won two in a row. He was a contortionist. Nope, I didn't know any contortionists. Because see, now I grew up in Tampa, Sarasota. The Giants Fish Camp was right across the river. They was it the Alphi, the well, anyway, the river down there. Giants Fish Camp. Whatever that road is that comes down through Sarasota, Bradenton, and that things have changed since then, but the bridge is still there and the area is still basically the same. I don't know if Giants Fish Camp is still there, but a lot of circus people lived there. And up around Fannin Springs, up around where uh, the Swanee River is, uh, Chiefland, some places up in there, Cross City, some of the smaller communities was winter quarters to a lot of people in the carny business and also in the circus. And then farther south was Sarasota, Ringling Brothers. You know, there were clowns, and you know, but I didn't meet any. I didn't meet any contortionists. Now remember that because our show didn't have any sideshows. Okay, that's the biggest thing. There were the games, and then there were the rides, um, um, and you know, and concessions. Yeah, any prayers you need, Lady Court. Yeah, but there was this guy that could grab a hold of his skin and pull it out unbelievably. They say he was somebody that had lost a lot of weight and that he could pull his skin out. It was still creepy anyway. Now there were some sideshows that came in with the fair every year there in Tampa, but because there were so many winter quarters in the Tampa, not so much St. Pete, but that's interesting. There were some carnies in St. Pete, but most of them stuck to, you know, more to the Sarasota, some of them even as far south as Fort Myers. And if you're ever in Sarasota and been to the Ringling Museum and seen how they built that place, it's like an Italian villa. It is flippin' gorgeous. Plus all the paintings they have there. Oh my gosh! I mean, it had Renoir and both a Monet and a Manet, and some of these pictures were like 10 feet tall. Uh, and for the life of me, I can't tell you the names, but Maxine, I'm okay with baseball. Uh, I played it as a kid. We played softball and that kind of thing. But as far as just watching it, it's like if we were to get together with baseball and bat and go out there and play a little softball or something, in the yard, I'd be more than happy. But to kind of sit around and just watch baseball, it's like watching golf to me. It's too slow. But I mean, don't get me wrong. There are times when the playoffs and everything, I'll sit down and watch a game, but I'm not totally against it. But there are some folks who would just, I know a bearded lady also. No, she's not in the circus, my ex-wife. There you go. Uh, but we knew people who did the snake lady and some other we knew folks who did the sideshow carney. I mean, there are some folks who had some two-headed monkeys and formaldehyde. They had some real monkeys and chimps and stuff. They had they had these dogs with no upper legs that did tricks just on their back legs. It was crazy. But that was way back in the day in the 60s. But then things transformed and those kind of sideshows, freak shows, sideshows kind of died off. Now the big fairs still had them. You come see the snake lady, come see the this, come see that anyway. You could watch all day. I'd watch part of the day with you, but Now see, I played because I had my leg broken during a football game playing for Tampa Catholic against Temple Heights in Tampa. King Field JV versus our JV was playing their varsity. That's how bad it was. Of course, they beat us, but we were sophomores playing seniors, and we're doing really well. And they had kind of pointed me out and said, we need to take this guy out because I was playing linebacker. I loved to play football back in them days, but I also loved. I also have a photo, and I'm in the Hall of Fame at Tampa Catholic for being one of the participants uh, in whatever 68 track for our class. We won the state championship, the only time in all these years back in 66 or 67 anyway. And the last race of the meet for for Florida, we were running different heats, right? Different classes, and it was Class B. We were Class B school, and the last race was a sprint medley, and I ran the 440 quarter mile. But the thing is that man, that I was only a freshman, so um, that last 15 yards was like a really killer. I could run that first 330. So in the sprint medley, they put me in the 330 section. So which is that there's there's a 110, a 220, a 330, and then the last one in the sprint medley is the 440. And so my friend uh, Michael Latson was the 440 guy. He could run a 440 in 49 seconds. I was like 54, I think, 55 seconds um, as a freshman. You try to run a quarter mile in under a minute. But anyway, but there's something about there's something about track and field is what I'm getting at. Um, and there's something about the running. There's something about the shot put. There's something about the discus. There's something about the long jump. Uh, the hurdles, in a way, I always thought they was just a tad too high. I just couldn't quite get up there. But the idea, though, that Hawkeye two feathers, thank you. But the idea, though, that in being, for me, track and field, not just baseball. I mean, I'm into all sports. You know, I've even recently gotten into hockey, which I was very confusing for me. I couldn't understand what they meant by this and checking, and it just not clicked. But when Tampa Bay was in the finals last year and they won the cup, I started watching it, and then I did a little bit because I became interested. Like, I'm from Tampa, you know. I was glad the Bucks won, you know. My old hometown. As much as I don't really like to go there, it's still my. I wasn't born there, but I grew up there, so yeah, I still got some of that pride. Uh, but because I'm in Georgia, I'll root for Atlanta too, of course. Now, anyway, but the idea though that I think it's the repetition of the game. Like if there are two teams that I'm like, I don't know, the Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals. I don't even think they're St. Louis anymore. I think they were sold to Phoenix or something. It got so confusing. But if it was two teams, like it was Atlanta and Cincinnati or something, you know. But if it was two teams I didn't know or something or have no affiliation to, because I was born in Cincinnati, so I'll watch Cincinnati, right? Down in Tampa, so I'll watch Cincinnati and Tampa. Okay, you know, I'll watch that. You know, but to just sit down and watch any baseball game or any other football game for that matter, or anything else like that, you know, if I got a little bit going for it, a little bit of, you know, hometown something affiliation or whatever, I'll sit down, you know, I'll watch. You were the mile runner. Yeah. My track name was Chicken Legs. You know what? That's my coach said they used to call me Crazy Legs because I didn't, as I ran through, I kicked my heels out or something. I didn't keep my stride straight, and he called me Crazy Legs. And before I broke my leg, he was like, "No, you're going to be one hell of a runner. If we got to teach you how to keep your legs in. You'll run faster." And I understood, but you know, I was a freshman, you know. So, but yeah, to be on the Hall of Fame at Tampa Catholic for being one of the team members for the us winning the state championship that year, the '67, I think. Anyway, yeah, it must have been '67 because anyway, but to the point though. I've often wondered, not necessarily as a curse, but if I hadn't have broken my leg because of how fast I was as a freshman. I mean, I could run a quarter mile as a freshman, you know, 56, 57 seconds easy. And I was getting better. And, you know, running the 330, for example, uh, you know, in a medley or something like that, you know, I did it in like 52 or 3 seconds, you know, to run 330 yards. That's not blindingly fast, but back then it was especially for a little skinny white boy. So I've often wondered, you know, my life changed drastically when I got my leg broke, in that any chance of any kind of physical activity was just literally out the window. And so then that's when I started doing public speaking. So I was in a cast for on and off for years, and spent a year in a cast in my uh, junior and senior year of high school because of the corrective surgery they did to my leg when it was, yeah, junior year. I spent a whole year in a cast. So, but the idea to for and I'm still here today. I've got really good motion, better than I've ever had in my life since I was a teenager. So, thank you Jesus, for that one. And for that, the bone doctor down there in Thomasville. I can see the place down on the south end of town, and I can see the building in my head because I had to go to therapy there for months. I learned a lot about therapy. Tui, I learned a lot about therapy by being there and not being able to catch a ride until later on. So I spent more time there in therapy than I was actually in the therapy. But there was this guy who worked as a therapist in the building. His real name was Jimmy Durante. And if there was nobody in the place or something, or I'd ask him, I said, why do you do that? Why do you put that person in there? Why do you put that salt pack on? How come you put salt pack on one person, then you put another person in a salt bath, And it was all these questions and all these things. And that was back when I was 14, 15 years old. And so having had that living myself to learn how to walk again, one leg shorter than the other. It was in a straight position for a year. It was really difficult to get my leg to bend. All the calcium deposits on my knee joint, how it was broken, and the fact that I can walk and run with the dog right now at almost 69 years old, I'm tickled. But I never gave up the fact that I would still be able to walk. I can't walk great distances or run great distances, but I can sprint around the yard. I can run 10 or 15 yards. I can start from up there at the hill and run down to the house. I can run and chase the, Duggar it's an old soccer ball, and we play kickball. So I know some folks that I know that they hurt, and I know their back hurts. Mine does, but you got to make the effort. You got to make the effort. And so, Steve, not Steve, Barry, Steve, what am I thinking about you? I was 23 years old at the time in tech school. Yeah, see, by the time I got to that point, my knee was wrecked, and I couldn't run with any kind of packs or anything. I went through a lot of years without being able to walk very well. And Maxine, your son is a swimmer. See, I love swimming, but because I had less motion in my leg, I couldn't kick as long as other people could. And so, but yeah, I was just picking on you. That's all. Um, you know, because you and I had talked about it the other day about the pain part. And, it's a yin and yang. So I had held on a particular way for the doing how you do the weed eater thing. So while I'm weed eating, I'm like, no, if I change my posture while I'm here, it won't hurt so bad. And so earlier today, I was laying on the couch with Duggar, and I moved my neck just right. My neck popped, and it was like, oh, that's the one. And I got up, and I felt so much better after that. I was like, it was just nagging me back and pop, and I was like, ah, that's it. I give great massages, and I could teach you a lot about massage and technique from a form of technique that was taught through the Casey Foundation by my dear friend Charles, who taught me. And I've used it on many people for healing and thising and thating over the years, but I ain't got nobody that anywhere nearby. But I was very close to I used to give massages for people, and I even looked into being a masseuse, but I was like, who's going to come down here? Because I couldn't really travel and anyway. So, but I give therapeutic massages that would just literally just leave you breathless. And in that respect, I can brag because the people that I've given massages to, even one guy, he was a masseuse, my dear friend Ron Shanks, he was like, damn, Dave, he said, you should have a license to do what you do, you know. And uh, many, there were many, well, there were men too, but most of the comments were for women. They said, David, you have magic fingers. You could just know how to, you know. But I studied acupressure. And a friend of mine who went to the Tallahassee, they teach massage therapy. Um, she would go to class, and then the next day she would come in to where I was working, and she'd go, "This is what I learned yesterday in class." And I'd go, "Now this is what I learned about the way Edgar Casey taught it." And so I would practice on her, and she would practice on me. And I go, you know, you can feel the knots in somebody, and if you train your fingers and all this kind of stuff, so you do this acupressure, you know, with your fingers to release those tensions, you know. And she was like, man, you know, she would come in and she'd go, I've had a 10, I'll do you if you do me, you know, was what she'd do. And so we'd sit in the chair, and it was always about the neck and the shoulders, because they were trying to train them how to go into an office area or something and do 10 minutes of therapy on someone, you know, to just say, okay, sit in the chair and relax, and you do the thing with you. But which way do you go? There are some people who will push on, they'll start on your neck. And if you ever get anybody that does this to you, stop them. Okay. I'm going into another thing here, but I know about this stuff. All right. If anybody gives you any type of quote therapy or rubbing, and they go from your, say, your elbow to your wrist, and that's the flow that they, you know, they're massaging and they're going this way, or they start pushing, to stop them right then. With the neck, people will start at the bottom of the neck and they'll work up the neck. You don't do that. You start at the base of the skull in the occipital region back here. You release that, and you take all of the tension down the spine, and you release it out that big bone at the bottom of your neck, you know, top of your spine. So if anybody tries to push, if they try to do a neck massage on you and they push, they go up your neck, stop them. Just stop them, because you'll hurt worse. Now, I could give whole courses on different types of techniques with uh, but here's this, and this is what Casey taught. Okay. And there was a doctor in many of the readings who I want to say it's Dr. Riley, and I may be mistaken about that point. Okay. I'm going to call him Dr. Riley anyway, for the sake of conversation. But Casey gave readings, and Dr. Riley came up with this massage technique. And my friend Charles went to the Casey Foundation in Virginia Beach and learned. This guy was, you know, way old. This was in very early 70s. And the doctor was in his 70s or 80s or something. He was really old. But he taught this technique through what he learned in conversations and the things with Edgar Casey himself. So Charles went to and paid good money, went to the classes and got a certificate and all that kind of stuff. Then he came back down here and said, I got to teach you this, because we're both Libras. And he goes, and I was working with handicapped children. And he said, so, you know, the idea though that it was something that we could help people, you know, and I still have the technique. I just don't have anybody to practice on. But the idea though that, you know, the healing touches of hands, and like right now, I would love to trade neck massages, you know, but now through this Casey method and Dr. Riley, the idea of starting at the fingertips. If your elbow hurts, you start at the fingertips. And you go, what are you talking about? Well, I'm just going to go right to the elbow. No, you start with the fingertips. And what you want to do is you want to use the opposite hand if you're doing it to yourself. But if it's the right hand for, let's see, left hand, right hand. So I use my right hand. So I put my finger in and I do like a corkscrew and I twist. And I twist in a clockwise fashion. Okay. And the reason for that is you wanted the, in order to get new blood into all of the old, into the tissues, everything comes down the arm and into the fingertips and then comes back up, right? If you don't know that, that's basically how it goes. So you want to, your elbow hurts, you want to get new blood all the way down from your fingers. So each finger gets a chance, every finger gets a chance all the way up to help push it into the hand. And then you do a slight massage with the hand between the fingers and down the joints, and you push it up to the wrist. So now you're encouraging new blood to come down in the fingertips. And as you start down here, then you move into the forearm and you push the energy back towards the heart. So you don't shove it down your arm. You want to make sure that you start down here because that's where the blood ends, is down in here. So you want to start from here and push the blood back up and allow the energy, get the nasty, puts the bad out. And so while you're doing it, you also, and I don't quote me on this, but I think it's sort of in the Reiki sort of thing that for me, there was always the spiritual part of I'm not just doing the mechanics of this. I'm saying I'm pushing with my energy and my hands all the bad out. I'm pushing all the old blood out of my fingers and from the hand. All the old blood is going back in so that new blood can flow down and stimulate and cure and help and that kind of thing. So that's in the thought while I'm doing the massage. But if somebody is doing your back and they start at your spine and work toward your head, stop them because they should start at the top of your spine where you left all the neck energy, that top vertebrae. You start there and you work all the way down the spine and you take all of the nasty energy and all of the stuff and take it all the way out down to the tail pot, your tailbone. You take all that energy and push it down the spine, right down to the tailbone, and release it. And when it's done right, people will literally gasp after it happens because they feel this great lifting. But for those folks, so the same thing with the legs. Start with the feet, you work up, and you always push towards your heart so that you will take the blood that's coagulating in my legs at the moment. I will literally put my feet up on the wall, and it's good to not just put your feet up in a recliner, but over your head. Put them over your head. It will keep the blood from clotting and things. I haven't been doing it enough, and oops, I didn't say thank you to Bob. Yeah, Steve, that's a good idea. One of the things that I learned back in that, and I get what you mean about that, Steve, but one of the things that I learned through a mental relaxation also went along with the what I learned from the Casey massage technique, Dr. Riley, I think, and I could absolutely have that name wrong. But he studied with Edgar before Edgar died. But anyway, the and he worked with the foundation after that. But anyway, the basic idea of how the energy flows and how you use your energy and also the blood and the capillaries. I hadn't really understood. I mean, I sort of knew about veins and all that kind of stuff in biology and things and stuff, but when you get into massage and a person who had to go through early on in my life the importance of physical therapy and massage and you know, that kind of thing, and the healing that's done there. But then I wasn't really paying attention to kind of sort of the psychic part of it. So then when I learned how to do this technique and I threw the psychic part of it into into the physical um, massage, I took that to the same level as so that instead of, you know, like starting and I'm not picking on you, Steve, but I, you know, will start at my head and work to my shoulders. And then I'll start at my feet and come up and work to my hips. Then I'll start at my fingertips and come up to my, you know, shoulders. And so I use a very similar technique in the relaxation of the body through the same basic principle of the massage technique from Casey, if that makes sense. Everybody's got their own way to do it, and I'm not saying anyone's better than the other. But I used to just do it from the feet up, and that, you know, but then I noticed that from the feet up, the relaxation thing was out of kilter with what I knew about the physical part of doing this. Start at the neck and go down to the spine, start at the feet and go up to the hips and leave that energy there. So by starting at my feet and going to the head, I was actually pushing upstream in a sort of manner of speaking. So whether or not that actually has anything to do with your own, close your eyes and relax your body, lots of different ways to do it. But there are some folks who use a certain technique, like I used to do, start at the feet and go up to your head. And like, no, no, because then you're kind of like mixing up energy. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's follow the places that are already there. Okay. Anyway, don't know if that means a hill of beans to anybody, but I know in the massage, if I could give you one of those types of massages I'm talking about, you will just go, oh my god, yeah. Not have to sit down for 2 hours, you know, from the energy it takes to do it. But anyway, Delaney, I can feel it in my body when someone has an issue, but the spirit of an individual is a whole other deal. Yeah, yeah. Don't you know, Delaney? Yeah. So, but anyway, in that. But if you just understand how the body's kind of sort of connected now, um, but as far as the energy coming down your back, and relaxing the muscles and the shoulders and the shoulder blade, and you start at the fingertips and bring that energy up and you release it at the top of your spine, and do the other arm and release that energy at the top of your spine, and then whatever energy is there, you take it and you run it down your back and out your spinal tip, you know, out your you know, your tailbone. And the odd part is, but from the legs, you still have to push that energy back up towards the heart. So it seems a little out of kilter in a way that you would say, well, I'm going to take that energy up to the hips, but then you release it from like the hip bones and the back of, you know, so that energy doesn't go up the spine, and the spinal energy doesn't go down the legs. So, and it's just interesting, but over I mean, I learned this back in the 70s, y'all. So, there are some people to this day, you know, they go, what? And anyway, but if you will listen to what I say, there is a practicality about it that makes sense. You know, you don't have to beat someone over the head, but wow, I'm going to do it. Okay, go ahead. Rub your hands together, cellular memory. Yes, absolutely. Always do that and warm your hands and get the energy. Yep, 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 yep. And for those folks who are not allergic to peanut oil, there was a natural oil that I used, that we used. It was sort of an Edgar Casey thing, and you use lanolin and peanut oil, and I want to say something else like a lavender, or anyway, there was lots of other small oils that you could use, but the peanut oil and the properties of peanut oil and and lanolin, which just kind of helps spread and everything. Um, Rub your two hands together. But anyway, so but yeah, I think that's how I got tricked in a couple of marriages. I gave my spouse to be a massage, and they were like, "Holy shit!" But anyway, um, but they only liked me for my hands. So, uh, but over the years, that my bathroom is one large uh, concrete and brick hot tub, and I haven't had the opportunity to fix it. I need, somebody here to help me for a day or so, do some cleanup, and I need to install a new firebox. But I've got a hot tub in my house, right, right inside that door, right there, a big one. We got 15 people in there one time. It was, we were drunk, high, tripping. It was a good time. But I haven't fired it up in years because it's hard to, for me anyway, it's hard to validate heating all that water just for little old me. And there just been other things in the way. Right now, I got windows and things leaned up against the wall where the firebox goes. But anyway, I'll be in the store. Will bug me to talk to their people, so I say what they need me to say. I know folks like you, Delaney. So, but anyway, man, we've come up on another damn hour. Me and my big mouth. I hope any of this has been some Maxine, are you talking to me about time restraints or somebody else? I probably missed something, but anyway, I realized when I'm chatting with you folks that there are certain things that I have understood for such a long time that is just so, has always made sense to me for such a long time that it's like, is there another way? I mean, then but then I see people who, claim they know what they're talking about. And 15, isn't that interesting? 15 likes and 15 folks. Me, thank you, Steve. No problem. Uh, and if your hands work, then you can learn how to massage yourself. But the olive oil, I'm sorry, olive oil. Olive oil is good too for massage. But peanut oil and lanolin, and I can't remember the third thing, and it may have varied with the person actually. But that, start at your feet and work up and pull. If you're sitting, for me, pull the energy towards you. Stick your leg out and put your hands around and really go deep. I'm trying to show you now, but really go deep coming down. Really push, and you'll find the muscles, and you'll find a spot where there'll be a knot under your finger. And what you do is you take your finger, always go in a clockwise motion. Now, I don't know why, but don't go counterclockwise. No matter where you're on the spine or on the arms or anywhere, always go in a clockwise motion. I think that's how it goes. Anyway, Yeah, everything I can remember is clockwise. So, but if you find a knot in on, in your arm, in your hand, in your leg, or whatever, then you just take the point of your hand, and there's the sore spot, and just take it around in a circle. Press as hard as you can without just screaming. And sometimes you need to scream, but that you push on that spot and go around in a circle 10 times and as hard as you can without being, and then as you push in, but when you come off, you can push on it. But here's the trick: as you're pushing on it, then you're thinking energy, 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 release. So when you pull your finger off, you're pulling the energy out of that spot, that soreness. Okay. And you don't want to keep it. Nope. But you want to grab a hold of it kind of sort of, so you're like a screw, you're unscrewing it, right? So you unscrew the pain, if you hadn't thought about it that way, but that's a good way to visualize it, that you're unscrewing the pain, and then boom, it's out. And I always shake my hands and like make sure I don't have any of it on me, right? So, but you do not want to keep that residual, because you'll end up giving it back to the person. But that's true. You can't keep the residual, because when you go to put your hands back on them, you'll take that energy and re-enter it, right? But anyway, but there are ways that you can do it yourself. If you lay down on your back and start at the top of your head, and yeah, I'm going clockwise mostly and on both sides. Start at your occipital region, which is where the back of your head just makes that turn, right? And you probably know yourself, but there's a line of muscles right along there that connect to the top of your spine. And if you can release those upper tensions, it will relieve a lot of downstream stuff. So, excuse me, it's 3:12. A few minutes, we'll fire up another bowl. But if you lay on your back, and in therapy, we called it a roll. So you can take a towel, or maybe you got a small pillow or something, and you put it underneath your neck. Now, you don't want to stress the arch of your neck, but you want to make an arch in your neck. Okay. So when you lay your head down, so you want the pressure of your head to be off of your spine. So you put enough of a pillow, not too much, but you put a roll, so that your shoulders and your head will touch and your spine will be on the roll. Now you adjust it as you need it. But once you get there, just lay flat and just relax. Don't think of nothing. Well, my head's touched. Just the more you understand, oh my God, that muscle's tense and everything. Okay, take 5 minutes and just let it work and be and whatever, but let your neck flex in that natural state and have the pressure that's off of your neck and also off the back of your head. So while you're there, then bring your hands up. Whether sometimes you can use your thumbs or your fingertips, depends on how mobile you are. But then you start at the top up there where the occipital region is, and go in these little circles, clockwise. Wait, this one's counterclockwise, isn't it? That's interesting. Okay, here's the rule on the spine, that if I'm on the right side of me, I want to push the energy down my spine. So if I go clockwise on my right side, it'll actually bring the energy up my spine and out to the side. So, but if you're doing any kind of one of these things or other places, it's always clockwise. But anyway, but on the spine, so you rotate from out to the edge and the energy goes down the spine. So you start at the top of the spine, and no matter which side you're on. So if you're laying with your head down, then I would be standing and I would be pushing I would gather the energy from the outside and then push it down the spine. Outside, down the spine. So each side would be together at the same time. You don't do one side or the other. Now you can loosen on one side or the other, but when you do this final technique, so you go from the outside into the spine and down, outside into the spine and down. Do it for yourself. So you do this outside, push harder down the spine as far as you need to go. Then, so you're taking this energy, the pain from up here, and you're going to transfer it down to your shoulders where you can handle it better, because when you can release the energy from the back of your head to your shoulders will relax. Anyway, T-5. Yes. Okay. Do I have enough? Yeah, I'm good. Um, so has any of this information been of any use to any of you? I mean, I'm just curious. You know me, I ramble on about seeing things, but in what I've learned and understood as healing and things like that, for me, you know, I wished I could do more of it. Um, you know, and if nothing else, we can talk about it. But I'm here to tell you that the people that I've worked on, it'll do that. Snap, crackle, and pop. And remember how important to everybody, every single one of you, bitch and complain with me all you want. But isometrics is so important. If you're sore in one way, you got to stretch that puppy out. If like for me, I've been sitting in this chair kind of slumped forward. So now what do I have to do? I'll grab up here on the loft, and I'll grab a hold and lean forward to arch my back because I've been sitting here a little too forward too much. All right. Thank you. I'm not trying to win awards, but because it, for me and therapy and all the things that I've learned, it really works. Now, I don't give it any kind of names. Well, this is Kung Fu massage and this is this kind of massage. I don't even go there. Okay. I know that this particular method is like certain other ones that I didn't even know where these names came from years ago. It was acupressure, and it was massage. Uh, now there's 15 different kinds of massage names, in this technique and that one. Listen, stick with going in the clockwise and pushing the blood towards your heart. And when you get to from your feet to your hips, get rid of that energy at your hips. The little bones on either side. Take that when you're bringing that energy up, even if you're doing it for yourself, bringing it up as far as you can. And then as you take it from your back, as you take it from down there, now it's hard to do your own back massage, but you can still push the energy down your spine and from up above, as high up as you can reach, from side to side. As I'm sitting here, I can reach with both hands as high as I can reach. And it's good exercise and good range of motion for your arms to try to get your arms up as high as you can. And then, find the middle of your spine and then push that energy down. And as you do it, learn how to relax, even though your arms are pushing. Learn how to relax your back as you're pushing with your arms. I mean, it's an interesting technique, but the whole thing is that you're doing the yin and yang for your muscles without having to go to a lot of, stuff. You can just sit in your chair and do these things and, feel better for yourself. Ladder's in the ready position. We got 1 minute to go. Yo, Hawkeye, take a break. All right, I am. 420, 420. Smoke if you got 'em, light 'em if you can. I'm gonna smoke another as fast as I can. Yeah, it's 4:20 somewhere. Gaza, it's 5:20 Melbourne time. Isn't that every hour? Yeah, but when I was growing up on the carnival, some of them guys like it's always 4:20. But here's the thing though. For myself, I'm an old man. I can sit here in this chair all god dog day long if I want to and not do a damn thing but be stoned. That's not what I want to do. It's boring after a while. The same old thing. Well, I guess up in the morning, it is the same old thing. Gotta talk to the captain. It's a midnight special. Shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine its ever loving light on me. I'm trying to remember the words. Yonder comes Miss Rosie, a piece of paper in her hand. Oh, yeah. Come to tell the captain for to loosen her man. But let the midnight special shine its light on me. Let the midnight special shine its ever loving light on me. I have a broken clock. It's 4:20 all the time. Yep. No, but growing up on a carnival, there was some, there were guys that every year they came back on the same show. I knew some of these guys for like 15 years until some of them just got too tired. They would come every time the show would come into town or in the neighborhood up here or something. They'd show up and say hi to everybody on the lot. But um, those were the days, my friend, they thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. We'd live the life we choose. We'd fight and never lose. Those were the days, oh yes, those were the days. La 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 la. Everybody together now. La 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 la. La 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 la. I can't remember her name at the moment, but yeah. What? Take care, stay safe, healthy wife. Much love. Steve, you out of here. We love you. Have a good day tomorrow and everything. Yep. It was almost Friday the 13th today, but not quite. But anyway, and to my daughter, whose birthday it was, she'll be 50 next year. And she goes, Pops, I'm almost 50 years old. And I was like, how in the hell do you think it makes me feel? I'll be, when she's 50, I'll be 70 almost, So it's like, and your point is, so I was a busy man when I was 19 years old. But anyway, every time I look at it, reminds me all I have to do is grab a bit of joy anytime I need an energy boost. Yep. Good night, Steve. Well, the philosophy of some of these guys was because we worked on a carnival and we were selling magic or fun or whatever, every day is a holiday. Because if you want people to come to the carnival, you have to kind of sort of be in a holiday kind of sort of spirit. And if you get that gist of it, every day is a holiday when you work on the carnival because you're open, the music's playing, you're, ooh, ride the rides, everybody cheer, have fun, So every day's a holiday. And so I carried that a little bit too far with snorting cork. I probably did some of that too. God knows what we did behind the merry-go-round. But anyway, but anyway, now I'm getting really off the subject. But there are stories about the carnival. I should just do one night of just carny stories. And I mean, honest to God, true stories. You know, people I've known, because a lot of folks have already passed, and even if I didn't use their name, which in some instances I'm sure I probably wouldn't, but that the event that happened truly happened with this person, that person, this person, and many of these people I knew for 20, 30 years because I grew up with the carnival through the years and all that. So I knew them for years. And the stories, and every time you went out on every season had its new stories. So but anyway, somebody broke down, somebody did this, blah, whatever it is. Oh God Almighty. Which reminds me of this story. Hi, bye, Jamie. Mary Hopkins. I would you switch on this morning by to Mary Hopkins. Yeah, I absolutely. I think you're right. Like 90% sure you're right. But there are those snorting coke will clog your sinuses. Yes, it will. Uh, yeah, it's 3:26 a.m. here in South Georgia time, Eastern Daylight Time on 5:14 on this Friday morning. Here you got the old hippy dippy radio show with your host, Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Knowles. So we welcome you into our little uh, inner sanctum, outer sanctum, and outer crazy, and maybe be out of your mind. So join us here with Cosmic Hugs and Hummingbird. I believe you're right, Jamie. Wasn't that Mary Hopkins? I think you're right. I wouldn't have, but see, as you wrote it down, I was like, that's her. Yeah. I wouldn't have remembered her name for anything, but to see her name, because see, I played a lot of those songs when I was in radio. And you look at the 45, because back then her stuff was not on CD, and so we were spinning records back in the day. You're showing your age, yeah, that's okay. But Mary Hopkins, yeah. I like that one. I'm going to have to look up some of these words because they're songs that I used to play on my guitar, and I'm trying so desperately for myself to get back in that mode. Just to be musical again, not for any profit or anybody patting me on the back. I just to be musical again because I miss it. So sitting here and coming up with songs and stuff. Uh, you're 48 and know that song. That's true. And I was sitting here earlier, and I know Delaney was in earlier and some other folks, and I was talking about them old jazzy blues ladies from back in the 20s and 30s. And I am so want to go find uh, the CDs that I have and play some of that again because and try to bring back. I used to have the names and everything, and there's one lady that sings St. James Infirmary. It's just blow your mind. Just put the tickle the hairs on the back of your neck kind of thing. But I can't remember her name. But back in the 20s and 30s, maybe the 40s, but I think more in the 30s. Um, on 78 record. Hey, Brandy, how are you? At this point, the discussion's over. We're just sitting here, having a bowl and smoking a cigarette and chatting amongst us. So, but we welcome you anyway, Brandy. It's good to see you, Elder Bear and everybody. Did I get the tunes Brandy, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to check. When did you send them? There are sometimes I'll get a bunch of stuff in a row and it'll go down my thing and I don't anyway. When did you send it, Brandy? You're 60 going on 16. Good for you, Jamie. Yeah, a lot of us were, and her and Melanie, for me too, there was something about, you know, uh, I don't go too fast, but I go pretty far. It almost seems like you're avoiding me. I don't know if I got them then, Brandy. Honest to goodness, 2 days ago. I will look. Not at the moment. I don't have it open. And I hate to do anything with this computer to interrupt with its connection. So, but I will look. No, I don't remember. I usually try to at least reply and say, okay, I got it, you know. And if I didn't send that, it don't mean I didn't get it. I just didn't see it. And if I got it, I will send you I got it. If that makes any sense. I got it, you know. But I realized that, the last few years or so, there's a part of me that's kind of been sort of in a cranky mode. Not outwardly, but because uh, then there's Blondie. Call me on the line. You can call me any time. Call me. Call me. Anyway, and for me, when I was growing up, Janis Joplin was still alive, and hearing her and brother uh um Big Brother in the holding company. I was trying to think holding company, blah, blah, blah. And it was like I was talking about the other night about Eric Clapton back when he was with Cream. And some of the I'm somewhere I still have a tape of the Cream. It's like a 30-year-old tape. I don't know if it plays, but I probably still have the carcass somewhere just for the memories. But some of those songs on them early Cream before Clapton went out. Oh my goodness, man! They're still great songs to this day, in my humble opinion. But anyway, uh, no reply. I guess I didn't. Okay, I will look down and scroll down when I open up my email again. I'll look for it. But anyway, you know, I was sitting around the house earlier, and some of those old Beatle tunes are running in my head, and I was like, last night I said these words to my girl. Do, 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 do. You know you never even try, girl. Do, 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 do. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, please, please me. Oh yeah, like I please you. Of course, there's harmony in there, but anyway, 333. Yep, there it is, 333. What, Brandy? Guess what? 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 Guess what? Okay, ask the question. There's no reply. I grew up with listening to the Kingston Trio. Let me tell you of a story about a man named Charlie who was tragic and fateful day. He put 10 cents in his pocket, kissed his wife and family, and went to ride on the MTA. Well, he put to the country what he put forth to make his claim. The conductor told Charlie'd be one more nickel. Charlie couldn't get off of that train. Oh, will he ever return? Or will he never return? And his fate is still unlearned. Poor old Charlie. He may ride forever neath the streets of Boston. He's the man who never returned. Now his wife goes down to the Scully Square station every day at 2:15. And through the open window, she hands Charlie a sandwich as the train comes a rumbling through. But did he ever return? No, he never returned. And his fate is still unlearned. He may ride forever neath the streets of Boston. He's a man who never returned. It's on Messenger, Hawkeye. She sent me some videos also. On what Messenger? I don't get on the Messenger. You mean like in Facebook Messenger? I don't do any Messenger. I had this tactile true. I thought it was a belt. It was a necklace. I saw an epic clip of Eric Clapton wearing it. Now that's cool. I don't remember which Gmail left it to me. That's interesting. I was trying to think of this guy I just named before. Now, in a lot of the obscure music that I've listened to over the years, do any of you remember Commander Cody and the Lost Airmen? Just saying. Now, that's a little obscure for most people. Well, I met him and had smoked cigarettes with him, and I wanted to smoke a joint with him, but my old lady at the time was a prude. But anyway, got to hang out with Commander Cody after all those years. They did a song called Lone Ranger. Thank you, Lone Ranger. Anyway, by Jamie. You remember Commander Cody? There were several really good songs that they did, but they were, Dr. Hook and the Medicine Show was a little obscure. Folks knew who they were by some of their songs. Shel Silverstein and that. But Commander Cody was a little bit more underground, a little bit more, in the rock and roll thing. But I saw him play, him and his guys, and got a chance to talk to him. But I was like, it was hard to like, man, where'd you come up with some of these songs? And you've been playing them for so many years, and man, you're still right. And I was, well, thank you, And I know you probably heard this before. I said, but it really is a great honor to meet somebody that wrote songs way back in the day, and I still like listening to them. And you still play them well, and you still like to play them. That's a thrill to me, Yeah. Smoke a cigarette. One was Full Cherokee, Spirit, the 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. That rings a bell. Now, there was somebody within our theater group that he always could win. So it was like, pick the name of a song, a movie, or something, right? So he picked this one, and John, I can't remember his last name at the moment, but Dr. Sardonicus, man, that rings a bell. There were some songs by the James Gang, and I want to go, seems to me you don't want to talk about it. Seems to me, lift your pretty head and walk away, something like that. Anyway, and I'm like, was that the James Gang? Was that who was that saying that? 38 Special did some good songs too. But Janis Joplin singing, "Take Another Little Piece of My Heart." You know you got it if it makes you feel good. Yeah. Candles in the Rain. Melanie, Candles in the Rain. Yep. You know that song, but don't remember? Yep, me too. But see, being in the bar business where we were playing songs all the time, being involved in music and in bands back in the day, having, Myself played acoustic guitar and harmonica in a lot of obscure places and parties and events and things, and I've been uh, not counting radio along with all that stuff, and then theater, which different kind of music, but when we did Smoke on the Mountain, which was old timey, come to Jesus kind of songs and stuff, and it was all acoustic, I had a ball. That was one of the most funs I've ever had in a live performance. And we all the guitar music and everything was live. But anyway, but there's for all of us, and I know I'm sitting here and kind of like, yeah, I'm singing these songs and obscure things anyway. Um, they're telling me the reason that they want me to do this is to instill the music that we remember and reinstill in us. For myself, it was like, remember that song? Yeah, man, it gave me such joy to listen to it. I'm going to have to get somebody to record me doing me and Bobby McGee. That's your best song. Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train. Bobby flagged a diesel down just before it rained. All the way to New Orleans. With them windshield wipers slapping time, Bobby's hand in mine. We tore up every song that driver knew. Feeling's just another word for nothing left to lose. Good enough for me now, Bobby McGee. Yep. I used to be able to sing it. And I almost met Tiny Tim before he died. He was in Thomasville, Georgia. And I had a lot of respect for his music. I had a couple of his albums, and they were tapes back then before CDs actually came out good. But he had a beautiful falsetto voice. And it wasn't, he loved singing these old songs like Underneath the Lantern by the Barricade. Darling, I remember the way we used to say Lily Marlene, right? But he would sing it in a higher key than I just sang it. But he sang it beautifully and hit every note. And it was like I read and watched this thing about Tiny Tim here recently, and they was like everybody who ever met him, uh, you know, uh, he started out doing this and him and his ukulele, but there were people who knew him as a genuine, nice human being. But anyway, I didn't see Tiny Tim. I almost did. He was in Thomasville and I missed it. I was like, man, anyway, I was like, oh crap. Almost. Oh, those beautiful old World War II songs, and even back into the late 30s but the early 40s. Those the old Bing Crosby tunes, and I can't think of Al Jolson. Some of the tunes that Al Jolson sang. You know, um, that's what I say about those that know the law. They're the worst criminals. Yep. They tiptoe through two lips. From what I read and everything about it, it was sort of a mini documentary about him. And I can't remember where I saw it, but anyway, everybody said that they thought he was odd because he sang these songs and everything, but he was always genuine. He was a true performer. He was serious about what he did, and I'm like, man, you can't really ask for anything better than that. He was happy with what he was doing, and so anyway, I just thought it was interesting, but in the garden by the window, that's where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me. With me, all the flowers away. With me, ba bum 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 bum. And to know you in the window, by the window, in the garden. That's where I'll be. Yes, I hope I find my harmonicas too. Yeah, you put the intent out. You know, Brandy, I don't know. You see, um, I've got equipment, several totes of equipment and cases with puppets and uh, stuff that I took when I did puppet shows and traveled around. And I could have had my harmonicas, which is interesting. I used to keep them all in the same location. I found the container that used to keep all my harmonicas, and there's nothing in it. And I'm like, what? So somewhere, if somebody threw them out, I don't know why or where they did or how did I miss this one, or if I dumped them out of that thing and uh, they're in a sack somewhere. I just had Brandy. Thank you. You put the intent out. I may have just found them. They're in one of those purple Crown Royal sacks that the bottle comes in. I don't know where at the moment, but I think I know what to look for. Hmm. What, Tiptoe Through the Tulips? It goes back to then. It's that it goes way back. And you know, there are a lot of those old tunes that I still like to listen to. When some folks are listening to the Good Morning, Ian. A lot of folks are listening to, and then there's nothing wrong with current music and stuff. And but you know, I used to know who was in the top 10 or 20 on the country charts and on the pop charts, and you know, simply because I was a DJ for so many years. Hey, Katniss, how are you? Good day to you as well, there. Um, but the idea, though, that some of those old songs were really good songs. I mean, you know, and what Bing Crosby could do with crooning a tune by the light of the silvery moon. We'll croon a tune by the light of the silvery moon in June. By the light of the silvery moon. And you can hear the harmony, you know, especially if it's a barbershop quartet. But anyway, good night, Gaza. Yeah. Oh my goodness, I visited a friend today. His younger brother brought all the Crown Royal bags. He collects them. Me too. Now I don't get a lot of them, but over the years I've collected them. So, and in some of them upstairs, I have microphones, and really expensive microphones that I put in those bags, you know, to protect the end of the microphone and everything. So when I packed them up, and because God, I've got thousands of dollars in microphones alone. Not count my wireless microphone was around 500 and something dollars at the time. I'm a heavy duty, Shure microphone kind of thing. And um, I've got two, I've got a 4-track recorder that uses a cassette tape, but it does excellent work. It's a beautiful mixing board. And then I've got another one that uses the little mini discs. It's digital, but there's no digital way to bring it out. It comes out analog. So, but anyway, I used to do a lot of mixing and a lot of songs and all that kind of stuff too. Good night. Good morning, Gazo. Um, uh, I need a good one, Hawkeye. Yeah. They have different things sewn on them. Yep. Katniss, some. I watched some of this stuff and it was sort of very contrary to what I've come to be understand in a different light. And I sometimes wonder if it's done on purpose to like put down some other things. It's just really strange. And I don't I'm subscribed to the channel and I look and sometimes and I just it feels wrong to me and I cannot explain it. Not every time, but there are times when it's just like it's so contradictory. And we're going to do a song together. Okay. And I used to sit around back in the day, and there are people who like, I'm playing Moon River on the, Camptown Ladies sing this song, doodah, uh, you know, uh, Civil War songs. And I think at some point, I went to Andersonville Cemetery, which is north, almost, not necessarily due north of me, but kind of sort of. Andersonville is where the Southerners had the northern prison camp back in during the Civil War. And in this one encampment, if you were to sit on the hill and see how small this area is, and to think that they had 10 to 15,000 men in that one spot who lived there, ate there, died there. But anyway, I was sitting on that hill up there, and I don't know if I was channeling someone, but I was sitting there and I could hear harmonica music and it felt like it was me. And I used to go over there all the time. I used to do puppet shows for the Andersonville. They have a festival over there every year and they shoot the cannons off and everything. And there's some really nice people. But, when you learn and read about Andersonville and what happened there, and you see the cemetery and you hang out, and of course, I know about the ghost stories that are there and of the writers. You see, I'll throw this in. But anyway, it had to do with the harmonica is the reason I brought it up, Brandy. But as one of the stories goes there at Andersonville and in Southern Ghost Stories, I think there were five. It might have been four. No, it was more. It was at least three, but I think it was five. It was like an odd number. And they were Northerners inside the prison who were stealing, killing, and doing other things with it, the camp. And so the prisoners got together and held a court with the approval of the commandant of the prison to hold a court, and everyone agreed. And so I either they shot him or they hung him. I can't remember. But so they execute the northern prisoners executed their own for crimes against humanity within the prison, and they refused to let those five be buried with the rest of them. And so there's a place where there's five marks of where uh, where those five aren't buried with the rest of those from Andersonville. But anyway, probably was you playing the harmonica, by the way, in the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah. I was sitting there in tears and and it was the afternoon. I'd already performed and had went over to the park before it closed and was driving around and parked the truck and walked over on the hill. And I was looking at where where the poles would have been. They called them stakes, but they were tall pine trees that were stuck in the ground. And and all the things that I'd read about Andersonville. There was a movie years ago about Andersonville, uh, and other things that I did research on my own. Then I came across Southern ghost stories, and one of the famous Southern ghost stories is the ghost of those five writers. They call them writers because they always seem to be, they were with the cavalry or something, And but there have been many folks who have said they've seen these ghostly riders, and there was always five of them, and that they say that those were the five who, were executed by their own side, But anyway, so there's a lot of interesting ghost stories that I know about too, that I've uh, been to places where, ghostly things have occurred. uh, a little town in Alabama. I can't remember the name, but old John Henry was a black man, lived there in the city, and he just kind of hung around and did work for people. But there was this white woman that got killed, and somebody, white guy said it must have been old Henry. Old Henry did it, and so they went and wrestled up old Henry, and most of the folks there in the town knew that old Henry didn't do it. And the sheriff even took him upstairs in a private office kind of thing, upstairs to hide him from all the white people who wanted to lynch him. Now, this is in Alabama back in the day, the 20s kind of thing, maybe the 30s, but back at least in the 20s. And so he was upstairs in the, and the sheriff was trying to keep him from, the townspeople dragging him downstairs and lynching him. And so they said that he was looking out the window of the upstairs when all the townspeople downstairs were like, "We're going to hang you, Henry. We're going to hang you, Henry." And he swore out the window, "I didn't do it." And there was a bolt of lightning that struck, and his face was imprinted on the glass. And they took him downstairs, overpowered the sheriff, and took old Henry down and hung him. And for many years, they replaced the glass. People threw rocks at it, saying it was fake. They'd replace the glass, and the face would reappear in the window. My grandma was named after him. I don't know if his name was Charlie or whatever, but I'm Childersburg is the oldest town in the U.S., I believe. So sad. Yeah. Uh huh. I've told you about the Holland boys that are up the road from me. Um, it's an old cemetery, and sunken graves, the whole nine yards. Got to be careful. And there are three brothers back in 1917, I think. And I didn't know at the time that we saw this, but I wasn't living here too long on this property, and we were just taking a ride around. And my wife at the time didn't, approve of me smoking weed, and so a friend of mine came by and he goes, "Come on, let's you and me go get stoned." So we rode up the road and saw these headstones sticking out the edge of this field and drove up there. When we got out, the farmers, it was like in the fall or maybe it was early spring anyway, where they'd burned off the field and had gotten into this old cemetery because it sits on this little knoll, literally a little hill. And the fire had come up from the back of the woods, and no big deal, and it'd come up. But when it got to these three brothers' graves, two of them died on the same day, and the next one died the next day, like 11, 9, 7, or something like that. Anyway, Holland brothers. But the fire had burned through the cemetery and it got to a place near these three brothers. And it looked like somebody had traced a line out around on the two sides. There was grass. On this third side was mostly clay, so there was really nothing to burn. But you could almost tell that there was a line there where some of the grass had come up like this, but it was square. My friend, who is not into weirdness, looked at me and goes, "Do you see what I see?" And I was like, "Well, tell me what you see, and I'll either say yes or no." And he goes, "Man," he goes, "does that look like a square to you around these guys' grave?" And I was like, "Yep." I mean, it burned all over everything, this, that, like it normally does when they burn off. And it reached this line, and it was just like it was outlined. Everything was burned around it, and I mean in a straight line. It was creepy, freaky. And but I found out after doing a little digging with some of the local people that a little local store and this, that, and the other thing. But anyway, but they was part of what happened. The great flu influenza back then in them days. But anyway, it was just creepy how that worked. Black Pearl, my private. Linden, Alabama. You know what, Pearl? That sounds very Linden, Alabama. Because I've been to Linden, Alabama. DeSoto Caverns. I've heard of DeSoto Caverns myself. Of course, I've looked up every cavern I could find. Um, Maxine, a card. It's been almost 4 hours I've been doing this, and I'm a little stoned and a little tired. Uh, the whole city of Linden, Alabama, is Mikey. 10 cards? I don't know about that one. Wow, I've been to Linden. We played carnival through there. Butler, Alabama, Demopolis, just off the top of my head, Aliceville, played Aliceville, Wetumpka. Oh, and down here in the South, we played Samson and Enterprise. I really liked Enterprise, Alabama back in the day. I don't know what it's like now, but we played Op. I said Wetumpka. Florala was a good spot every year on the Florida line, Florida, Alabama line. But we played several places. Evergreen, Alabama, up in there. So been up that way. Played through there several years with the carnival. I mean, it was our regular route. We would go there every year. Uh, especially back in the '60s when I was a kid. Linden, Alabama. Is that the same place where the face in the window is? But I do know that I've been in Linden, and I can't. I'd have to look it up on a map to see where else whatever else is around it. Um, oh, played Frisco City, um, Alabama was a special place for me. I have a stalker trying to get me to go to. I have a stalker trying to get me to go to Butler, Alabama to sing. That's 3 hours for me. Not going. Yeah, Butler was a strange town back in them days. It was sort of like ding, 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 ding. It was, just strange after all these. I will pull a card, not for anybody specifically, because I'm tired and my back hurts and I'm running out of something to drink and I don't know how much longer I'm going to actually be uh, to be able to stay awake for and do. They made it easy for me. Bye, Jamie. See you later. Glad you came and hung out. Always, always, always. Gonna make it easy. There's a tombstone of a man in Childersburg who was struck by lightning on his porch uh, after he was buried. Yeah, you wonder if the devil was after him, where the Lord was. Anyway, uh, this is going to be an easy one. And after I do this reading, it'll be about 4:20 for real. I've got two cards, and they want me to read this one first. And I don't know if I've ever read this one. It's number 39. So, Swan. But I can't push it, Maxine. Okay. I pushed it the last time and man, I suffer for it. The energy that it requires sometimes to do some things. I don't know it at the time, but afterwards I'm like, wow. So anyway, Swan. Oh my God, I was thinking about this today. Wow, I have to take a moment. I just have to take a moment. Uh, Swan is grace. I have touched on this word a couple of times in the last couple of weeks about grace. And something, it was either yesterday or just earlier today, and it feels like it's been 2 days ago, that this word came in again, and there was a message that came with it. And if we live in grace, our days will be filled with beauty and love and joy. Now, not that we can't have a crappy day and a tornado come, but, at least up to that point, we could be that way. And one could say, well, he went up in the tornado. Well, he died gracefully. I know that's a little morbid, but, sometimes we have to look at it that way. That's not really what I mean, but, sometimes stuff happens and it just has to happen that way, as weird and strange as it might be. Yeah, you had to recoup also. Yeah, I couldn't understand why there were so many baby graves. Oh, grace, swan, the power of woman entering sacred space, touching future yet to come, bringing eternal grace. This is interesting because I was talking about early on, 3 hours ago ish kind of thing, about going into the null space, the zero space. Little Swan flew through the dream time, looking for the future. She rested for a moment in the coolness of a pond, looking for a way to find the entry point to the future. This was a moment of confusion for Swan, as she knew that she had happened into the dream time by accident. This was her first flight alone, and she was a bit concerned by the dream time's landscape. As Swan looked high above Sacred Mountain, she saw the biggest swirling black hole she had ever seen. Dragonfly, and we all been talking about dragonfly lately too. There's been some here earlier today in the last couple of days. But anyway, Dragonfly came flying by and Swan stopped him to ask about the black hole. Dragonfly said, Swan, that is the doorway to the other planes of imagination. I have been the guardian of the illusion for many, many moons, said Dragonfly. If you want to enter there, you would have to ask permission and earn the right. That means to earn the right to enter the dream time. Swan was not so sure that she wanted to enter the black hole. She asked Dragonfly what was necessary for her to earn the entry. Dragonfly replied, You must be willing to accept whatever the future holds as it is presented, without trying to change Great Spirit's plan. Swan looked at her ugly little duckling body and then answered, I will be happy to abide by Great Spirit's plan. I won't fight the currents of the black hole. I will surrender to the flow of the spiral and trust what I am shown. Dragonfly was very happy with Swan's answer and began to spin the magic to break the pond's illusion. Suddenly, Swan was engulfed by a whirlpool in the center of the pond. Swan reappeared many days later, but now she was graceful and white and long necked. Dragonfly was stunned. Swan, what happened to you? He exclaimed. Swan smiled back and said, Dragonfly, I learned to surrender my body to the power of the Great Spirit and was taken to where the future lives. I saw many wonders high on Sacred Mountain, and because of my faith and my acceptance, I have been changed. I have learned to accept the state of grace. Dragonfly was very happy for Swan. Swan told Dragonfly many of the wonders beyond the illusion. Through her healing and her acceptance of the state of grace, she was given the right to enter the dream time. So it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of existence and consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. They want me to read that one again. So it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and to learn to slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in the Great Spirit's protection. If you pull the Swan card, it ushers in a time of altered states of awareness and of development of your intuitive abilities. Swan medicine people have the ability to see the future, to surrender to the power of the Great Spirit, and to accept the healing and transformation of their lives. The Swan card is telling you to accept your ability to know what lies ahead. If you are resisting your self-transformation, relax. It will be easier if you go with the flow. Stop denying that you know who is calling when the phone rings. Pay attention to your hunches and to your gut knowledge, and honor your female intuitive side. Now, that's a really good message. Thank you, Hawkeye. I love all from mountains of Tipperary. You too, my friend. right before the right before it came here, the black holes. Brandy Guardian of the Gap. Yeah. And I love the animated series of Guardians of the Galaxy. Whoever's doing the writing, some of that stuff is just they're good stories. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Now the other card that's pulled along with Swan is Moose. And Moose is number 11 and is self-esteem. Moose, help me to honor the gifts I can give and recognize my worthiness long as I live. I'm going to read this part again. Moose, help me to honor the gifts that I give and recognize my worthiness long as I live. Moose's self-esteem. Moose is found in the north of the medicine wheel, as is buffalo. North represents the place of wisdom. Self-esteem is the medicine of moose because it represents the power of recognize that wisdom has been used in a situation and that recognition or a pat on the back is deserved. Moose is the largest member of the deer family and has great strength. The call of the male moose is an awesome thing to hear on a musky spring night. His pride in his maleness is desire to share his seed with a moose cow are displays of his self are displays of his sense of self-esteem. The bellow of a male moose can be viewed as a positive force, since it represents his willingness to tell the world about his feelings. This tell the world trait contains a joyfulness. There's that joyfulness with Hummingbird earlier. Joyfulness, which only comes with the sense of accomplishment. There is no greater joy than a job well done. This trait is therefore not a seeking of approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. And I gotta say, that's one reason why I'm here, because I'm not here seeking your approval, but rather an enjoyment of sharing because of the spontaneous explosion of joy that comes from the deepest part of one's being. And I believe that we share this. And so I know that uh, the enjoyment of sharing is one of the big reasons why I'm here. So, anyway, so was this card just for me? I don't think so, because y'all are learning to share. The wisdom woven throughout this scenario is that creation constantly, get this, creation constantly brings forth new ideas and further creation. Moose is telling us that joy should be shouted with pride. The wisdom in doing this shouting is that the joy is catching. In a sense, the bellowing is a way for all of us to lighten up and give ourselves or each other a well done. Moose medicine people have the ability to know when to use the gentleness of deer. Now, deer is one of my favorite, but in that moose understands when to use the gentleness of deer and when to activate the stampede of buffalo. They understand the balance between giving orders to get things done and having a willingness to do things themselves. The wisdom of moose medicine is akin to the grandfather warrior who has long since put away his war paint and is now advising the young bucks to cool their blood. Moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road. Now, the title of this is Red Road, and so moose medicine is often found in elders who have walked the good red road and have seen many things in their earth walk. Their joy lies in being the teachers of the children and in being the first ones to give encouragement. And that's one of the things my angel guides keep telling me. No matter how low it gets, Hawkeye, you got to help give encouragement. This is not to say the moose medicine people do not use their wisdom to warn as well as to give praise, because they do. Moose medicine people know what to say, when to say it, and to whom. The elders are honored in tribal law for their gifts of wisdom, for their teaching abilities, and for the calmness they impart in the council. If you are wise beyond your years and have the gift of moose medicine, use this gift to encourage others to learn and grow. I continue to pray that you will continue to learn to accept and receive. There are many to the wisdom of moose medicine. If you have chosen moose card, You have reason to feel good about something you have accomplished on your journey. This may be a habit you have broken, a completion of some sort, an insight on a goal, or a new sense of self that you have fought hard to earn. It is a time of feeling harmonious pride. Now, harmonious goes along with harmonica, Brandy. Harmonious pride and of recognizing those who aided you in the process, progress. One good medicine in moose medicine is to write down things that you can love about yourself and your progress in life. Then apply these same things to friends, family, co-workers, and life. Don't forget to share the findings with others. They need the encouragement as much as you do. Now, I don't write things down, but I sure do have personal conversations with y'all. So I share. Now, I can't say that that card is made for me. That card's made for all of us. But I see myself in that card, and what, as I was talking about in a video too earlier, in that, you know, I know what my mission is, not quite to the point, and I've seen it in the future time. That's one reason why I'm here. I always fight ego in that, I want to tell the story, but not be egotistical, and I need to always be humble. Uh, not that I feel that. How do I put this? In trying to make a point, it can sound egotistical to other people, to some folks, and so I fight that. In that, what I talk about, I do not want the ego to be there. But there are times when I talk about some of the things that I've achieved with theater and stuff, I throw a little ego in there because I'm proud of that shit. I'm proud of writing a play, and producing it 2 years in a row and at different venues. And I'm proud that I traveled for years and did puppet shows. And I am proud of that, but I don't want to, like, I was the best puppeteer ever and I was the best. No, but I was good at what I did. And, lots of people thought I was really good at what I did. So, but I am proud of my achievements. So, yeah, there's some ego in there, but I have to make sure that, there are times that don't, reel it back, Dave, reel it back, pull it back, because in a lot of ways, I'm not known. You all don't know me for those things that I've done around here locally. And, I was involved in over 85 different plays in my lifetime, from lights to singing, dancing, you name it, props, whatever, direct, assistant AD, a lot of stuff. But it's okay. But it is a time and a part of my life where I had a lot of time. I had a lot of fun and I had a lot of experiences, and all of those songs and all of the music and all of the things that we did. I was there. There's a movie that's come back out, that The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, and we did the musical of that. And I had a great time. I was the bartender, at this where Walter would go to have his little dreamscape things. And I remember how much fun I had as a bartender, and the people who were there, and in the play that would come up, and we would do these things, this little flirtation thing with one of the ladies at the bar, and it was just fun, And I remember this one girl made it like, boy, and she was a looker too. Let me tell you, boy, was she a looker. Oh my God. But in that, it was one of the fantasies of Walter Mitty, right? And so, but she would come out and do this, Betty, not a Betty Boop. Uh, and some of those old cartoons, they'd have the red head, and she'd come out in the black dress anyway. Oh my God, she was that to the teeth, and played the part so well. And but being on stage with her and doing that thing it was just so much fun. Like 10 minutes of the show, but that was one of those things. We had so much fun, and while Walter was doing these things, and we had to be playing at the bar, and one night we'd tell each other jokes while we leaned into each other. It was just fun. And then there was the time people left me out on stage by myself because they missed their cue. And I had to make up shit on the spot in front of an audience of like 100 people. But one of the things, I'm glad I found out you play the harmonica and other instruments. Yeah. Uh, I think we were talking about it the other day, but oh my God, it's 4:25. We missed it. I missed it. One more time. It's a real 4:20. 4:25. Dang. I was learning piano through uh, the theater group, and a very dear friend of mine at the very end of his life, which was unfortunate, but we had a chance to meet and play together and sing and harmonize. And he was a graduate of the Juilliard School of Music, and he had traveled everywhere as a pianist, and oh my God. And backstage with us old farts, he loved Monty Python. So, we would be backstage or in the dressing room passing away time. And here's this beautiful gentleman. I mean, a gentleman. He was slight of build, not a big man, played music, piano, and taught music and so forth, and played at churches. We did, freebies for people and stuff. Um, And he was the one that gave me the compliment in that he said, Dave, he said, I can give you a note, just one clink in the middle of notes, and you'll hear it. And you will hit that note every time. He said, I have been around a lot of people. And he goes, I just want to tell you. And this was in a private moment between me and him, but he goes, you hit the note every time. You hit the note every time. He said, do you understand what that means? And I'm like, well, I always knew I could hear the note, and I thought I was doing right. And he goes, no, you hit it every time. And so, but he would, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I sleep all day. Uh, I dress in women's clothing and hang around in bars. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I sleep. Anyway, so here's this very gentle man with all this Juilliard school of knowledge and music and his repertoire and so forth, singing backstage with a bunch of us. I'm a lumberjack. And, to have known him personally that way was just an amazing thing. And he had a stroke, and then later on, I think complications of this. He came back from the stroke for a while, and even played some music for us. And he had distortion of his face, but Mr. Paul was so lovely. He was a gentleman. But anyway, taught me about music, and he just because of who he was, he taught me about humbleness and ego. He was one of the best piano players and this and that and the other thing, but he never bragged about it. He never said I'm the best or anything. He just did what he did, and he got the gigs, and people loved him for what he was. And I still honor the man. But anyway, he was teaching me piano before he passed away, and so I was learning to this and to that because when they weren't there, I would, and I was learning how to read music. I might be able to pick it back up again. But in trying to find my notes, what is this note? And, so I could sit at the piano and pick the notes out and sing the tune and practice it myself, whatever the tune may be. Oh, and some of them, there were sharps and flats, and some of that music, oh my God, it was horrendous. And then Mr. Paul was so kind, he'd go, we can cheat right there. And he goes, go to the note that sounds easiest for you. The audience will never know. And there were a couple of songs where there was like it went up to a sharp, and which almost felt a little unnatural. And he was like, so if you don't get there, it's okay. He said, the audience won't know. He said, hit all the other notes, but don't worry about that sharp, you know. And sometimes it was a flat, but anyway. Um, but I never really learned how to play the piano. I did puppet shows when I was little. Me and friends did a little show, charged 10 cents. Yeah, I had to give, I charged a nickel in Ohio, and I had to go around the neighborhood and give all the money back. Yeah, that was my mother for you, my adopted mother. You stole from them kids. No, I didn't, Mama. They brought me a nickel. You know, I was standing on her brand new washing machine. She did not appreciate that. And I was doing puppet shows out the basement window, and all the kids were laying out on the grass watching the show, you know, because I'd watched Howdy Doody on TV, and I went and most of the puppets that I have are marionettes. So I went into the marionette thing. And anyway, um, yeah, what a biatch. Yeah, you're right about that. And unfortunately, you know, yeah, she did a lot of times. She tried to crush me. She was my adopted aunt, right? And she did it. She knew my mother. They were good friends. And, um, but they made this pact. And so Bessie, my adopted mother, she took care of me because she made a promise, not because she loved me, but because she made a promise. Okay. And that, there's a difference there. My pops, on the other hand, he was my uncle, but he took me in because he loved me, and he showed it to me, and he did things, and he, you know, as much as we argued and had our fights, he loved me. Where Bessie didn't give a shit, she took me in because she made a promise. And up all through my life, that's how it was, you know. So, but anyway, but I've gotten over it, you know, and I have forgiven her in a lot of ways, you know, because she died a horrible death. They took everything out of her and died of cancer. I mean, it was painful for many, like 9 years. She tried to hang on. They took her stomach out and this and that and this until she just wasted away. And but through it all, I tried to stay with her and give her positive energy, and in hopes that she would like open up to me, or, you know, say anything about anything, you know. And it was like, no, she took all the secrets with her to her grave. The fact that there was another brother after my sister, you know, they took all of them took that secret with them to the grave. They made a promise. So, but no, I don't really think that she loved me. Uh, she, she, she loved my aunt, my real mother, Dolores. She loved her. And all the times that Dolores, my aunt, my real mother, she told me, she said, David, here in the house, I'll call you my son. But if you ever refer to me as mother, I'm, you know, please don't put me in an awkward situation. I have lived this lie all these years. I mean, I was in my 40s, you know, at least, maybe even 50, but, you know, and she was like, but I don't want to have to explain it to my friends. They all know you as my nephew, and please respect me and leave it at that. But while you're here in the house, I'll call you my son. You can call me mom. But when we go outside, that's it. That's the game. Now, that's how I grew up. Now, if you, anyway, Dolores was sad all the way to the end. And in that she really wished she could have kept me. Bessie, on the other hand, took me in, but there were many incidents in lifetime where it was like She was a little more mean and cruel than she should have ought to been. Like she blamed me for getting my leg broke and having to do all that. You think I wanted that as a kid to grow up with 2 years of my life in a cast? Are you serious? All the therapy and the pain and I've been through. I wanted that. And she blamed it on me. I had broken ribs one time and to the point where I couldn't breathe from football practice. Broke every rib on one side. I can't remember which side. Could not breathe. And my mother was like, get out there and mow the grass. And it was hot in right after spring practice. And my granny was like, can't you tell that that David's sick? There's something wrong with him. She said, if you don't take him to the doctor, I will. Now, this is my granny back when I was, 13, 14 years old and just started 13 years old and just started playing football and took me to the doctor. I was having trouble breathing, and the doctor was like, if he had moved one little bit more, he would have had a punctured lung. And then my mother slapped me in the doctor's office and said, why didn't you tell me that you were hurting this bad? And for a week and a half or 2 weeks, I was like, I can't breathe because I wasn't mowing the grass fast enough. So there were things that Bessie did that if she loved me, she would have cared for me. Now, my grandma Raleigh, which was Bessie's mother, she knew, she cared, she loved me and would step in and go, you need to take care of this boy. So, and I'm not trying to make ill of the past, but that's how it was. That's the kind of stuff that went on. I moved out of the house in a rage one night. And when I tried to go back home, they changed the locks. My mother, Bessie, went through everything and threw my yearbook away. She threw all my stuff away, all my pillows, she threw all my stuff away. She didn't give me a chance to come by and pick through it or, get it out of the garbage. She threw it all away and left me homeless on the street, sleeping in a cardboard box. No change of clothes, no nothing. Because she said, well, he moved out. I've been waiting on this day, and threw my shit out. All my clothes, everything, threw my shit out. All my high school memorabilia, all the stuff, any of my awards, everything that I got, all of it gone. Yeah, she was a really nice lady. My daughter asked if she could call me mom. I was so happy. I introduced her to a high school friend. We ran into a store. She said, you're not my mom. I never know when I'm mom. So I understand. You just have to roll with it. She's bipolar, so I just appreciate whatever I get. Yep, you have to take it with a grain of sand. There are instances, Brandy, that I can say this because of similar circumstances in my lifetime where it's embarrassing to the other person for whatever the reason. They don't want to be embarrassed. And it's some kind of self-conscious, whatever the reason is, my real son won't acknowledge that I'm even alive. And there were times when he'd be having beers with some guys and he'd go, man, I learned all this stuff from this guy in Tallahassee and I learned how to do this and that. And I was like, ever since he was a little kid, I've been building on this house. I've taught him how to nail boards, how to do this, how to cut this, how to do that. And there he's talking about that. Well, I learned everything I know about carpentry from this guy. And I'm like, what? That's all I did when we were growing up was doing carpentry and building sheds and shops and the house and, building porches for people and building sets. And he's like, and I looked at him and I said, well, what about me? And he goes, well, you didn't really teach me anything. And I went, what? I taught him plumbing. I taught him electricity. I taught him about, carpentry. I taught him about, I didn't. But he gave this some guy that he met in Tallahassee, who he was an excellent carpenter. I will not, but that because he built, $500,000 houses. He learned everything he knows about carpentry from him. And I was like, okay, so I just don't count because I never had projects that big. But all the projects I worked on were solid. Nothing ever fell down. Nothing ever rotted. I went back and checked with some of my things. I did a whole roof over a trailer. And the guy said in the first year, he saved half of his electric bill because of how I insulated and added the roof and everything and blah, blah, blah. And because I know how to put shingles down during a tornado that went through an area over near the airport near Cairo, Georgia, his neighbor's roof came off. I mean, literally right next to him. And not one of the shingles on the house that I put the shingles down there wasn't one shingle lifted up. And so it's like, so I've checked back on my work. I've seen, gone back into places where I've done work and it's still there, you know. My house is still here. It needs some work and I should do it. But, I'm like, at this point, making it look fancy and good on the outside ain't really, I've lived here for so long in this not quite done state for a while, so I've become used to it. Doesn't mean that I wouldn't like to finish my house before I die. That would be great. But at this point, where it used to really matter, not so much anymore, because I just want to have as much fun in life as I can. Not that building on my house ain't fun, but uh, there are things that I can't do by myself that I used to. So anyway, it's one of those. Estimant, hola, right back at you. Uh, yeah, people are weird sometimes about stuff like that. Okay, listening in the background. Me too. Dolores. Dolores was my real mother's name. And for a long time, I regretted the fact that they kept the secret from me for so long. It was like, why couldn't you just tell me the truth? I'm a grown up, Why can't you just sit down? And there were times when Bessie, my pops, Arnie, Dolores and Dolores and Charlie were living on the back lot down there in Zephyr Hills, and we were all playing cards together and stuff. And it was like we could have had a conversation. You know what I mean? We could have had a chat. They could have answered a few questions. They could have told me what it was like. I understood a bunch, but they could have opened up to me a little bit. There were so many times when they had the opportunity to just say, we've been with you and Bessie and I, we've been carrying and your uncle and me, we've been carrying this for a long time. We're just going to have a conversation. But even when they were together, Bessie was still mom. I couldn't call Dolores mom. And I'd call her mom in front of Bessie, and boy, that didn't go over good. And I was like, so, you'll always be my grown up mom, but I knew in my heart she didn't really love me, but Dolores still did, but she couldn't have me because of the promises. Anyway, that could be a sad story, but here's the thing. I made it through all of that. I went through a lot of trauma and a lot of therapy to try to figure out, why did they not open it? Why did they lie? Why did they hide the truth? Why can't you just sit down and talk to me? That makes you feel like you're not good enough to know the truth. You know what I mean? But then I realized later on that whatever promise they made, as much as it pissed me off, I had to honor it because they honored it between themselves, to each of them, to their graves at different times. Bessie went first, Pops went second, and Dolores was last. So, but of that, there was still a little bit of conversation. But there was, um, I was told by my sisters after Dolores passed away, she said in her office, in her study, was the center drawer kind of thing. And in that drawer was a picture of me in a play. And she said every day she looked at that picture of me before she passed away. And that it had been in that drawer, for the years that she had stayed with them. So I think about it and I go, so who loved me? Was it Bessie who made a promise, or was it Dolores who kept a picture in her desk long after everybody else had passed away? But she still kept the secret and the promise to her grave. So to me, as much as it pissed me off, I also had to look at it that it was an honorable thing that they did. To them, it was the honorable thing was to keep the promise. And I have to respect that, you know. So I'd learned that. Hawkeye Dan Winter speaks of Shaman steering tomatoes. If that tornado didn't attack your hard work on those shingles, it may have sensed you. I don't know. I do good work, but I've had two tornadoes go over this house. I mean, right over this house and destroy my neighbor's barn. Twice it destroyed my neighbor's barn. Back when Michael came through a couple of years ago, tore that some bitch up. And many years back in the 80s during Hurricane Kate down here, a tornado went over the house. So the house was much smaller, and the trailer was on the back of it, sucked out a couple of windows in the house and tore up my neighbor's. That was the first time the tornado hit up there and tore the barn down. So I've had, in my lifetime living here, I've had two tornadoes literally pass right over the house. So, in some way, shape, or form, I feel protected, whether it's the angels, whether it's how I picked the house at the bottom of the hill and how the air comes through this little valley here, which is part of the deal. But I think it's how my understanding of nature and where I wanted the house to be and just a bunch of stuff. But their place got knocked down twice since I've been here. And my house didn't have anything happen to it the last time the tornado went over. It tore up a bunch of trees in my backyard and in the woods, but didn't do anything to the house or the sheds. So, you know, not to say that I'm not wary of storms, mind you, but I have weathered many a storm, and there's not many people that can say they had a tornado pass over their house twice in their lifetime. Anyway, but that's okay. you know, I was I'm happy to see you. There's a book, and I can't remember the name of it, but one of my therapists bought it for me and sent it to me, paid for the book, and it's about adopted children and how that, like 56 or 58% of adopted children develop some kind of loss. I can't think of the word right now. Um, um, they never feel complete. Like when Bessie hugged me, she didn't hug me like she loved me. My granny hugged me like she loved me, but Bessie didn't. And I could tell, I could feel it. But, there are lots of children. I was surprised that it was at least over 50% of adopted children have a feeling that is similar to abandonment, in that they've been with their mother for so long in the womb, and then somebody else tries to take over for that, and they don't smell them, they don't scent them. Mama ain't mama, whoever mama is acting as mama. And some people are more astute to that than others, but over 50% of the surveys that were done at that time with people in the, in psychiatric areas, that there was this feeling of abandonment, and there was this emptiness that you just couldn't get filled. And when I read that, and when I just read the statistics, I don't even know if I read the rest of the book, but I became aware of, I ain't the only one. So it ain't just me. And there is this separation anxiety, because they told me as a kid, uh, you know, that when they got me and I was adopted, I would cry to go in the bathtub, and then I would cry to get out. I would cry to get in the car because I thought that they was going to take me and drop me off somewhere. Whenever we got somewhere, I'd cry to get out of the car because I thought they were going to take me somewhere and drop me off. So they say it went on for quite a while with me. So for my first 3 years going into 4 years, I was traumatized out the yin yang, and I don't think a person that's 3 years old should be that traumatized. So I've always felt that there was something else that happened to have traumatized me that bad. Because I got a picture of me sitting with my mother, and she's all smiles, and I'm sitting there on the couch with her, and I look at myself in the picture, and I go, what the hell was I thinking when they took that picture? Because I'm looking bewildered. I wasn't happy at all. And it's a black and white photo from back when I was like 2. And I look at myself and I go, what the hell was going on? Why was I, 6 different foster homes in my lifetime in my first 3 years, and plus in and out and here and there. So, but I don't know what happened in some of those places. I don't know. I've had really bad dreams, and I've talked about this before, and I hate to go on about it, but in the psychosis of it all, to be able to have, gone down all these little twisted paths and everything. And I hate to use this word, but it kind of sort of fits right in a way. By having gone through every one of these things, and I've made it to this point on the other side, that somehow there is a self-redemption factor. And what I mean by that is that it's self-redeeming in that, you've had these hard times. You've had people that lied to you all your life. You've had people that have held mysteries and stories and things that they have not. So, and for me, I've been searching the truth. So to have these people that you supposedly love to withhold information from you, um, right, Brandy, like someone she didn't like and had to go through the motions to save face. Absolutely. If you were talking about me. But anyway, but in that, and I say about redemption, and is because there were several times where I thought my soul was lost because these people wouldn't talk to me, they wouldn't tell me the truth, and then I started finding out little tidbits of information here and there. I still don't know what happened to me, them first 3 years. Something weird happened. I'll just leave it at that. For me to be that traumatized, that's all. Because I don't feel myself, I don't feel like I should have been traumatized. You know what I mean? I'm too happy-go-lucky, kind of. Anyway, but the redemption comes in the fact that there were times when I felt hopeless and lost, and the redeeming, as I'm on this topic, the redeeming part of going through all this is that I made it through the other side. Yeah, years of alcoholism, yeah, years of drugs and things. And a lot of the reason for my drugs and stuff was so I wouldn't think about the people who were lying to me and hiding from me. And that and every day was a holiday, and I just gave in to that side of life. Uh, Looking back, there's many times I wish I had not done some of those things, but it is what it is. I did them then. And even at the time, there were times when I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But the redemption of it is with all the times that I took acid and mushrooms. And I mean, I have counted up how many times I've tripped, and it's way over, it's at least 500 times. And because, I would have 100 hits of acid in my wallet for me, other people, people I knew, and I could just tear off a little card, here's $5, and what, I'd go through a day because I was working, double shifts and lots of stuff, and they didn't know it, but I was hired, I was tripping my ass off while I was doing some of that stuff. So, but I reached a point where I was talking with some friends of mine. I don't know if I could trip now. I'll sit and help you through your trip, but I don't know if I really want to trip anymore. My life has gotten to the point where if I'm seeing so much stuff without any mushrooms, and I was thinking about this the other day, flashbacks, and thought I was even going to do a video about flashbacks. And I don't know if I'm flashing back or if I'm literally seeing into these other realms. Am I remembering things that I tripped about years ago? Or, I mean, but there are times when I can hear the angels, my spirit guides talking so clear. It's like they're, and they could be right beside me. Okay, I'm just saying, but I always think they're right up there somewhere, wherever there is, right? But at the same time, there are times when I wonder if that spirit guide is just an extension of me in the mystery time, in having gone into the future world a little bit or something. It's a little odd. In that, is my spirit guide actually an extension of me? You know, and I think it's both. I think part of it is that I'm linked with my spirit guide, and it could be me in my angel kind of form ish, other self form. But there seems to be somebody that's nearby that's like helping to coach, or, like, hey, we got a new email in. And my spirit guide, I get direct, but it's almost like I can hear them having a conversation, but it always comes through the one. And so only through practice for me, yeah, they're around. I'm a Scorpio. We don't quit shit. One of my spirit guides is Saint Martha, the Dominator. Really, Delaney? I don't know if there. I feel like there's a shaman next to me. I mean, a shaman angel, if you will. As much as I was into the saint, this one and that one, growing up as a Catholic, this journey, this time around for me, has dropped all the saints, you know, because we don't really know if they were saints. I mean, oh, well, the Catholic Church did that. There's so much I just don't even want to hear about the Catholic Church. In a lot of ways about Christianity, because in my humble opinion, they got it so freaking wrong. If Jesus come back to me now, you know, if the real honest to God Jesus showed up tomorrow and had a conversation with people, and he would look around and say, okay, let's look at the Bible, y'all. Let's have a conversation. Do you think this is what I meant by you eat my body and blood? Were you all drunk when you sons of bitches wrote this stuff down? What the hell were you thinking? You want people to eat me and drink me? Are you nuts? You guys must have been fruit drunk out of that wine at that Last Supper, because that is not what I meant, you dumbasses. I mean, look at Peter and go, you dumbass. When I said, upon this rock, I will build my church. I didn't mean for you to build cathedrals and all this stupid shit and waste people's money and energy and all this, you dumbass. I went into the temple and threw the money changers out. Where did I used to preach, Peter? We was out in the boat. We was out in the, out on the, in the hills and out in, you dumbass. I can hear Jesus having a conversation going, are you serious? You actually think this is what I would put my life for? And the other thing, the baby cakes that do the Mardi Gras and have a dark red, but people just don't know. That's right. I know too well. All connected with thoughts, feelings are amazing. You guys, thanks. You're welcome, Estee. But anyway, I mean, if I mean, because Jesus got downright pissed off at the moneymakers in the temple. So if he had a chance to come back and talk to these people about what they invented in his name, I'm sorry, he would just go, "This ain't what I had in mind, y'all. I'm sorry, this is not what I had in mind." And so, and I think that's just we need to look at this thing honestly. So, but anyway, to me, the true story that I remember of St. Francis of Assisi, he did not want an order named after him. Um, be When he first started in his priesthood, he was helping cure people with herbs and tonics and things like that. And the church at one time, one of the popes wanted to burn him at the stake because he was a man of God, and he had taken a vow of poverty. So he allowed animals into the church and would bless them for the farmers. And he was helping people and curing people with herbs and spices and stuff. And so they wanted to burn him at the stake, but then there were so many people that loved him, they sent folks out, from the Vatican to travel to where he was, being and so forth. And I want to say there's a movie with Sean Connery as being St. Francis. And he went back to the Vatican. He goes, "What are you sending these people?" And I go, "Well, you've gotten so much attention, through your rumors and people about, how you treat animals and how you've helped, cure people, and they want to make an order, after you, Saint, And he goes, "No, no, a Franciscan order, no, don't want it, don't do it. I'm against it," and they did it anyway. So, but that's not what the real story that you hear these days. And the guy that's faking it as Pope, he picked the name Francis as blasphemy. He wants to be that Saint Francis that it's blasphemy because he's a Jesuit. If people understood the fact him being a Jesuit and then picking, like, for me, the greatest saint of all time, and then that was blasphemy. I still feel that way. And there's some other people that feel that way too. But I mean, I was like, he picked what name? Um, and his links to child pedophilia, uh, part of the thing about all creatures great and small kind of goes back to St. Francis and how he treated the children, and uh, as Jesus, come unto me, all you children, And then here is Cardinal what's his name over in Argentina that was suspected of child trafficking and pedophilia, was all of a sudden the Pope of Rome, who picked the name of Francis. And in the dark magic that they do, that's one of the kinkiest, weirdest. I know I've probably talked about this before, but we have to understand just how crazy these folks are, you know, and how sick this stuff goes. My dad hung up on me this morning. "You don't believe the words of the Bible. I can't do anything for you." I can't believe all the words of the Bible, you know. Because here's the thing, for each one of the apostles, Mark was one of my favorite. Um, and I think Matthew, the two M's. Don't know why, just when I read them in church, when I read them to myself, something about Mark and something about Matthew. Um, Everybody's got their own, but And I know there are folks out there, that are like, if it weren't for Paul, but in growing up in the Catholic Church and having all of the people that I knew and met and conversed with, there was, this really strange uh, thing about Saul Paul that the priest did not want to buy into. So I always found that intriguing, for the last 60 years almost. So, but again, I won't deny anybody reading anything, and if it gives them comfort, go for it. But so I think the problem is that it's not because they call him an apostle, and it's not that Paul doesn't have anything good to say. It's that they gave him the title of apostle, and that like they're treating him like one of the first, and he never met him, kind of thing, blah blah blah. And I think that's the issue that some of the priests and other folks that I've talked to have had on the subject. He just wasn't there, you know. He was relating everything through hearsay by the time he knew about it. But he was struck by lightning from God and all these things. I'm not denying that it didn't happen, but at the same point, he's trying to say, but what I'm saying is true. I know Jesus, I know God, and but he wasn't there. So I'm just saying, this is how some people think about it on the subject. And over the years, I kind of look at it the same way. Go, I ain't saying he's got, that everything he says is bad, but um, it's the representation that they put on him. Like, actually, Paul is supposed to be more special because he got struck by lightning. Well, wait a minute. This is just one guy's, you know, his account. Did it really happen? Well, they say it did. They wrote it down and they made him an apostle. And they included it in in the Bible, and so must have been true, right? Must be. But he wasn't one of the originals, so he wasn't there early on, and so a lot of people question, was Saul Paul actually a real character, or was it really just made up? So don't know. Oh, well, there's proof that there was this guy. Okay, I ain't saying, well, there's the letters he wrote. Okay. Not trying to disclaim it, but when it was written after the fact, and anybody could have written that shit, but you know how it goes. Um, but anyway, I'm searching for the truth. Still am, always will be. It'll be interesting if I ever truly learn any more of this truth in this life. But I'm sure when I pass on, it will be all become perfectly clear, which will be interesting. How much will I remember from this life into the next? Hopefully enough to get me by, to go, wow, this is interesting. So this is what being a spirit is like. I played around with astral projection, but damn, this is fun. I can just bebop all over the universe. I think that would be interesting. Cherry, how are you? Woke up and then found here. Yeah, I believe there are things in the Bible that seem very clear to me, just very understood, and and then and of course it depends on which of them Bibles you're reading now. I said this last video, and I mean it. If you're still reading the King James Version, please stop. Go back to the original versions and read and compare some of the verses. And, because King James considered himself, because he was king of Scotland and England at the same time, the first time it had ever happened, he got in a tist with the Pope, the Roman Pope, Vatican Pope. It was crooked anyway, but because King James was having this boy on boy tryst with one of the princes from France, okay? and he wanted a divorce and all this other stuff. And Pope said no, and he goes, well, then screw you, because I'm king of both of these lands now. I'm the supreme leader. I am the Lord. So when you see the Lord and these and thys and all that in the King James Version, it's referring to himself as God. He is the Lord, and he is God over those lands. A lot of people don't see it. A lot of people, oh, that's not really what he means. He was a self-egotistical maniac. Okay. You got to put this in context. He had a boyfriend, trying to have his wife, come on. Oh, but you're gonna believe in the Bible that he wrote for himself because he was pissed off at the Catholic Church? That's the one you're gonna believe in? Come on, please. Okay, that would be like saying today, in today's day, Pee Wee Herman, okay, who got arrested down in Sarasota in an X-rated movie house for pulling his pud years ago, while he was doing Pee Wee's Playhouse, Now there wasn't any children involved or anything like that. It was a mature adult X-rated place, but to the point. So if you think, well, that's a little deviant behavior, and Pee Wee, did all these little kiddie shows, and so Pee Wee Herman, all right, so Pee Wee Herman decides to write his own Bible, and everybody says, oh, Pee Wee Herman, he wrote a Bible. Well, let's all listen to Pee Wee Herman. If you really studied about King James, I was appalled. I did a video on it a couple of years ago, and I was appalled at what I found out about James and this and that and all what's going on. Holy carp. And I was like, I was already against the King James Version because I was using the old Douay Rheims version, which was the old Catholic Bible, and how easy it was to read and to understand and to this and that and the other thing. And then I started comparing it to the King James Version, and they rewrote some of the Psalms. He literally took out some of the Psalms from the original book and rewrote them, changed the numbers, and people go, no, he didn't. Yes, he did. Go check it out for yourself. Because I had a printed version, and I was like, well, here's Psalm 22 here in this one, and this is Psalm 22 in the King James Version. They are not the same. Well, your Bible must be wrong, Dad. That's what my son told me. And I go, yeah, but King James took his version from this Bible. So how can, if I have a Douay Rheims Bible, which it's, documented that that's what King James took it from, that somehow the Bible that I have is wrong to the King James Version? Well, because you changed it. Well, okay. In Revelations towards the end, in both books, it basically says, he who changes the word of God shall be written out of the tree of life, the book of the tree of life forever. So King James, to me, he wrote himself out of the book of the tree of life. But now what about all those people who followed his Bible? Will they be written out because they followed the words that were changed? And then recently, within the last year or so, the Pope came out and told all the Catholics to throw their old Bibles away and to get the new Catholic Bible. So El Popo, I know I've talked about this before, but it's important to understand that they're changing these things right before our eyes, and we don't understand what these ancient traditions have been. And then these men of God, these men of renown, are supposed to be showing the way to our future when they're absolutely shredding the past. Anyway, my 10 cents on that one. Cherry, going into the next life, supposed to keep our memories this time, especially old soul light workers. I hope so. That's one of the things in the cards that I have read over times, is that, if you've walked a good walk on the red road in this life, then the whole object is to be able to remember this life into the next life and previous lives. So, yeah, if there's anything that I'm I'm shooting for, it's that, that I remember when I get out of this one. And when I go to the next one, hopefully, if I've done a good job this time through, I will remember this life next time. I think that's what you meant, maybe. Um, Going into the next life, supposed to keep your memories this time. Yeah, right. I think I got it. Yeah. So, but anyway, all I know is and I've known some really cruel people in my lifetime. I mean, I was chained to a two-time murderer, literally chained to this guy. He told me we're chained together, getting ready to go to court there in Tampa. And he goes, "Listen here, honky, big black man. Listen here, honky. We gonna make a run for it." Now I don't. He was serious, at least it seemed to me. So there's two of us chained together, and we're chained together with our hands shackled, with a chain going to your waist, and then down to the shackles on your feet. So running is like ain't gonna work. So and then I'm chained to him. We're 2x2s. So he tells me, and he's a whole foot taller than I am, and 350 pounds of pure ass muscle, let me tell you. He says, when I tell you to run, run. Carly Simon coming around again. Yeah. How do you know you have original version? I miss some. Anyway, I won't know until I get into the next life if I remember this one. And here's an interesting thing. When I get into the next life, would I want to remember this one? That's just a man. We're going on a 20 again. Okay, it's 5:20. I was not going to do this again, and here I am all this time through. And there's 10 of you still hanging out with me tonight, this morning. So good morning from South Georgia. It's 5:17 a.m. in the morning time here on 5/4. It's 5/14, 2021 here in South Georgia, and we're talking about keeping it between the ditches here on the Red Road and how you get there, where you go, and what you do when you're on it. So many people make their choices in their spiritual life. They make choices in their regular life. But the biggest thing is you try to straight, if you can follow certain basic rules like honor people, have respect for other people, try to do good things, not be a murderer. But when I was chained to this big ass guy, and when he told me, he said, when we get outside the courthouse, there'll be a van waiting on the corner. And what I tell you to, you run. And I'm like, and he looked at me and he goes, or I'll rip your fucking arm off. And I was like, okay, I'll run best I can. You might have to drag my ass, but better than getting my fucking arm dragged off, because that's what he told me. And thank God that did not happen. There was no van on the corner. Each of us was, had our own personal shackles, then tied to each other, and then chained together with everybody else. So how's he going to run, right? But anyway, he thought he was, but he was in there for arraignment for his second time and first degree murder. And I'm facing 20 years for $200 worth of drugs. And he was already, his conversation was, yeah, I murdered this boy, I shot this boy at a card game. And because it wasn't premeditated, they gave me second degree murder. And I spent 10 years in Rayford prison in Florida because I was in Florida. And he said, in 10 years, he said, I got off on parole. And he said, yeah, somebody was messing with my girl and we got into a tussle and I killed him too. And I was like, you know, Uh, Shot a guy in a card game. Okay, so it wasn't murder, but it was second degree, but it was like a high manslaughter. Okay, so this guy's up for murder again. I ain't even slapped anybody hard in my lifetime, and here's this guy, and I'm chained to him. It'll make you think twice about life. And that there are some people that are just like that. It's 5:20, 4:20 somewhere. There you go, Julianne. Thank you. I woke up at 12:30. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? I'm Carista's version. I I feel that way too, Este. I I just got a feeling. I talked about it way early on, about 3.5 hours ago. But I feel some kind of connection, and I'm not going to try to explain it or over explain it or whatever. I just, certain circumstances and things have happened, and I feel like I'm, if I don't have the essence, at least I believe that. And if I've got some nasty essence in me or something, I have rebuked it and have decided to do something different. So, but anyway, with that said, greetings, 421. And I think there are many of us here. I may be overextending this, but I think most of us that are here have some kind of connection to the angels, and maybe not just the Charistus. I'm just going to use angels in a general terminology here, not specifically or but anyway, but that we have some kind of angel spirit in us because of how we feel, what we've learned, what we're still learning, what we're still, the truths in our own lives and spirits, and we're remembering bits and pieces of who we are or who we are really, and have been in previous lives or whatever the circumstance. And a lot of people talk about light workers and light beings and all that. I don't use those terminologies because I feel that some of those people are using a little bit of hocus pocus with the light worker thingy stuff. It hasn't felt right in some instances when certain people use those terminologies. It's like they overuse the word. The light workers and light beings, the light workers and light beings. It's like, quit repeating it. It's like if I said shaman all the time, I say it enough, but if I kept repeating the word, then I'm trying to make a point. And it's like, we're talking about, shaman in training and staying on the red boat, but I don't keep using the word over and over and over and over. The light workers this and the light workers that, and the light workers are, I'm just saying it has to do with the sales approach. And there's some of the folks seem a little over anxious. And anyway, but I understand the concept of being a light worker, and I am working hopefully for the light. I know I'm not working for the darkness. I'm not working for the bad guys, that's for sure. So whatever you want to call it, and for being a part of the for me, the as I've done several videos on the Silent 72 and the Cause and Dante, uh, I do feel that and is part of the mission along with the cause. I'm here as, to help mankind. I'm here to do whatever needs to be done. I'm here to help people to, it's not about helping me to the other side because I've already lived, I'm still living my life and I'm still learning. That's what it's all about. So I'm here along with you folks to further. There goes the internet again. Don't have any connection of spiritual belief in anything at all. You and me too, ST. And I was hearing about some folks the other day, and there's a couple of ladies that I've listened to over the years, and they have went off on a tangent so much with this mother goddess thing, and that I'm a goddess and I don't need to believe in this, and I'm a creator, and it's scary. I mean, it's really scary. They've gone off on just like, we hope you come back, you know. Yes, there is all that, but there's much more, you know. Well, I'm a goddess now, and I have these powers. Okie dokie, you know. Then, but that's all they can talk about. And you know, I'm not here to talk about male dominance, but I talk about the divine, both the feminine and the male, both, you know, in the cards and in the ancient teachings. The only way to be truly in the divine is for male and female energy to combine. I've read it several times in the cards, and it's come up in that discussion. You know, and it's, how are we going to learn to fix this world right now? They have made so many different genders. Okay, it's not breastfeeding anymore; it's chest feeding. Don't it mean the same thing? Don't you have breast on your chest? This stuff is so stupid. But here, the thing is that they're trying to take away the mother, even though she's still feeding her breast from her teat. Okay, let's be vile here. Ooh, look at them big old duties, you know, and the baby's. Okay, fine. No, it's chest feeding. You know, we got to change the name. And there are 56 or some odd different, you know, degrees of sexuality that you can claim. And some of this stuff, you know, you read it and you hear it and you go, what are these people thinking? Did they sit around and smoke crack around a table and come up with this stupid shit and then try to get everybody else to believe it? And I think that's basically what's happened. So, but it's up to us to be like, when L was it, and then there was LG, the lesbian and gays. Nothing wrong with that. I've known gay people that are older than me all my life, you know. I tried, you know, a gay relationship once with a gay friend of mine. Once was all it took. I was like, this ain't for me. Sorry, you know. Don't want to go there, not interested, but y'all can have all the fun you want to, but it ain't me. It ain't me, babe. No, 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 it ain't me, babe. It ain't me you're looking for, babe. Okay, Michelle, if you're there, who is that? Uh, Thank you, Cherry, if you're talking about me. It just says David. I know there's other Davids around. Thank you, Julianne, for hanging in. See, oh, please. Yeah, exactly. History is just that women were either not represented or not shown in a good light. Yep. And there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I grew up in the age of, and some of you have too, but in the age of women burning their bras. You know, I grew up in the hippie age thingy, you know, the free love and the, you know, I'm being passed out in the park and the men's garden club and things I talked about the hippie days and all that. And it's like, I'm all for it. I think everybody should be treated equally. But for those folks who, well, I am woman, hear me roar. Okay. Does that mean that you and I are going to roar together or you're going to roar against me? That's the thing. Okay, roar all you want to. Howl at the moon, get it out, you know, speak your language and get it to the universe. But are you going to turn to everybody around you, go, I am woman, hear me roar? That means I demand it. You know, there are all these other things that go in with that. And it's, you know, and some folks have really taken this really positive thought and kind of twisted it up for their own purposes, it seems to me at times. And so, they over missed the point. So, but in this understanding of the universe and you and me and then the next person, we have got to learn to understand that male or female, and I know that I've met some men that were more female than some women that I know. To this day, I still know these women, and they're not very female. But I've known some uh, well, transvestite, yeah, they like to dress in women's clothing, a lot. And there's this one black gay man that I knew. He was an orderly at a nursing home I worked at, and he was a woman. I mean, everything. There was no part about it. And even though he wasn't in drag, and honey, he looked good when he was in drag. Let me tell you. Admire beauty when it is and what it is. Doesn't mean I'm going to go sleep with him, but I'm like, he was really freaking pretty when he got dressed up. A lot prettier than and most of the women that I do, anyway. But to the point though, there are some men who just dressed up just because it was like, and they were horrible women. They were horrible at it, and it seemed put on. Uh, I've had a lot of men come onto me over the years. Old men, young men, feeling up my behind or whatever, grab your crotch, and just like, sorry, not interested. Just you have at it with whoever you know. I got into a party one night where I actually, and I haven't talked about this, it's a really difficult situation, but I was at a party with some DJ type folks and they were doing this thing, and somebody slipped me a Mickey, and I ended up in bed with somebody that I was like, oh no, I would not have gone willingly. You understand what I'm saying? And I have tried to wash that out of my head for a good many years, but it's like it's there. But we were just having drinks, and somebody said, "Here, have one of these." And the next thing I know, I wake up the next morning, and I'm like, in this ugly man's bed, going, "What the?" But anyway, that's a very embarrassing thing. But gave me a Molly or whatever. I didn't go to any more of their parties. Let me tell you. But they had some good cocaine and they were selling weed cheap. So it was hard not to go. But, I never took any drinks from them again. Here, have a drink. Nope. Because that's how they got me. And that just wasn't right. Change opinions depending on the time of day. Yeah. Oh, no, he was not pretty. Oh, my goodness. There are some gay men that if I'd had to wake up next to in the morning, I wouldn't have minded. I mean, just saying, they were nice looking gentlemen, handsome men. And not, and there were a couple of gay men that one I talked about before. He a beautiful voice, beautiful singer. We have been in many different shows together. We played Manolo and his brother. I can't. Hey, I was Jesus. Okay, in the female version of The Odd Couple. And so the two stewardesses that showed up with Jack Lemmon and I can't remember, it was anyway, the original one. Was it Jack Klugman? Anyway, Tony Randall was later in Jack Klugman. Um but in the female version of it, it's two pilots. And see, Senorita, it's Manolo and Jesus. And so he played Manolo and I played Jesus, and we dressed up all in white and got all spiffied up and acted just right. And oh yes, see Manolo, yeah, yes, Jesus, we had a ball, and we all, for every performance, and we did it in two separate places. Where we did it once in Moultrie and then again down in Thomasville. And when we were in the dressing room one time, he said, um, And he's got this real deep sort of baritone voice, and he goes, "I just want you to know, David Null, that if you ever want to have a get together, I would like to have a get together with you." And I said, "Well, blah blah blah." I mentioned his name, and I said, "I feel very honored, but I'm just not that way. But if I ever think about it and ever want to, I I'll you and me can get together then." Okay, okay. So we respected each other. And I've always said, it's like, to wake up to this ugly man that I'd been drugged at a party, to have, somehow woke up in this guy's bed, I would have said, well, okay, we'll talk about it later on, but at least he was kind and polite to me, and didn't drug me, and, where other people were just not like that. So, when women talk about being, done at a party and things like that, I get it from a male standpoint. You know, do not talk about it often because it's hard for a band to go, hey, I was, you know, mollied at a gay party. It wasn't they weren't all gay people. Well, actually, I think the women were gay as well. I mean, I so my point into all this, so is we got LGBTQRS, you know, and they're making up so much stuff now. It's like my point to this is that they're separating the divine from us. What used to be now, there were gay people back in the day. All right. There have been lesbian women, there have been gay men. I mean, the island of Lesbos, do a little research. The not the Trojan guys, the Greeks. Anyway, they were known because they weren't around women to have loved little boys and stuff like that. So, the idea of being, getting Greek here, has a long history in that. So, but now there was at least men and women, but there were still men and women. They weren't trying to create something else. Um, Hawkeye, this kid I met earlier, was raped at 14 by a girl. She was 15. He didn't remember a thing. He was out of it. She knew exactly what she was doing. He tried to fight it. He's got 2 more years. What do you mean? So she said that um, she blamed it on him, that it was rape and it was her that raped him. Is that what I'm seeing? That stuff sucks. One of my friends that I grew up with in the neighborhood, he had married a woman with 2 or 3 kids, I think at least 2. And the oldest girl was just a rambunctious piece of crap. And so um, every time Butch said, every time Brad said something like, "Listen, you're on restriction. You was out late. You've been drinking. You're only, 14 years old, and this can't happen. We can't do this. And then, well, if you don't let me do what I want, I'm going to tell mommy that you touched me." And so it got to a point where she hated him so much, she accused him of touching her. And then later on, after he went through all this stuff, he was on the list of being a pedo kind of thing and predator. And then she came back in and said, I have to admit, it was like 10 years later, after all he went through all this shit, couldn't see his kids, couldn't see his other daughter. And she said, listen, I was mad at you and I have to come clean because I feel guilty. And I just want to tell you. But the damage was already done. So many people had already thought that, Brad had molested his kids. They were his step kids, but they wouldn't see his kids either, because of what she did. And so, there are folks that do that. They do. And then there are folks who are truly raped. I mean, it's hard for me to get the image out of my head from the priest and what was going on and how I believed them and how I literally got chased around the room by Father McCarthy in the front room of the rectory at Most Holy Redeemer Church back then, and having to literally fight him off and go, and he would stand me in front of the door, and I'm like, you got to I want out of here, you know, that's, uh, you know, okay. So, there's a word that comes to me, and it's the bestiality of people. And I say that in that they feel that it's the beast in them that controls them. And so they can control you with it because they have these impulses, they have these whatevers that somehow they can do these things to you. And there was one priest at Tampa Catholic whose name was Father Larkin. And anytime, I had him one period for a religion class or whatever it was, and he would always come over and put his hand on this shoulder and lean in real close to see how I was doing with my work. It was very uncomfortable. It was Other priests would come by and look in, but they would put their hand on this shoulder and lean in on this side. You know what I mean? They wouldn't put their arm around you. And then there was Father Vercetti that got me naked, and and in this idea of a psychological, I'm going to help fix you, kind of psychodrama, as he called it, when actually he was just doing he was getting his jollies off with me. And in retrospect, I did get something out of it. In learning about my own psychological craziness. But at the same time, I have to look back on it and go, that he was a sick mother. You hear me? But at the same time, I did gain something from the experience even though it's something I would, much rather not remember, and I would much rather forget. I mean, what's a priest doing with porno? Cartoon porno. About raping a man in jail, and come to find out that the guy in black, that his master, whatever, is the warden of the jail, and he thinks, I mean, it was like, what are priests doing with gay porn about jail and subjection and subjugating someone and tying them down and having the man suck the other off, and they do all this. I mean, what's a priest doing with material like that? Period. you know but when you're in the situation, and I looked at it, saw it, and was like, what the fuck is this? What am I in the middle of when I trusted this person, and what the hell is this? Way back before there was any of that stuff, in like 71, I think it was, or maybe 72, I can't remember. It was back a ways. And I trusted this man. I was having issues. I had tried to hang myself. I had a bad moment. I had a bad car accident. I'd lost everything, lost my job. I had severe head concussion that put me in the hospital for 3 weeks. And I was not right. And then this priest took advantage of that and took advantage of me. And so the things that I understand about some of these folks is from a different level than other people do. And I think that gives me insight into the character and nature of some human beings. You know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily make me an expert, but if somebody says, well, you don't know what it's like to get mollied, yes, I do. Well, you don't know what it's like to have somebody, predate you. Yes, I do. But I had priests who were after me all the time. Um, I mean, literally after me all the time. Uh, when I cop a field and, back in the, where they're getting ready to be, quote, come on stage onto the altar and, unbelievable. Come in there when you're changing, hi boys, how are you this Sunday morning? And stand there and literally leer at you. And then they go and put on their vestments and you're standing there going, was he just, leering at us, Anyway, us boys had a few words for Father McCarthy, faggot McCarthy. And anyway, we weren't very nice, but, he was trying to cop us and field us boys up. And he cornered me. And apparently he did the same thing to my brother. And I'm sure there were other boys. So how many did, he get? And they wouldn't transfer him out of the parish. So the priest that was the pastor at the time, who was a wonderful man, left the church with one of the nuns at Most Holy Redeemer, and I'm not sure if they got married, but they went off and traveled together. Um, but here was this wonderful priest who was the pastor and a good man, could not put up with the gayness in the church, and he knew what was going on with Father McCarthy, and he had sent in, and they wouldn't transfer him out, so he quit. He said no more. So when you meet people like this, and you've grown up with these folks, and see how other people grew up and through similar circumstances. I'm not trying to. This ain't about a pity party. This is just, I'm telling more truth probably than I've ever told before, and that in uh, and there's a lot more to the story, but that's enough right there. But in that, I feel like by going in the black down that black hole from talking about Swan, that I was the ugly duckling. And through that black hole, I popped up a couple of days later, or weeks, or months, or years, or decades. And I don't necessarily feel like a swan on the outside, but I do feel like a swan on the inside, in that through all of these things that I've lived through, and whether you want to call them traumas or whatever, that I have developed a certain amount of grace. I can talk about them without cussing. I can talk about them in more honesty than I think I have in a lot of instances. And I'm not doing this for my own brownie points. I just think honesty is the key, and that there are people out there that need to have, like, you really did get mollied by it. Yep, sure did. I'm not proud of it. Didn't go to the police or nothing, but anyway, pissed me off. They got away with that, Hawkeye. Yeah, it is what it is. I have a friend that was in jail 16 to 32. He said the guards had this big boxer dude, big boy. They were sadistic. Yes, they are. Yep. Yep. There was this one guy, the big black man. I mean, he was like 6'6" and bald as a baby's ass, had gold teeth with stars, Victor. And Victor was in for embezzlement or something, and he was a really good cook and a baker. But everybody also knew that Victor was, gay as a $3 bill. He didn't try to hide it or nothing. Well, where my bunk was, I was on the top. Uh, and Victor's was two bunks over, or one. Anyway, maybe only one. But I'd wake up in the middle of the night and feel somebody staring at me. And I would look over his way, you look in the direction that you feel, and there'd be Victor smiling at me and winking in the dark, kind of thing. And so Victor was at least upfront enough to say, hey, listen, because I was in charge of the stock room. So, you do things in jail that, some folks say, you did what? Now, look, I was in charge of the stock room and nobody went in or out or anything without my say so because I was given permission by the sergeant of the kitchen and by the warden, okay, and the lieutenant on second shift because they made them sandwiches. I knew where all the goodies were. Fresh tomatoes, ham sandwiches and stuff, and in the middle of the night, hey, no, come down here and make us a sandwich. Yeah, okay. So, but anyway, Victor had certain men, and those men and him wanted to get together. So he would pay me to watch the door and allow them to go back in the back. And so it usually didn't take long because basically Victor just liked to give BJs to men. It was his thing. And he'd go, what about you, Dave? And I go, thank you, Victor, but nope, but I came in there one day, my little Mexican friend, Joe come out of Victor come out first, and then little Joe come out, and he would, it was hard for him to turn red, but he was red as a beet. He was like, David, tell nobody, tell. I said, dude, what happens between here? I ain't gonna say nothing, It's hard to be in jail without doing something when you're a young man and you've been in jail for a year and somebody, suggests they, hey, I'll give you for free. I mean, what? So it's like, your mind will go in different places. And poor little Joe, he'd been in jail before and he goes, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. That's a joke, man. It's okay. But to see the look on his face when he come back from around in the back, Victor coming out, wiping his mouth and, that it is what it is. And I think back to that and it's like, they were going to do it anyway, you know. And so for me, Victor had a trust with me because then Victor helped to swipe yeast so that I could make hooch for everybody in the kitchen. Well, everybody that knew there was a group of us, and so I made homemade wine in the stock room. Got away with it several times, but the only way to get the yeast was for Victor and to be on Victor's good side so we could make the hooch. So, there are things that you do when you're doing the do kind of thing. So it's like, but, I see some of these prison shows and, the new Orange is Black or the new Black is Orange, whatever, you know what I mean? And a couple of these others. And I'm like, some of that shit is very true. Some of it is very true. And there was one time when I was there, um, after I got sentenced, um, there's a difference in allowing a trustee to go outside. So, but anyway, I'd been dumping the garbage as part of my duties. I'd go down on the loading dock and pick up groceries and things. And at night, we would take the garbage down, and some guy'd come by and he'd load all the slop from from all the inmates and go feed his hogs and this and that. Well, anyway, we'd got to go outside and stand in the garbage heap and smoke a cigarette. That was our outside time. It was the only time I got to go outside. And it was cherished, man. You got 5 minutes outside. Boy, howdy. And then back in you'd go. Well, anyway, I wasn't on that detail anymore. I was working in the kitchen. I was working as meat cutter. I was cutting, if they were pork chops, we cut them all, 700 of them. If it was hamburgers, we made 700 hamburgers. Whatever it was that was required, because I was kitchen staff and stock room, it was my job to peel, 500 pounds of potatoes or rutabagas or carrots or whatever it was, cut up chickens, whatever it was that we needed to do. So, but anyway, this guy was just after me. And so he came to get me one night when I was asleep in my bunk, and he goes, "Get up, no." And I'm, "For what, Mr. Moppet?" Get up. You're going down to empty the garbage. And I said, no, sir, Mr. Moppet. That ain't my job no more. I work in the kitchen. Get somebody else. I was tired, been up since 6 o'clock that morning, and it was like 1 o'clock at night or the next. And I was like, and he goes, if you don't get down off that bunk, I'm going to bust you to population. Well, half asleep and tired as hell, I was like, good, maybe I'll get a night's sleep. And I got down off my bunk and rolled up my shit, and he took me downstairs. And the lieutenant was mortified. No, what the hell did you do? He's busting you to population? I said, yes, sir. He goes, what happened, Mr. Bobby? Well, I told him to get down here and do the garbage. And I looked at the lieutenant. I said, Lieutenant, I'm not on garbage detail, and I was tired. He goes, but you disobeyed the officer, didn't you? And I said, yes, sir. He said, he told you to get down, and I said, yes, sir. He said, if you'd have come down here, you could have complained to me, and I'd have busted his ass because I've been waiting to bust this guy. And I said, okay. And I said, but I was half asleep. And he goes, we got to send you to population. 3 days later, down this long hallway in the prison, you hear this, no, God damn it, where are you? Get your ass out here. Get back in the kitchen where you belong. And so I got busted by Mr. Moffat and put in population and not a trustee. And then 3 days later, the sergeant of the kitchen bailed me out. And so did the lieutenant. So then I went from being in the stock room because they trusted me so well. They made me one of the waiters in the officers' dining room. Now, the kicker of this story is that Mr. Moffat, the same guy that busted me, gave me shit about serving him uh, in the dining room, in the officers' dining room. So this one particular day, we've got spaghetti, right? And I mean, the Sarge was a good cook, and the cooks in the kitchen, we served good meals. I'm here to tell you. Well, Moffat gets, I'm serving him, right? So you want some, got a steam table, say spaghetti, yes, sir. And I pile on the spaghetti, and I pile on the meatballs and everything, and put extra sauce because I've served this guy before, and he's about 300 pounds and looks like Humpty Dumpty. So then I take him his plate and sit it down in front of him, and he goes, well, that's not enough. Now, I was having difficulty keeping this pile of spaghetti from sliding off of the plate. Now, Mr. Moffat don't know it, but his sergeant is sitting behind him and is watching the whole thing. So I turn and look at the sergeant, who's one of the guys who want to bust Moffat. And I look at the plate of spaghetti and I look at the sergeant, and he shook his head and went like this. So I went back over to the steam table and I took the tongs and I added a little bit more, and I took it back over to him. And I mean, I'm walking like this. It was like a Jerry Lewis moment. I'm walking this over, and the sergeant's watching me. He told me later on, he goes, I don't know how you kept that spaghetti from falling off that plate. And I was like, I think it was by magic. I mean, literally, my mind was holding the spaghetti onto the plate. So I set it down in front of Mr. Moffat. So the because Parmesan cheese couldn't be handed out to all the prisoners, all 685 of us, I think, was usually what we did. So for the officers to have Parmesan cheese was like a real extra. And the county was on him to, the officers don't get anything extra, blah, blah, blah. So Parmesan cheese was like at a premium. So Sergeant Castleberry was like, and he talked real gruff like this. And you tell them in there, God damn it, if they have any problems with it, you come get me. I'll set their ass straight. Yes, sir, Mr. Castleberry. So me and Mr. Castleberry like this because I lived in Georgia where he used to grow up, there around Ellington. And so we were buddies. So Moffat don't know any of this shit, right? So Moffat says there's a bowl of Parmesan cheese on the table that he's supposed to share. And he takes the bowl and dumps the whole bowl on top on top of this mound of spaghetti, and then says, "Go get me some more." And I said, "Mr. Moffat, Sergeant Castleberry said, one bowl per table, and if that's it, then you need to speak to him." He said, "You go speak to him. I told you, I gave you an order." Because, see, he got me busted one time before about this. So he the next table. I said, "Go get me some more." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Moffat," and promptly walked out of the dining room and into the kitchen. And Sergeant Castleberry, I said, uh, "Mr. Moffat says he wants some more goddamn, Parmesan cheese." Castleberry said, "What? What the fuck?" He said, "You go get some and fill that bowl back up where it was." And I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "But don't you?" He said, "I'm going to take it in there." He said, "I'll give it to goddamn." So when I walked back in there with Parmesan cheese, and Castleberry was right behind me, he wanted to know how it worked out. So I walked in there with this other bowl of, one of those little round bowls about this big from the cafeteria, one of plastic, uniform kind of bowls with Parmesan cheese. He dumped that on top of his spaghetti in the other bowl of Parmesan cheese. And he was like, "Are you going to get me any more?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I sure will." And grabbed that bowl and went back out there to the kitchen door where Castleberry, which was a little short Navy sergeant, 20-year vet, came busting in there. "God damn it, Moffat!" And so Moffat had tried to blame it on me, and the sergeant behind that had watched the whole thing watched how I handled the situation without getting pissed off, and watching how Moffat was all upset and trying to boss me around. They busted that some bitch, and they put him on a 10-day leave of absence and transferred him to one of the worst county jails segment out in the. He had a cushiony job there downtown, but they sending him out to 6 Mile Creek was like the pits. And so, he may have busted me and, picked on me, but there were ways too that if you got, and I didn't have to screw anybody. I was just honest and faithful and truthful, even though I was making hooch on the side, and selling time for the folks that wanted to get off. It wasn't necessarily prostitution, but it happens in places that. So, and I happened to make some cigarettes, or what I wanted most was to stay on Victor's good side, so that I could get yeast to make hooch. All right, I'll watch the door if you'll bring me some, yeast. You know. So anyway, I think back on then times, and that was back in the 70s, way back. But would I do that again? Well, I'm not in jail. Don't know if I would, but hey, did y'all see the help? Uh, no, Brandy. Have some more pie. Yeah, yeah. But the interesting thing, see, there was a lesson in that, and I know it's a long story, but the detail in that, he went to great lengths to try to bust me again, to show that I was a fool, and that I showed him by just being a better person, you know, just by not playing into the game. And he hung himself. So there were times when the bad guy, you think the bad guy is winning, and if you play your cards right, without necessarily, you know, um, I rented out the back room, but I didn't. I say that's actually a joke, but as far as doing anything with any of the, I wasn't doing anything to the guards, or the specials that I did was make sandwiches for folks at weird times of the night, and they'd come get me and go, "Hey, no, we had roast beef today. where it's hid. Can you make us a sandwich? And I knew where the keys were and I knew where everything was because I had to keep track of it all. And I was the one that was cutting up the meat and helping to prepare it. So, and it was like, sure, I'll make you a sandwich. So, well, hey, if you make me a sandwich, I'll give you extra phone time tomorrow. Okay, Sarge, thank you. You know, and so what I got out of it was phone time. Or there was one time a friend came to see me, and because the guys in the office knew me from the kitchen from making them sandwiches, they let me. Gave me special permission to have a, a an outside friend come to see me in a special room downstairs. And I was like, they just don't do that for other people. So there were special things that I didn't have to bend over. you know I just tried to act right and be honest, even though I was in prison, and they were my keepers. But anyway, it's been 6 hours. I have done it again. I'll at Hawkeye. I'll email it to you. I have it. Get in touch with me. Okay, I'll check. Hawkeye, your new nickname is now Hustle Man Dave. Yeah, I mean, it just is what it is. Uh, and I don't know if I've ever really told that story about that I used to watch the door kind of thing. But even now, I look at it and go, they were going to do it anyway. I might as well get a little something out of it by claim. And if somebody walked in and said, "Where's Victor?" or whatever, well, I think I saw Victor. Didn't he go upstairs? And I'll look someplace else, and then that's his cue to come out from the back. But it's two consenting adults, and I'm just going to watch the door. Okay, I knew enough gay friends at that time. I was like, if y'all gonna go over there, and I ain't gonna say nothing. Go ahead. You know, Nobody was injured. It wasn't like anybody was being raped or anything like that. It's like two consenting adults. Okie doke. But at the same time, I look back on it and go, can you believe you really did that shit? Yeah, I did. you know, but that was then, and this is now. I hope not to go back to jail, and I hope not to have to watch any doors for anybody. But you know, uh, when you're putting in certain circumstances, like I wouldn't go along with hurting anybody or doing anything mean to anybody or something like that. I just would not be a party to it. And there were a couple of guys, and there were some guys who were complete assholes, and they were like, "We're going to beat this guy up," and I go, "Why don't we just ignore him? Why don't we just leave him alone? And why not? Quit antagonizing him. There were 18 of us in a 16-bed facility, so two people were sleeping on the floor. Okay, at all times, the whole time I was there. Um, I did get transferred upstairs into a nicer accommodations, if you will. And I could see out the window to the interstate and the cars going by from laying on my bunk at night through the bars and through the thingy, and could see the interstate right there. But that was a little comforting in that I had a little bit of a view. It wasn't great, but I could look out the window from up there. All the other places downstairs were trees or parking lots or something. There was no view. So to be on the third floor and to have a partial view of the interstate and outside, that's a big comfort. You learn to accept that little thing of I can see beyond my walls. You know, I can look out that window, and yes, I'm still in jail, but I can see beyond the walls. Which moon's still here? Left the link. Yeah, I'm not going for long though. You were a real pimp for years. I knew folks like that back in the days, and living down on living out of a cardboard box and making money the way I tried to make money. I didn't do any whoring, but well, in a way, I did. Not for sex, but anyway, I was a gigolo in a way. Dance studio, that was all the thing. Young people dancing with old people. Mm. And it made money, and I got paid well, and did ballroom dancing with old folks. And there was really good money in it, but I realized that I was pimping, you know. So anyway, um, it's been a grand 6 hours and 4 minutes. And if I hung out for 10 more minutes and smoked this cigarette, so I'll finish this bowl and we'll all go to bed and have a good day and a better tomorrow. I see the sun starting to come up outside. Here, I did it again. And I promised when I got on here tonight, I'm not going to do another 6 hour. And here I am, 6 hours. But you people are crazy enough to be on here with me. Delaney, we've had, for all the shit you talked about and all the stuff I've talked about, we've had some colorful lives. And I know I've put myself into situations that it was like, I really wished I hadn't have done that. But thank you, ST. You know, um, I tell these true stories, and there part of me wants to be embarrassed, but it's like I'm too old to get embarrassed about some of this stuff now. The truth is what it is. I haven't shared it with many people, so you nine folks, and maybe nobody else hears it, but which is okay. It's not like I want thousands and millions of people to know what I was talking about. One day my life will be a biopic. I understand. And depending on the situation and what I was doing at the time, yeah, there were some things that happened on the carnival that, you know, you had Saturday, then you tore down Saturday night, you drove to the next town, um, and you go to the next town and you drop off your stuff, you double back to the lot, pick up another item, clean up the lot, do whatever you need to do, then drive back over the same way you just came again. You do a double back and pick up another vehicle and drive it back to the lot. And when you get back to the lot, then you have to start setting up your ride. And that gets crazy. It just gets crazy. Gonna go hang some newly made wooden gates now. Have a lovely day. You too, Jamie. Nice hearing your calm voice talking and coming to terms with things we have no control over. Yeah, I got the things that I could control, I got the hell out of, but I still was somehow in them. Like I learned not to go to those parties anymore, even though they had good drugs. But the fact that they would, pull a Mickey on me and do that kind of shit is like, nope, I do not want to be around those kind of people. I don't care if people are gay. It doesn't bother me, but you're not going to drag me into your party, especially when I've already said no countless times. So respect me, respect my space. My grandma and dad's side traveled with the carnies and worked food stands and made quilts after Papa passed away. Yeah. Um, I really miss some of those old carny days. I really do. There was the camaraderie of all the people on the carnival. Many of us knew each other for years and years, and it was a big family. My mom and dad, Arnie and Bessie, my adopteds, right, ran the cookhouse. So after close every night, Pop would always make what we called the bowl. What's the bowl for tonight? And sometimes he'd make a Brunswick stew, and sometimes he'd have spaghetti, and sometimes there was a soup, and sometimes there was chicken and rice. And so every night after the show closed, we all went down to the cookhouse, and Pop's always had something going on, and everybody got together and talked about the night and everybody had their bowl and ate there at the counter and shared, So it was a big deal every night for everybody to get together down at the cookhouse, to share a bowl of food, So, but anyway, you know, the camaraderie, and then people would go off and go drinking or smoking or go play cards at, depending on where we were, and the trailers would get together and play, you know, rummy or whatever. Um, had some really good poker games. Sometimes some of us would get together and go on the inside the merry-go-round. We'd let the 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 thing down all the way around, so the merry-go-round was closed, and we'd go on the inside and turn on some of the lights and play music or do it would depending on where the lot was at and where the merry-go-round was in relationship to where all the people were. But we'd get in there and party, half the night inside the merry-go-round. And some of those memories are just like, man, we had so much fun back then. Life was easy, and I love a good old fashioned carnival, but haven't seen one in years either. And ours was respectable. I mean, we kept the rides up. Everybody kept the joints up. There was very little cheating going on in a hanky pank, although there was some. But somebody asked me to watch their game one night, and I had worked for, but I'd never worked, and it was the bowling pins on top of each other. And I didn't know, honest to God, that the bottom two were weighted. And I went to pick that sumbitch up, and I thought it was a concrete block. It was so heavy. And the guy was like, "I see, I told you them things were weighted." And I'm like, "No, they ain't." And I'm like, "Son of a bitch, it really is." And here I am, a carny, trying to sell this thing, and it really was that them bottom three pins was weighted heavier than snot. You could knock them top two over, but bad, they're milk jugs or something. But anyway, oh, them ones are full. No, they're not. Yeah, they were. But then I used to run the high striker. You know what that is? You get the big hammer and you hit the thing, and it goes up and rings the bell, right? High striker. Well, a little man years ago taught us how to ring the bell with one hand and the hammer, and how you hit it, because he set the thing up every time. So he set it up to where if he could ring it with one hand, then it was set. That's how he gauged it. And there are bolts on the thing, and there's a little tension bar that when you hit it, it drives the puck up the track. And so we were all standing around, and he was taking bets. I can ring this bell 3 times in a row with one hand. No, you can't. No, you can't. And he did it 4, 5, 6 times in a row. And that's when I learned how to split wood using the same technique that he taught me back in the Carney days. So when I ran the high striker, most of the time they had some chick running the high striker because she could pull in them big boys and everything, right? And oh, look, and show me how strong you are, kind of thing, right? Me, I'm just a little wimpy white kid. What am I going to do? So I drew him in by, I would say, I'll bet you that I can ring this with one hand. And then they go, no. And I said, what do you want me to bet? I'll bet you can't ring it, you know, once and 3 times. All you have to do is just play, you know. And I'd take that hammer and smack, bing, and they'd go, oh, that's real easy. Then here's this great big bruiser of a football player, beat the hell out of that thing, spend $10 and not ring it once. And, he goes off in a storm and pissed off, and everybody else wants to compete. Let me see you do that one-handed thing again. Okay. Whoosh, ding, but I'd gotten so good at it that I could do it and do it and do it and do it. So, but anyway, so that's how I made my money on the high striker. We got 1 minute, gonna take a good hit and then tell everybody good morning, good night, good afternoon, wherever you may be. And much love, everybody. It's good talking to you, Witch Moon. And Elderberry, you're in and out. I love you, brother. And I had no idea I was going to do this again, but here I am. It is what it is. So it's 6:20 in the morning time here on Friday, the 14th of May, 2021. Old Hippie Radio, hanging out with you early in the morning. Yeah, like yeah. I gotta go sleep this off. Oh, I started a minute early. I was 5 minutes late the last time, so keeping track. It's 20. Yeah, I'm ready to fall asleep. I'm sitting here having these old same to you, ST. I hang. There are many times when I'm about ready to call it quits, and then ST shows up, and Witch Moon, and other folks show up, and so I stay up for you guys, gals, folks, because I love hanging out with you. I do. Uh, you too, Cherry. Getting together sounds nice over food. Did that as a military wife. Yep. Yeah, back in the day, we used to have get-togethers where people would, potluck dinner, and people would bring, homemade potato salad and macaroni and cheese, baked macaroni and cheese, and pies and strudels and biscuits and fried chicken and oh my God, mashed potatoes and I said potato salad, but good some good baked beans, not just poured out of a can, but baked in the oven and with some bacon on top, and oh my God, and get together and just on a weekend, a Saturday night or Saturday afternoon or a Sunday afternoon, everybody get together and we'd all get together at somebody's house and cook. We'd barbecue outside. We'd have, anyway, I listened to some of your old streams yesterday. Well, thank you, Witch Moon. I really do appreciate it. And I don't have time to go out and hit the click and thank you and the thumbs up button all the time, but I do appreciate your comments. I really do. And if you look at all my videos, I've talked about a bunch of shit. But if you watch and I think you already do understand, otherwise you wouldn't have made the comment you just did. But I still strive for everyone to understand for themselves what the red road is, what that spirit path is. See, I brought it back around to the original. I can do that. Brian Bardet used to always freak out. He goes, you can always tie that thing up and bring it back around to the original. I was like, yep, I'm good at that. It is a talent, and I'm blessed with it. And I always thank the creator for that. So anyway, I'm glad that my older videos are bringing somebody, and whatever that wisdom is that you find, my wish is, as my prayer, as I'm bringing up this prayer at the end, is I continue to pray that everybody will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And if my chats with you all can help people find that in them of themselves, then my job is very well. I'm doing my job. Now, it isn't about how well I'm doing my job. It ain't about that. It's that, as Brian Barnett and myself used to discuss a lot, it's about the people who need to listen, who need to hear something, and they find it within themselves. And that's why he was there, and that's why I'm here. So for you to find whatever it is you need, find comfort with being with other people, I'm very humbled and blessed to have you here. So as I continue to pray each and every day, every time I put my feet onto the ground, and that's often, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that always tickles me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, honestly, will continue to learn to accept and receive and to share the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And I give everybody thumbs up. I believe all of you are doing a great job. I'm just here running my mouth on subjects and things, and being here as the elderberry. Thank you, Witch Moon, Cherry, Esty, and I don't know who else is hanging around. Uh, you're always welcome. I mean it, you know. And it brings me comfort to know that it brings you comfort to be here and to be with other people. It's a nice comfort zone, and I'm pleased and honored to be that, you know. And so thank you. 510 or so a new subscriber last night, and so I never expected this in my time. So the blessings have already come back to me that I never expected. So ain't that great? So thank all of you for that. You know, when Brian and I were talking, we said, you know, to have 200 or 300 people as subscribers, man, that's like a lot of people. And now that I have over 500, it's like never expected. So thank you. It's you guys. So till next time from South Georgia on the red path, on that red road, keep it between the ditches, you know, stay out of that trouble. And, you know, as I always say from down here, TTFN, ta ta for now from South Georgia at 6:26 a.m. on May the 14th, 2021. And we want to say ween for all those folks who get that. And we want to say thank you, Bob, and to your cousins for only having slight errors tonight. Till next time, my dear friends, please be safe. Have a safe weekend if I don't see you before. Okay? Be safe, be kind,